Late at night, Fang Ning dragged his suitcase out of the elevator. This business trip lasted nearly a week, and he encountered quite a few troubles along the way, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. As soon as the first project ended, he immediately booked a midnight flight to rush back to his little home overnight, planning to have a good rest. Opening the door, he was surprised to find someone in the kitchen. A woman wearing Disney Stellaloo plush pajamas was busy cooking. Hearing the door open, she jumped, her chest rising and falling slightly as she turned to look toward the door. She cautiously buttoned up, hiding those tempting curves. Fang Ning dragged his luggage into the kitchen. The two of them locked eyes for a second, the atmosphere a bit awkward.
The woman spoke hesitantly. "Ah, you are back." As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt the scene was strange and quickly added, "You were on a business trip last week."
Yeah, just got back. You are still cooking so late.
Haha, just making some late-night snacks.
Well, you go ahead and get busy.
The moment Fang Ning spoke, he silently cursed himself for not having adjusted his habit of speaking to clients while on business trips. The woman was a bit confused hearing this, but he turned and walked toward the room. She looked at his awkward back and couldn't help but smile faintly. Fang Ning put down his luggage and collapsed heavily on the bed, but the image of the woman in the kitchen appeared in his mind.
At that moment, he almost thought he had a girlfriend, beautiful and with a great figure. Coming home tired late at night, she was actually cooking dinner for him in the kitchen. But the reality was, he was still single, and that beautiful female roommate was not his girlfriend. They are just roommates sharing the rent. This house has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Besides Fang Ning and her, there is also a couple next door. They have lived there for a year and are just acquaintances who nod hello to each other. Regarding that beautiful female roommate, Fang Ning doesn't even know her full name, only that her surname is Chun. Lying in bed, physically and mentally exhausted, he let his mind wander. He didn't know how much time had passed before he fell asleep without even taking off his clothes. In his dream, a faint and inexplicable smile still lingered on the corners of his mouth. The sound of waves surged into his ears, and seabirds circled overhead. When Fang Ning woke up, the scene before his eyes left him momentarily stunned. The sound of crashing waves echoed repeatedly by his ear. A flicker of confusion and realization passed through Fang Ning's eyes, then he turned over and closed his eyes again. Was he dreaming? He decided to keep sleeping. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, reaching his hand to his neck, trying to find the pillow, but found nothing. Where is my pillow? What his palm grasped was not a soft pillow, but cold, damp sand. Fang Ning immediately woke up, all tiredness gone. He slowly sat up, looking into the distance, his eyes turning from shock to daze. The bright blue sky stretched endlessly, a few white seagulls flying freely, their ethereal calls occasionally heard. A sea breeze blew toward him, cooling his neck. The golden, clean sand beach, and the ocean waves as blue as the sky, rolled in and out. Black dark reefs appeared and disappeared, while the white foam shimmered crystal clear under the sunlight. The sky is really beautiful. The beach is really beautiful. The island is really beautiful. Fang Ning felt his soul being healed, as if the sea breeze had blown into his heart. He grabbed another handful of sand, opened his palm, and the fine sand slowly slipped through his fingers. He laughed and slapped himself, and his left cheek instantly burned with pain. The pain brought him back to clarity. This is not a dream. Then where is my room? Where is my little place that I rent for 2,000 a month? I actually slept all the way from Shanghai to the island? This is just ridiculous. 15 minutes later, Fang Ning put down his phone, sat on the beach, and finally accepted the fact that he had inexplicably ended up on the island. What is going on here? Just took a nap on the bed, and somehow ended up in this damn place. No matter how deeply I was sleeping, how could I not have heard such a loud noise? Looking around, the island is surrounded by sea, with a dense forest in the center, looking like a deserted island. Could someone be joking with me, throwing me onto this deserted island to play survival? On second thought, this reason doesn't hold up. Could it be that I've traveled through time? He opened his phone again, the screen showed no signal at all, no network, completely deserted island. He couldn't even be sure if he was still on Earth. However, since he was already here, he had no choice but to accept it and start thinking about what to do next. Fong Ning fumbled and took out his personal belongings. A pair of white Bluetooth earphone cases, a pack of tissues, a pack of cigarettes, an ID card, a Casio sports watch. And this phone with only 53% battery left. These were his essentials when he went out. I always carry earbuds and tissues with me, and I have cigarettes too, but I didn't bring a lighter because I was on a plane, and after the flight, I didn't buy one. There are still cigarettes at home, I just didn't bring any. My ID card is a must-have for flying, and the sports watch was a birthday gift I bought for myself last year, less than 3 months ago. Other than these, I have nothing else on me. Suddenly, Fong Ning felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He pressed the spot with his finger, and a strange force surged into his mind. This feeling was very familiar. His vision went black, then glaring light and blurry colors appeared, gradually forming a distorted square frame. A strong beam of light shot out from the frame, flickering like an 80s magnesium flash. The light was so dazzling that Fong Ning almost started to tear up. When he opened his eyes again, the light was soft, colors vivid, and a card floated in the center of his vision. What was that? A card? He slid the card with his mind, and sure enough, a card named Kuga Wireless Bluetooth Earphones appeared in front of him. The artwork on the card was exactly a photo of his earphone case. Clicking on the card, a description appeared beside it: Kuga Wireless Bluetooth Earphones M2, crescent white, effective connection distance 10 meters, semi-in-ear, fashionable music earphones, slightly worn. The weight displayed was 0.1. The numbers 84% and 63% were shown on the left and right sides of the card respectively. Fong Ning touched the numbers with his mind and instantly understood that the left represented durability and the right was battery life. This card can display information like this too. He tried to materialize the card. After the card flashed white and disappeared, the number of cards in the deck dropped from 3 to 2, and at the same time, the Bluetooth earphones appeared in his hand. Only then did he remember to quickly open the character card to check and found that his chi value had decreased somewhat. The value was still 5, but the progress bar had shortened. He materialized the Bluetooth earphones back into a card, then compared the chi value again, no change. He converted the pack of cigarettes into a card and found that the chi attribute had shrunk a bit. Upon opening it to check, the inner chi bar had shortened, matching the chi bar. It seems that what is being consumed is internal energy, and as the internal energy decreases, the energy also changes accordingly. When the internal energy bar is consumed, no specific number is displayed afterward. Fong Ning can only be certain that the consumption is related to card transformation. Looking at the internal energy bar, it definitely looks like the blue bar in a game. He tried again to further understand the card transformation ability. He took off his down jacket, put his phone and other items into the pockets, and then transformed the down jacket into a card. A flash of white light, the internal energy bar was consumed a bit more, and the down jacket on the ground turned into a card. Black down jacket. Description: brand new high quality black down jacket, windproof and warm, with 2 outer pockets and 1 inner pocket. Contents: Kuga Bluetooth wireless earphones, Zuanheman cigarettes, simple mini paper handkerchief, Xiaomi tennis phone, Casio sports watch, resident ID card, Fong Ning, wooden spirit bead. Weight: 2.2. Not bad at all. Fong Ning smiled with satisfaction. He found the card transformation very flexible. But he noticed that the endless life status on the character card had disappeared. When he changed the down jacket back, the status reappeared. Taking out the wood spirit pearl and placing it on the ground caused the status to disappear again. After thinking it over, he also converted the wooden spirit pearl into a card. It seems that to equip something, it either has to be materialized and worn close to the body, or materialized separately into a card. Putting it in a pocket or container before converting it into a card does not count as wearing it. In this way, treasures like the wooden spirit pearl are best kept directly as cards. He also separately materialized the Casio sports watch. Casio sports watch. Description: fashionable men's sports watch. Weight: 0.1. After materializing it separately, drag the watch onto the character card. The status will change to worn, but the watch will not be visible on the body. Even better, after wearing it, a time display appeared at the top of the card interface. March 13, 2023, 7:48 and 32 seconds. This way, whenever Fong Ning opens the card interface, they can clearly know the time. The watch is placed in the card space, so it won't get lost or damaged. Perfect. Except for the watch, he put everything else in his phone into the down jacket pockets, using the down jacket like a small bag, then converted them into cards and placed them into the card space. He named the place where he stored the cards card space. On this island, there were coconuts and seagulls, and the climate was clearly tropical monsoon, with daytime temperatures at least in the 20s Celsius. Meanwhile, he was in Shanghai, where it was just early spring, and temperatures were in single digits when low, which was why he was wearing a down jacket. He had just been sunbathing here for a while when he started sweating, so he quickly packed away his down jacket. Although he was only wearing a sweater, he still felt a bit hot, but if he took off the sweater and went shirtless, the sea breeze would make him cold again, so he had to endure it for now and wait until midday when it got warmer. The hack was credited, which eased Fong Ning's fear and confusion considerably. But now that he was on a deserted island, he couldn't count on going home in a few days. He had to prepare for long-term survival. Whether he could get back or not, first he had to stay alive and wait for an opportunity. What are the most crucial supplies for island survival? Having often watched videos on wilderness survival, foraging, fishing, and beachcombing, he knew very well: water, fire starter, food, willpower, and shelter. These 5 are essential for survival anywhere, listed in order of decreasing importance. First is water. Without water, a person can survive at most 3 days. Second is fire starter, which can boil water, cook food, provide warmth, and drive away wild animals. Third is food. Only with food can one last for a week. Fourth is the will to survive. Although ranked 4th, it's actually as important as water. Only a determined will can endure the hardships without water, fire, or food. Fifth is shelter. Thinking of this, Fong Ning finally realized that besides the will to survive, he had almost nothing else. Thinking of the fire starter, he regretted bitterly, why didn't he put the lighter in his pocket first? He wasn't a heavy smoker and didn't pay much attention to the lighter. Besides, old smokers often lose their lighters and borrow fire frequently. Sighing, he adjusted his mindset and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He saw something. As long as he got it, he could solve 2 major problems at once: water and food. Fong Ning was only wearing socks on his feet, stepping on gravel, and walked deeper into the beach. Before him was a type of plant he often saw on TV and in movies: a coconut tree. Fong Ning had also seen many coconut trees when he traveled to Hainan on business, but he later realized a big misconception: many people confuse coconut trees with palm trees. The trees by the roadside that look like coconut trees but bear pea-sized fruits are actually palm trees, belonging to the same family but not coconut trees. The one before him was obviously a genuine coconut tree, with several green coconuts hanging from it. Looking around the beach, the fallen coconuts were scattered by the wind. Fong Ning counted and found at least 5 nearby. Relying on collecting coconuts to eat and drink, there was absolutely no problem in the short term. The coconut water was drinkable, and the coconut meat was edible, immediately securing life. Fong Ning, who had just been frowning, was now full of fighting spirit, feeling as if his strength had returned. He stepped on the beach and picked up the coconuts one by one according to their positions. In less than 10 minutes, Fong Ning returned to the first coconut tree, with 5 slightly damaged green coconuts at his feet. He didn't stand under the tree, worried that a coconut might suddenly fall and hit his head, and even with a cheat, it wouldn't save him. Being killed by a coconut? Absolutely unacceptable as a way to die. The coconut tree leaves cast a patch of shade under the sunlight. The shadow was 3 meters away from the tree, and Fong Ning stood right there. Not long after waking up, exposed to the scorching sun and sea breeze, he felt his lips dry and cracked. Looking at the 5 coconuts on the ground, he picked one that had freshly fallen and grabbed a stone he found, ready to smash the coconut open. He instinctively licked his lips, suddenly remembering a survival video he had watched that said licking dry lips only makes them drier. Suppressing the urge to moisten his lips again, Fong Ning swallowed and sat down on the beach. He placed the coconut on the ground, one hand steadying it while holding the stone in the other, staring at the stone and coconut in his hands, seeming unsure where to start. He instinctively felt something was wrong with the method, but he couldn't figure out what it was at the moment. But thinking more didn't help, so he decided to take action. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Ning started smashing the coconut with a stone. Bang! 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 After hitting it several times in a row, the outer shell of the green coconut began to soften and rot. He put down the stone and tried to peel off the coconut skin, but no matter how he twisted, it wouldn't come off. After hitting it a few more times, the coconut skin cracked open, and only then did he begin peeling it. With the crack, peeling became much easier. Fong Ning exerted quite a bit of effort to peel off the entire coconut skin. At this point, he felt soreness in his elbow and some discomfort in his palm from gripping the stone while smashing the coconut. After all that effort, he had only managed to peel off the coconut skin. The hard coconut shell still wouldn't crack open. Using the stone in his hand, which had no sharp edges, it was simply impossible to break the hard outer shell. This attempt helped Fong Ning understand why it felt wrong before. Using a stone to peel the coconut husk was feasible, but it couldn't be placed on the beach. The sand absorbs the impact force, so he had to exert more strength to break the shell. Moreover, the edges of the stone were unsuitable, holding it hurt his hand, and he didn't dare use too much force when smashing, fearing injury. Without enough hand strength, his nails almost got torn off while peeling. In summary, Fong Ning came up with a few points. The coconut couldn't be placed on the beach and needed a stone as a base. He had to find a stone convenient for exerting force and capable of chiseling open the shell to retain as much coconut water as possible. With the idea in mind, the coconut in his hand still wasn't open. After struggling for a long time, not only did he fail to drink the water, but he also wore himself out. He casually pulled up the card space and opened his own cards. Fong Ning, 2 out of 60. Essence, 2.5/3. Energy, 4.5/5. God, 3.7/4. Load, February 4, 96. Status, will to live, thirst, fatigue. It really has changed. Fong Ning noticed that although the three-dimensional values of essence, energy, and spirit remained unchanged, the bars had clearly consumed quite a bit. Having played games before, he immediately understood that this meant he had used 0.5 points of energy, 0.5 points of internal chi, and 0.3 points of spirit. It seemed that all activities would cause these three attributes to decrease. However, the consumption varied. Physical labor mainly drained energy, while internal chi hardly decreased. Most of that had been used earlier when swapping cards. Spirit consumption was also minimal. In addition, Fong Ning now had two new statuses, thirst and fatigue. He clicked on the status to check, and the popped-up descriptions left him speechless. Thirst, you are a bit thirsty. Fatigue, you feel tired. This was way too simple. Fong Ning shook his head, feeling there was nothing much to say. The difference was that thirst lowered energy, while fatigue affected spirit. He opened the sub-item list of spirit and mind, and found that hydration and satiety had dropped significantly. Hydration was down to 1/3, and satiety was at half. In terms of mental state, positive emotions decreased while negative emotions gradually increased. After carefully studying the character card, Fong Ning understood that this data was mainly a reminder for himself. There were too many sub-items, making it complex and difficult to understand. Normally, he only needed to focus on the three main attributes and some intuitive indicators, such as hydration, satiety, stamina, along with the status bar. He couldn't rely too much on data because people cannot be fully quantified. Even when near death, one could still unleash astonishing strength. Miracles were made for humanity. After resting for a moment, Fong Ning saw the fatigue status disappear and then stood up. Time flew by quickly when he was focused on work. He had been busy searching for coconuts, breaking coconuts, and studying cards, without even noticing the time. Just as he was about to rest and look for a suitable stone, he realized it was almost noon. March 13, 2023, 11 hours 43 minutes and 12 seconds, he exclaimed, having only picked up 5 coconuts and peeled 1 coconut shell. 4 hours had just passed? Realizing how quickly time had flown, Fong Ning recalled what he had done during those 4 hours. Other than picking coconuts, peeling coconut shells, and looking at character cards, the rest of his memories were vague. Only then did he understand that he had wasted most of those 4 hours unconsciously. Although he was on an island, his living habits remained the same as in reality. When he first woke up, he was cautious and vigilant, proceeding carefully, but no one could maintain high alertness for long. At most, he could last a few dozen minutes before his mind broke down. When working, he could always concentrate fully, just like smashing coconuts and analyzing cards before. But once his mind relaxed, his attention would be drawn to unrelated things. While picking up coconuts, he suddenly stopped, looked out at the sea, enjoyed the sea breeze quietly for a moment, and then continued. Shortly after he started walking again, he noticed what seemed to be a crab on the beach. He hurried over, but the crab was swept away by the waves. Feeling a bit unwilling, he searched back and forth along the beach. He originally went to look for crabs but ended up picking up seashells instead, thinking as he collected them whether he could make a shell knife or find an edible conch. Though busy in appearance, his attention was scattered, resulting in nothing gained in the end. Although stranded on a deserted island, the presence of the cheat made the worries in his heart diminish rapidly. Deep down, he felt that with the cheat supporting him, there was no way he would die. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a bit arrogant. Up until then, he hadn't realized he was wrong. Now thinking back, his cheeks flushed, feeling that he had been too conceited. He didn't hesitate to slap himself 3 loud times, harshly reminding himself. These 3 slaps were both a warning and a lesson. Previously, because of the island and the cards, he had temporarily lost his way. After resting, his mindset gradually recovered. As an orphan, he had matured earlier than his peers since childhood, was mentally sensitive, acted cautiously, and this applied to his life, communication, and imagination alike. He understood himself well, his IQ was above average, his talent mediocre, a smart but ordinary person, fully aware of his limits. When he first got the external ability, he was happy, surprised, even a little arrogant. But after calming down, he realized it was both an opportunity and a warning. The cheat is here. Does that mean he can just coast along smoothly and lie back waiting for victory? Impossible. Arrogance is absolutely forbidden. Because there's a cheat, he must be even more cautious and give his all. With the card ability, he believes his potential is limitless. He must ensure that while climbing to the peak, he won't fall behind, get lost, or even lose his life. As long as I can live well and make good use of the hacks, one day, the entire universe will shine for me. A surge of ambition suddenly rose in Fong Ning's heart. His originally plain and dull demeanor vanished instantly, and a fire that would never extinguish ignited in his eyes. At that moment, the wood spirit pearl on Fong Ning's body suddenly pulsed, and a breath of energy quietly merged into his body. Then, he felt a strange change in his body. He took out the card and looked. Essence, 3 out of 3. Energy, 6/6. God, 5/5. Load, 2.4/120. Status, everlasting life, thirst, clarity of mind. Is this a newbie reward? During this rest period, his chi and spirit not only fully recovered but also increased. The carrying capacity limit also rose from 96 to 120, although he was still unclear about the exact calculation. Although it increased only slightly, Fong Ning felt completely renewed, the colors of the world in his eyes more vivid, and his inner self unusually calm. Mingxin, clear mind and firm will, permanently small boost to spirit and internal energy, greatly increased spirit resistance during the state. Understand? He recalled his previous state. Could it be that after drinking chicken soup for more than 20 years, just a few sips today made him stronger? He thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out the reason. However, whether it was a card reward or some kind of magical opportunity, he had gained 2 points in his 3 attributes for free. What a great deal! Moreover, mental resistance has greatly increased. It's an absolute bargain. Fong Ning was extremely happy. But, what the heck is mental resistance? There shouldn't be any ghosts or monsters on this island, right? Seeing the words mental resistance, he suddenly felt a bit eerie. After all, with the wooden spirit pearl on him, if he were somewhere else, he probably would have long thought he had traveled to a Xianxia world. But now, with the blessing of the clarity of mind state, although his heart was uneasy, he was not panicked. He even felt that even if a fierce ghost appeared before him and could kill him with one claw, he could still sing the song of righteousness loudly and fight to the death. With the status boost, his courage truly doubled. Fong Ning calmed himself once again. The attribute increase was an unexpected surprise, but more importantly, he solidified his goals and willpower. This was the greatest gain of the day. With clear objectives, he no longer got distracted while working, and his efficiency soared. The coconut that took him 4 hours to open in the morning was successfully cracked open within half an hour this time. He used a stone to chip out a sharp piece of reef rock, drilled a hole to drink the fresh sweet coconut juice. Then he crushed the coconut with a large stone and used the sharp reef rock to scoop out and eat the coconut meat. Although not much, he finally ate something, and with his stomach settled, Fong Ning felt revitalized. Opening the card, the thirst status disappeared, and the hunger also faded away. Only 2 positive buffs remained in the status bar: endless life and clear mind. Perfect. It was noon, the hottest time on the island, the sea breeze had weakened, and the tide was rising. The reefs exposed in the morning were now submerged, and the beach was partly swallowed by the seawater. However, the tide line was clear, retreating about 10 meters back where the seawater hadn't reached. Fong Ning gathered the remaining 4 coconuts and the open coconut shells and placed them under rocks away from the tide. As for the coconut husk, it's because the outer shell of a green coconut is hard and waterproof. After peeling off the outer layer, the inner fiber is dry and makes excellent tinder. Without a lighter, he can only try the ancient method of fire by friction. Although the success rate is low, there's no other choice. By preserving tinder, he can attempt to start a fire as long as he finds dry wood. He doesn't have shoes yet. He just tried using a coconut shell as a footpad and found it very comfortable, so he plans to make a pair of coconut sandals. 1323. Time may be worthless, but it is extremely precious. An hour passed, and Fong Ning didn't know if he was still on Earth, but judging by the Earth's latitude, the climate was similar to a tropical island. As long as the physical rules hadn't changed, the day here should be longer than the night, with daylight ending around 6 p.m. One advantage of reading more is being able to predict such patterns. He still had 5 hours of active time and had to start a fire before nightfall. Fire would not only provide warmth but also protect against monsters and wild animals at night. Fong Ning counted on his fingers to allocate the time. Considering cognitive biases, he decided to shorten his activity time to 3 hours. In other words, he only had 3 hours of daylight. Starting a fire by friction was very difficult. Even with the technique, the success rate was low. He planned 2 hours to try lighting the fire, and if unsuccessful, he would use the remaining hour to find shelter and get through the first night. Time was tight, and Fong Ning didn't have much hope. Even an expert in wilderness survival might not be able to start a fire within 2 hours. But he had to try, to get familiar with the process and understand the difficulty. The preparation was the simplest method of fire starting by friction, requiring 4 items: a sharp small stone, 2 dry sticks, 1 straight and 1 dry, and suitable tinder. He also needed to prepare small twigs and wood for igniting the fire. For these items, Fong Ning stepped into the island jungle for the first time. He was at the gourd mouth location on this gourd-shaped island. Heading inward was the jungle, with the terrain slightly rising, densely packed with shrubs and trees, like a tropical rainforest. Further in, the mountain curved upward, its peak towering into the clouds, cliffs sheer and rugged, with strange sounds echoing, resembling a deep mountain-haunted forest. The island's area exceeded imagination. Fong Ning suspected that beyond the high mountain might be mainland, and he might be at the edge of the land. But to confirm that, he would have to traverse the jungle and climb the mountain, which was absolutely impossible for him now. At the edge of the jungle, the air grew muggy, but a smile appeared on Fong Ning's face, indicating high humidity and the possibility of fresh water sources. He did not venture deeply, only circled around the jungle's edge. Earlier on the beach, he had already heard the calls of birds and beasts in the jungle, full of vibrant life. He couldn't distinguish other sounds well enough to identify the animals or birds, but one particular sound was very clear, confirming there were monkeys in this jungle. He didn't know exactly what kind of monkeys they were. For Fong Ning, however, he didn't want to encounter any animals now, not even monkeys. So he kept searching along the jungle edge for what he needed. According to the situation on the island, the tree resources are very abundant. Before long, Fong Ning tied a large bundle of dry branches with tree vines, preparing to head to Coconut Island. To make it easier to remember and for future actions, he divided this island into several areas. He temporarily called this island Gourd Island. The place where he woke up, with the beach and coconut trees, he named Coconut Island. The jungle-covered central area he called the Tropical Jungle, and the innermost mountainous region was called the Mountain Island. Although naming these places was a bit idle, it made Fong Ning feel much more at ease and strangely uplifted his spirits, greatly boosting his motivation. Carrying the branches back to Coconut Island, Fong Ning also completed another task, finding shelter for the night. He absolutely dared not enter the tropical jungle, even when he was only gathering wood at the edge just now. Mosquitoes swarmed him and left him covered in bites. If he actually spent the night inside, he'd probably be bitten to death. The mountain island was also unrealistic. In the end, he decided to camp on Coconut Island. Though Coconut Island is just the gourd's mouth, its area is not small, roughly the size of a small village. There is a small grove in the center of the island, and a sandy ridge path between the grove and the tropical jungle. Perhaps a few years ago, this place was still part of the tropical jungle, but as the sea level rose, it was separated out. Around the edge of the small grove were coconut trees, inside were short bushes, broadleaf plants, and shrubs. Most importantly, there were almost no mosquitoes in this little grove. After a brief inspection, Fong Ning smiled with satisfaction and decided to spend the night here. After tidying up the shelter and gathering fire starting materials, he glanced at the time. It was already 2:52 p.m. An hour had passed, and Fong Ning inexplicably felt a sense of urgency creeping in. At this moment, the sea breeze on the island began to strengthen, and the fierce sunlight no longer blazed down, as clouds started gathering. Looking up, the sky was now covered by thick clouds, completely blocking the sunlight, and the island's temperature dropped sharply. Fong Ning was very surprised. Just moments ago the sun had been blazing, but within an hour the sky turned so gloomy. Tropical weather really does change in an instant. Without the sunlight, his neck was finally no longer sunburned. But he wasn't happy at all. The clouds looked grayish, as if it was about to rain. Thinking of this, Fong Ning's mood instantly plummeted. The sky darkened, thick clouds pressing overhead like storm clouds, and the sea breeze gradually grew stronger. Fong Ning immediately stopped walking toward the small grove. If it started raining, going into the woods to take shelter, what if he got struck by lightning? A sudden image of himself hiding under a tree and being struck by lightning flashed through his mind, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. He glanced around. He had already scouted the island thoroughly. Apart from the small grove in the center, there were no large rocks or mountains, let alone caves. If there were caves, he would have chosen to shelter there already. Once the rain came, the fire he just started would definitely go out, and he would have nowhere to stay dry. Thinking about possibly being soaked all night, Fong Ning's mindset was about to collapse. This was not a game. Being drenched for a whole night, with the sea breeze blowing, it would be hard not to get sick the next day. He knew clearly that if he caught a cold and a fever, unless he had healing skills or medicine, he could only wait to die. The weather change completely disrupted his plan. Making fire by friction was out of the question. Finding shelter from the rain was more urgent. He carried a bundle of firewood on his back but didn't know where to put it. If it rained, he wouldn't be able to find dry wood in the coming days, and lighting a fire would be impossible. Without a fire, the rainy night would be just as hard to endure as a dry night. Suddenly, he wondered if he could put the wood into the card space to protect it. This card space might be different from the real world. Wood placed inside wouldn't get wet from the rain. Thinking this, he immediately acted, putting the firewood from his back onto the ground and tying it tightly with vine, making the stack look like a single unit. Fong Ning reached out his hand and gently placed it on the firewood, silently reciting a spell in his mind. Sure enough, a faint white light flickered where his palm touched the wood. He wasn't sure how heavy the bundle of firewood was, but it felt like at least dozens of gene. Carrying it was clearly much heavier than the 16-gene laptop bag he usually carried on business trips. Fong Ning originally thought that if he could ignite the fire, this firewood would keep him going until morning. So, he gathered quite a bit of firewood all at once. Perhaps it was because there was so much firewood that, during this card transformation, he could truly feel something inside his body being consumed. He opened the character card and saw that the energy value was slowly decreasing, having been spent halfway from full. Another value that hadn't changed before had now shifted. The load rose from 2.4 to 34.8. The load had increased by nearly a quarter, yet he felt no sense of burden on him. The firewood before him had turned into a card. The card description read, a bundle of dry firewood tied with vines, weighing 32.4. This unit of weight should be Gene. This weight limit was obviously not an ordinary one, but the weight restriction of the card space. Fong Ning felt a bit disappointed. His plan for a meteor shower was probably off the table. With a weight limit of 120, he could at most carry a single large rock. He tried turning the card back into firewood, and the firewood appeared smoothly on the ground. With another wave of his hand, the firewood turned back into a card. Fong Ning nodded with satisfaction, thinking that after the rain stopped, he could use this firewood to start a fire by friction. After the firewood became a card, he felt much more at ease. Next, he just needed to survive this night. The sea wind grew stronger and stronger. Looking up, the clouds on the horizon thickened and darkened, as if they were about to crush the entire city. It seemed there was no escaping the rain tonight. Fong Ning completely gave up on hoping for luck and only wished the rain would come later, giving him more time to prepare. He had just obtained a cheat code and become the big boss. There was no way he wanted to be easily defeated by a rainstorm. If he really got into trouble, he might turn into a vengeful spirit due to anger and bring harm to the human world. Fong Ning thoroughly searched around Coconut Island and confirmed he hadn't missed any caves. There might be caves in the tropical jungle behind him, but after tonight's rain, those caves would likely not be empty. Both people and animals avoid rain, and wild beasts often use caves as dens. If he accidentally walked into a bear's or tiger's lair, he would really be doomed. He remembered watching a documentary where a hiker, seeking shelter from rain, crawled into a cave and stumbled into a wild boar's den. If it hadn't been for weapons and sprays, he would have almost lost his life to the boars. Fong Ning had nothing with him now, so if he encountered that, he could only wait to die. The dark clouds in the sky pressed lower and lower. Gritting his teeth, he decided to build a temporary rain shelter himself. Recalling the wilderness survival videos he had watched before, he was full of confidence in his own hands. In the end, he chose to set up the shelter in a small grove. Although he feared lightning strikes, he had no other choice. Actually, the situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. With his card abilities, he could summon items at any time without increasing his body's weight, which made carrying and storage much easier. When building the rain shelter, he could save 3 to 4 times the effort. The jungle was oppressively hot, and the insect and bird calls had greatly diminished, making it unusually quiet, as if foretelling the coming storm. Fong Ning held a stick, moving cautiously through the grass while beating it aside, preparing to use materials from the island to build a triangular rain shelter. He selected 2 trees as supports. The triangular shelter only needed rough wooden sticks as the frame and rainproof materials for the canopy. He already had a plan for the rainproof materials. The coconut leaves on this island are very suitable for building rain shelters. Coconut trees belong to the palm family, and their leaves have long been used by humans as weaving material. In the jungle, there are also many grasses such as corn, wheat, sugarcane, and lemongrass, whose leaves can also be used as filling material. The tropical climate is very conducive to the growth of grasses, palms, and broadleaf plants, so Fong Ning found quite a few suitable plants for making shelter roofs in this tropical jungle. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about plant classification, he could distinguish which ones were usable for building shelters. Whether it was the thick wooden sticks for the framework or the leaves for the shelter roof, these were easy to find in the jungle. So Fong Ning risked venturing deep into the jungle to start collecting grass leaves and sticks. The edges of grass family plants often have serrations that can easily cut the skin. Fong Ning wore socks on his feet. Socks could protect the palms but not the feet. After weighing the options, he decided to protect his feet, resulting in more than a dozen small wounds on his hands. Though they weren't serious, they were both painful and itchy. In the wilderness, he could only endure the pain, tying the leaves into a bundle with vine, then converting them into cards. The leaves were not heavy but bulky, a bundle weighed more than 20 pounds, making it very strenuous to carry. After converting into cards, the leaves instantly shrank into a palm-sized card, and did not take up any carrying weight, which was extremely convenient. Fong Ning continued to easily collect leaves and sticks, and his chi attribute was slowly recovering. He estimated that after converting one more bundle of leaves, his chi would be almost depleted. At this time, the card space's carrying weight had reached 57.3. When he converted a large bundle of leaves and 7 thick sticks into cards together, the load soared to 108.6. Only then did Fong Ning truly realize that the carrying weight of his card space was far more complicated than he had imagined. A strange heaviness enveloped his whole body as he opened his character card to check. Status: Everlasting Life, Enlightenment, Overweight. Overweight, you are overweight. He ignored the irrelevant remark, focusing on feeling the heaviness. He tried taking a few steps and found this sense of being overweight very strange. It wasn't like the backpack suddenly became heavier, but rather the whole body was being suppressed by a certain force. It was somewhat like gravity had been amplified. Fong Ning tried again, and as long as the load exceeded 84, he clearly felt the gravity double. By calculation, when the load is about 70% or less, there is no feeling, but exceeding that causes sluggish movement. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. This overweight state might become a new way to train his physical strength. But there was no time to think further for now. He turned the cards into physical objects, bound 5 thick wooden sticks together with vine, and turned the rest of the sticks and leaves back into cards. Keeping the total weight at 83.2, the overweight state disappeared. He carried more than 20 pounds of sticks and walked out of the jungle. Being overweight not only restricted movement but also slowed reactions, so he preferred to carry the load himself rather than remain in that state continuously. During this period of gathering materials, Fong Ning disturbed quite a few snakes. After all, it is a tropical jungle, and there are frighteningly many snakes. Fortunately, these snakes were not very aggressive towards him, otherwise, he would have been bitten long ago. Don't get the wrong idea, it's just that his body stiffened from being terrified, and his heart was pounding wildly. Who isn't afraid when encountering a snake? Just seeing one is enough to make anyone uneasy. When leaving the jungle, Fong Ning even had the thought of never going back in. Although there is plenty of food here, entering the jungle means you could become prey. The two are interdependent and restraining each other. Calming his anxious mood, he carried a wooden stick and headed to the small forest on the island. The sky was thick with dark clouds, the cloud layer low and heavy, and the sea breeze gradually weakening. Everything seemed still before the storm. Trembling with fear, he returned to the jungle and without delay manifested the card, placing the materials at the chosen building site. Energy is exhausted and is slowly recovering. The coconut leaves could only be dragged by himself, laboriously pulled into the small grove. After dragging 6 leaves, Fong Ning estimated the area, confirmed it was enough, and immediately began building the rain shelter. The sea breeze gradually weakened, only occasionally gusting strongly before calming again. Fong Ning silently prayed, don't rain, just wait for me a little longer, please." His hands didn't stop, racing against time. Building the rain shelter, the first step was to set up the frame. He chose a spot where 2 unfamiliar trees were 3 meters apart. The leaves were oval and broad. The trunks were straight and sturdy, suitable for support pillars. Fong Ning used a large stone to smash 2 indentations on each trunk at about forehead height, then used a coconut opening stone to carve them into notches. Next, he found 2 thick, straight wooden sticks, dug holes in the ground beside the trees, and inserted them into the soil about 10 centimeters deep, enough to provide support. With this support, he placed the longest small branch on top. It wasn't an ordinary stick, it was a small branch he broke off in the jungle. The trees here all grew straight to compete for sunlight. Breaking it wasn't easy. Fong Ning smashed the trunk with a stone, then lay on the ground and bit through the fiber layer with his mouth. Though exhausting, time was tight, and it had to be done. He placed the stick in the notch at the top of the 2 vertical sticks. With solid support underneath, the beam was basically fixed. Then he crossed vine strips around the trunk and sticks, tying them into an X knot and tightening the ends. He repeated the same process on the other side, completing the beam's top frame. When building a shelter outdoors, especially a triangular or covered shelter, the beam's top is crucial. If the top beam is unstable, it might collapse on you while sleeping. Many survivors choose to build shelters using natural terrain for this reason. It's best to choose a spot that doesn't require a beam, it saves time and is safer. But Fong Ning obviously wasn't that lucky. The terrain here wasn't suitable, so he had to do it himself. He found 7 wooden sticks, 2 3 meters long, and 5 of similar length. He took out 3 sticks the same length as the ones used for support before, leaned 2 diagonally against the tree, smashed small pits with stones to prevent slipping, and the last one was laid horizontally in the middle of the beam, then tied tightly with rattan. After finishing these, dull thunder echoed from the sky. Damn, it was going to rain. Although anxious, shelter building had to be done step by step. Cards could be transported but not accomplished all at once, survival depended on doing it oneself. He took out the last 3-meter stick, laid it horizontally in the middle of the slope, and tied it between the 3 diagonal sticks, forming a shaped frame. The slope frame was set up, but he couldn't feel happy at all because the rain had started. Man plans, but heaven disposes. Just as the thunder began, a heavy downpour poured down. Fong Ning stopped working and suddenly patted himself. A flash of white light, and he appeared naked in the jungle, instantly stripped of all his clothes. He began wiping his body with rainwater, like taking a shower. Don't get me wrong, he's not a pervert. He had discovered early on that once the same item was transformed into a card, it no longer consumed, and the conversion was instantaneous. He had converted his clothes into cards beforehand and kept them, which was extremely valuable in the wilderness. The rain shelter wasn't set up properly. He didn't know how long it had been raining. Wearing wet clothes was uncomfortable and could easily cause illness. Since he couldn't dry them, he had no choice but to hurry and set up a rain shelter in the pouring rain. The clothes had to be taken off first. To keep his clothes dry, Fong Ning had to turn them into cards and store them away. In this dense forest, he could only run naked. The rain was getting heavier, each raindrop hitting his head like a bullet, pounding him like a wooden fish, causing both pain and dizziness. The rain kept falling, creating a grim atmosphere. Fong Ning pressed his lips tightly and, braving the heavy rain, laid 5 coconut leaves on the left slope. He had miscalculated earlier. When building, he discovered that half of the slope actually required 5 coconut leaves. He tied the leaf stems and leaf blades to wooden sticks with thin vines. The rainwater made the leaves uncooperative, and Fong Ning struggled quite a bit. He was naked, shivering under the cold rain. At first, the chill was bone-freezing, but his body gradually adjusted its temperature to resist the cold. Soon, the icy sensation lessened, and his limbs regained flexibility. But Fong Ning understood this was only temporary. The body continuously consumed energy to generate heat, and the rain quickly took the heat away. If the heat couldn't be replenished, a bacterial fever could strike at any moment, making life and death uncertain. However, if he wiped dry and kept warm promptly after a short time in the rain, it wouldn't be a big problem, much like winter swimming or taking a cold shower in winter. Earlier, he repeatedly wiped his body with rainwater to help his body adapt to the chill and avoid overburdening his heart. He could only endure about 5 minutes in the rain, equivalent to a quick cold shower. The longer the exposure, the greater the risk of fever. Fortunately, only the sloped surface needed covering. After tying 5 coconut leaves in place, the grass leaves only needed to be interwoven and layered, not requiring much effort. Fong Ning barely managed to lay the leaves before his body grew too cold. This rain shelter was half completed. He stacked the remaining leaves on one side like tiles all at once. Time was tight, and the layering was not tight enough. To prevent rain from leaking inside, he could only make a half-secure space for now. After finishing, Fong Ning, like a featherless duck, with his pale white backside, crawled into the rain shelter, crouching in the half-covered area, shivering. As soon as he squatted down, he couldn't help but sneeze, transparent mucus running down. Fong Ning felt his body temperature continuously dropping, with the raindrops on him constantly carrying away heat. The rain shelter was built fairly sturdily, at least preventing the heavy rain from directly soaking him. To protect against the rain, Fong Ning braved the downpour to adjust the leaves, allowing the rainwater to flow down the grass leaves to the ground instead of dripping onto himself. After setting up the rain shelter, he placed the collected grass leaves and branches under his feet, separating them from the cold soil. Sneezing, Fong Ning knew his body needed to warm up as soon as possible. His whole body started trembling. He reached out with his cold hands to find a pair of black CK underwear in the card space. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and materialized the underwear. After retrieving it, he stretched it out of the rain shelter and rubbed it with rainwater a few times to clean it. Fortunately, he changed his underwear regularly, so it wasn't too dirty. After wringing out the underwear, he used it to wipe the rainwater off his body. His body was no longer cold, and his temperature began to rise. Then, he materialized a black down jacket, wrapped it around himself, and relied on the jacket's warmth and windproof qualities to stabilize his body temperature. Just after drying his body, he felt so hot his face was burning. Fong Ning didn't rush to put on a sweater. Instead, he buttoned up his down jacket, leaving a small opening for ventilation, slowly adjusting his body temperature between hot and cold. Gradually, his body returned to normal. His legs went numb from squatting, and Fong Ning finally felt his body temperature was almost back. His face wasn't hot, his head wasn't warm, and his hair was dry, making his scalp feel much better. But once his body stabilized, he felt a wave of chill come over him. This cold wasn't the bone-chilling kind that makes your hair stand on end like before, just an ordinary coolness. Fong Ning exhaled, knowing he had narrowly escaped a crisis. He slowly stood up, clapped his hands, and the sweater appeared on him out of thin air. With another clap, the long johns were also on. This was an ability he discovered from the card space. Besides instantly undressing, he could change clothes with one click, which was extremely convenient. After putting on the clothes, his body temperature gradually stabilized. Fong Ning clapped again, and his pants and down jacket were also put on, with the zipper pulled up. Although his body was tired, his temperature was normal, and his condition was not sluggish, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, there is card space. If the clothes get wet, taking them off would freeze you to death, but wearing them lets the rain carry away your body heat. That would be truly desperate. Touching the dry clothes, Fong Ning smirked proudly, "Humph, as smart as I am." The temperature stabilized, but the heat previously consumed did not come from nowhere. He was exhausted all over now, only wanting to collapse and sleep. But sleeping now would be asking for death. Tonight, it was probably impossible to sleep. At most, he could get some rest after dawn when the temperature rose. Although the daytime was precious and wasting search time, there was no other choice. The body is like a car full of holes and wounds, with problems everywhere, protecting one place while injuring another. Only part of it can be sacrificed. To stay alive, he sacrifices sleep. To sleep, he sacrifices food. On others, this would undoubtedly be slow suicide. But Fong Ning has cheats, he knows the score. He can't sleep now, can't go out. Is there still something to do? There is. Open the coconut. He picked up 5 coconuts before, but today he only ate 1. Thank God, he also ate something on the plane, so he had the strength to keep going. But there isn't much left. If he doesn't replenish water and food soon, he will completely collapse. He took out a green coconut, as usual, smashed open the shell, peeled it, carved a hole with a stone, and took a satisfying sip of coconut water. Many people think drinking too much coconut water will cause diarrhea, but actually, coconut water is perfect. It can replenish trace elements, quench thirst, and its sugar content can provide energy. In emergencies, coconut water can even be used as a nutrient solution directly injected into the body. Under normal circumstances, drinking too much coconut water will not cause diarrhea. At most it will increase the burden on the bladder. But some people experience diarrhea as soon as they drink coconut water. This is not a matter of drinking too much, but because their digestive system is relatively weak. They may also have diarrhea after drinking coffee, milk, cola, or even water. With a weak digestive system and exposure to wind, diarrhea is almost inevitable. Many people who travel to Hainan and say they get diarrhea from drinking coconut juice are mostly for this reason. The climate there is mild, and everyone dresses lightly, but most young people are sub-healthy, have irregular diets, stay up late often, and frequently eat takeout. If you don't have diarrhea, then who does? This isn't a problem with the drink, it's a problem with the body and requires care. Fong Ning's body is weak, and his digestive ability is poor, so drinking a large amount of coconut water may cause diarrhea. Therefore, he doesn't gulp down coconut water all at once but drinks a few sips and then pauses, giving his stomach time to digest and reducing the risk of diarrhea. He finished drinking the coconut juice and even scraped out the flesh to eat it clean. The tool for opening the coconut had long been prepared. After eating 2 coconuts, the rain outside still hadn't stopped. He placed 1/2 of the coconut shell outside the canopy to collect rainwater, used other coconut shells as padding under his buttocks, and sat quietly inside the canopy watching the heavy rain outside, waiting for nightfall. At 19:38, Fong Ning glanced at the time. Outside the canopy, it was already pitch dark, and the heavy rain was still falling, having lasted for nearly 4 hours. He didn't know how long the rain would continue, but if it went on much longer, it would be troublesome. The canopy overhead wasn't securely fixed, the panels were only temporarily fastened. At first, they could block the rain, but after 4 hours, they were washed open, and in some places, it began to leak, dripping onto the down jacket. Fong Ning tried to patch it up in the dark, but the more he tried, the worse it got. Originally just a small hole, after repair it turned into a faucet, with cold rainwater flowing down his arm into his armpit, making him shiver uncontrollably. Unable to fix it, he could only avoid the leaking spot, curling up in a corner smaller than his backside, wearing the down jacket hood, bowing his head and hugging his knees, using the down jacket's waterproofing to resist the rain. Fong Ning squatted there alone and helplessly, not knowing how much time had passed. Even the wet branches had been warmed by him sitting on them. His joints were stiff as if glued together. Suddenly, he came to his senses and noticed there was no sound of rain. Slowly lifting his head, he took off the down jacket hood and looked outside the canopy. The water drops outside the canopy were actually water dripping slowly from the branches. Under the bright moonlight, he confirmed the rain had stopped. The moonlight on this island is surprisingly bright. He opened the card space and saw that it was only 0:12 a.m., just 4 hours had passed. He actually thought an entire night had gone by. Fong Ning slowly moved his body, joints creaking, waist sore and legs aching. He reached out to feel outside, confirmed the rain had stopped, then painfully climbed out from under the canopy, moving his limbs like a robot. Finally, barely regaining flexibility, he looked up at the sky. The moon before his eyes was astonishingly large, its silvery light bathing the island, illuminating it like daylight. The moon was so close that he could almost see the craters on its surface. Under the moonlight, the island shone as if the lights were on. He went to the back of the canopy and found that with this moonlight, he could continue the work delayed by the rain during the day. Fong Ning deeply realized the importance of a reliable shelter. The rain had stopped, but he still had nowhere to rest properly. After pulling himself together, he took out the materials he had prepared earlier, shook off the rainwater from the coconut leaves, and firmly tied them with moist and flexible vines. He first fixed the coconut leaves as the main structure, then wove the slope layer by layer with long, thin grass blades. Focused on his work, his drowsiness gradually faded. By the time he used up all the leaves, it was 2 a.m., and Fong Ning's rain shelter was finally completed. The triangular rain shelter made from 2 straight wooden poles was fairly spacious, about 2.5 meters long, enough for Fong Ning to stretch out. Its height was close to 1 meter, although he couldn't stand upright and had to bend halfway, it was sufficient for now. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Before it rained, the rain shelter in Fong Ning's mind looked like this. After sheltering from the rain for a night, he personally felt the shortcomings of this simple rain shelter. For example, if the front and sides are uncovered, when the wind blows, the canopy becomes useless. Moreover, the slope is too thin. The rain on the island is much heavier than in the city and can easily penetrate and leak through, which Fong Ning definitely doesn't want to wake up to in the middle of the night. And for the ground, he needs a bed to separate himself from the floor so he won't catch a cold while sleeping. Pots and pans, food, clothes, firewood, tools, thoughts of various survival supplies and skills keep flooding his mind. This is just the beginning. The canopy needs upgrading, but it's midnight now, Although the moon is bright, it is not a good time to enter the jungle. Fong Ning could only sit quietly in the simple shelter, gazing at the moonlight and contemplating the next plan. Half awake, Fong Ning woke up to the next day. He stepped out of the canopy and walked aimlessly on the beach. For some reason, he began talking to himself. This is my second day on the deserted island, the sun is very strong, I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving, I need to find something to eat quickly. Suddenly, he saw something in the sandpit ahead. Look quickly, what is that? He exclaimed, pointing at the sandpit. He hurried over, eyes wide open, and said excitedly, it's instant noodles. A pack of wild instant noodles. He took a pack of old jar sauerkraut beef noodles out of the sandpit, and underneath there was actually an egg and a sausage. Look, there's also an egg and a sausage here. We have food. Fong Ning happily packed the items into his backpack and turned to walk toward the cave. Passing by a puddle near the cave, he found a large lobster and caught it without any resistance. Fong Ning excitedly entered the cave, lifted the lid of the pot, and placed the lobster inside. The fire beneath the pot was strong, and soon a rich lobster aroma filled the air. Lifting the lid, a bowl of garlic-flavored big lobster appeared before him. Fong Ning picked up the instant noodles that had been soaked nearby, slurped a mouthful of the soup-soaked noodles, then grabbed a large piece of lobster meat and ate it with relish. The taste was delicious, and he closed his eyes in delight. After swallowing, he said satisfactorily, "Brothers, it's clean and hygienic." But suddenly, the water in the pot began to boil, and a black and white banded silver snake suddenly shot out of the pot, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed Fong Ning in one gulp. "Ah!" he screamed. Under the rain shelter, Fong Ning suddenly opened his eyes, screaming as he fell backward, his back aching sharply from the tree branches. He looked around. Where was the giant snake? Where were the lobsters and wild instant noodles? It was just a dream. No, this was not a dream. Fong Ning put away his complicated feelings and crawled out from under the rain shelter. He had slept off and on last night, so his spirit was fairly good. But his stomach was growling loudly. He rubbed his belly and said with a bitter smile, "I'm hungry." He had only eaten 3 pieces of coconut flesh yesterday, worked hard all day, and hadn't eaten properly, so his stomach was naturally protesting. He was also a bit thirsty. Without opening the cards, he already knew he was currently in 3 major negative states: thirst, hunger, and fatigue. After opening the cards to confirm, he found that the previous clear mind buff had disappeared. No wonder he had nightmares last night and felt sluggish in the morning. It seemed the mental buff was gone. Thinking back to getting caught in the rain and chilled last night, it was only thanks to the clear mind buff and the wood spirit pearl's endless vitality ability that he managed to boost his resistance and get through safely. Having lost clear mind, he was more cautious. Carrying these 3 negative states, it wasn't very suitable to go out. Fong Ning decided to first eat the remaining 2 coconuts as his first meal, to eliminate 2 of the negative states. When he used the reef knife to split open the first coconut, the blade that had accompanied him through the night suddenly snapped. Although the reef knife was sharp, the stone material was not sturdy enough due to seawater erosion, and ultimately could not bear the heavy burden. After opening 3 coconuts, Fong Ning realized that the sharpest end had broken off at the opening while opening the coconuts. He exerted some effort to pull out the broken part and drank all the water inside the coconut. The sound of water sloshing in his stomach was clear, and he was no longer thirsty. He cracked open the coconut and used the broken stone shard to scoop out and eat the flesh. The stone knife broke, and the remaining coconuts had to be abandoned. Fortunately, the thirst status disappeared, and the hydration bar was already full. Hunger remained, but the fullness progress still had 1/3 to go. Fong Ning put away the cards. Although he was not in good condition, there was nothing he could do. Waking up on the island after a night, returning home was hopeless, and his sense of luck faded. He decided to work hard for the future. The goal was simple: find food, sticks, shelter materials, and fuel. It rained last night, and the wood got wet, but if placed on the beach to dry, it might be dry by night. Fong Ning's greatest wish is to have a bite of hot food. He is not in good health and has only eaten coconut meat and drunk coconut water since yesterday. His stomach is growling, continuing to eat coconut might not hold him. Before leaving the small grove, he picked a few large leaves and tucked them into his collar to shield his neck from the sun. He almost got sunburned yesterday, the UV rays are very strong. Walking on the gravel to the beach, the soles of his socks were covered with dirt and grime, which hardened like a shell when dry, actually protecting the soles of his feet and making it painless to step on rocks. He headed straight for the rocky area. This place is usually submerged by seawater and only revealed at low tide. Although last night's dream was scary, it reminded him that aquatic creatures would be stranded on the beach during low tide. Although it is daylight and not the best time for tide pooling, there might be unexpected gains. As long as he finds fish, shellfish, or crabs, he will have meat to eat tonight. Thinking of this, Fong Ning's throat felt dry, as if he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He carefully walked on the rocks. These rocks were unusually sharp, requiring extra caution. If it weren't for food, he wouldn't dare to step in here so easily. Fong Ning stepped onto a large rock, steadied himself, and began to look around. Just as he had expected, this rocky area hid many treasures. This place was full of uneven small pools, containing the sea's hidden gifts. Fong Ning dodged left and right among the rocks, then stopped, standing on a rock, opened his card, and the corners of his eyes curved up, showing the simple smile of a farmer at harvest. Finally, he could eat meat today. This uninhabited island was deserted, previously only seagulls visited the beach. Fong Ning made a simple round around the outer reef and caught 3 unknown sea fish, along with some shellfish and crabs. The smallest fish was palm-sized, and the largest one was as long as 1.5 arms, all found in the tide pools. The biggest fish was even stranded on the beach, its mouth opening and closing, clearly still alive. He immediately converted these 3 fish into cards and conducted a test. The result was satisfactory. Fong Ning's card ability could convert living creatures, and unlike in novels, the fish did not die after conversion. After becoming cards, the fish were still lively and active. It seemed the card space could sustain living organisms. He noted this and continued to study other cards. This time he converted all his catches into 8 cards, 3 sea fish, 3 conches, and 2 crabs. The card descriptions were roughly the same, except for the weight. All other information was vague, which left him quite puzzled. Looks like they might be edible? Fong Ning wondered. The previous information from the wooden spirit pearl was detailed. Why was this so brief? He guessed that the information might be generated based on his own knowledge. Only familiar things showed complete details, unfamiliar ones were blurred and unclear. This explains the description on the card. Since he wasn't sure about the sea fish and sea snail, it said, "Seems edible, but better to cook before eating." As soon as the crab appeared, Fong Ning felt it was edible. The content on the card was obviously information about consumption. But this still couldn't explain the secret of the wood spirit pearl. Fong Ning was puzzled in his heart. Could this card have another use? He manifested the sea fish card and held it tightly in his hand. The card transformed from space, yet it could still be held like an ordinary card. The card had no backside, both sides contained the same information. Its layout was like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, the name at the top, the illustration in the middle, and the description below. If it were an electronic device, the bottom would also show durability and battery level. Fong Ning tentatively said to the card, "Ident, if a?" As soon as the words fell, the card suddenly emitted a suction force. He immediately understood what the card wanted to absorb. The suction wasn't strong, and he could refuse it at any time. So he opened the character card's chi attribute and accepted this suction. As expected, he felt something inside him being absorbed by the card, and the internal chi attribute rapidly declined. The consumption was 3 times higher than simply transforming sea fish. After the internal chi decreased, the card flashed a white light, and the information suddenly changed drastically. Grouper. Description: Grouper prefers to inhabit rocky reefs, gravel, and coral reefs near coastal islands. Body color is black-gray with spots. Flesh is tender and delicious, rich in nutrients, edible. Weight: 2.3. Excitement flashed in Fong Ning's eyes as he quickly appraised the remaining 2 sea fish cards. Black sea bream. Description: Black sea bream prefers to inhabit sandy or muddy bottoms or rocky reef areas. Oval-shaped body, dorsal fin with sharp spines, flesh is delicious and edible. Weight, 1.8. Flounder. Description: flounder inhabits shallow sandy seabeds, body flattened sideways, asymmetrical left and right, both eyes on one side of the head, flesh is delicious and edible. Weight, 2.1. The originally generic sea fish title, upon identification, not only revealed a specific name but also provided detailed information on edibility and habitat. Fong Ning, seeing the remaining abundant internal energy, hardened his heart and identified the conch and crab as well. Conch. Description: conch, a mollusk, prefers to inhabit coastal rocky reefs, gravel, and coral reefs. Its flesh is tender and edible. Weight, 0.1. Rock crab. Description: rock crab, aquatic crustacean, inhabits under reefs or rock crevices, entirely black, edible. Weight, 0.1. To Fong Ning's surprise, only one card was identified for the conch and crab, the other cards all changed together. It seems that for cards of the same type, identifying once is enough. After identifying 5 cards in one go, Fong Ning felt a significant drain on his internal energy. Whether it was psychological or real, there was no feeling of exhaustion after using up internal energy yesterday, but today, after using only a small amount, his body began to weaken and his legs grew weak. Inner Chi, 3.6/6. He moved slightly, confirming this was not an illusion. His body felt hollowed out, so weak that even speaking was somewhat difficult. Clearly, there was still quite a bit of inner chi left. Suddenly, he discovered the reason. A negative status appeared on the card. Chi deficiency, essence and blood depleted, insufficient inner chi, weak body and shortness of breath, reduced immunity and recovery ability, weakened mental resistance. "What the hell, am I fatigued?" he exclaimed. His internal energy wasn't fully depleted. He was fine yesterday, so why was he fatigued today? Just as the doubt arose, he figured it out. He had just arrived on the island yesterday, ate during the day, and had plenty of physical energy. Even if his internal energy was exhausted, it could quickly recover. But he had consumed too much yesterday, didn't sleep well at night, and got caught in the rain. Under these circumstances, not falling ill was already good, feeling weak was normal. Besides, he only ate a few coconuts, which didn't provide enough energy. After what felt like charging up 20 times in a day, it was no wonder he felt fatigued. Thinking of this, Fong Ning quickly checked the satiation in the essence attribute bar. Satiation, 0/10. Empty? Clearly ate wild fruit in the morning, and the satiation was still at 1/3, so how did it disappear in less than an hour? He looked at the internal energy again, which had not recovered at all, and sighed. It seems that the relationship between essence energy spirit is far more complex than he thought. During this period, he only used internal energy to identify cards, but his satiety level dropped significantly, apparently related to the consumption of internal energy. Thinking carefully, internal energy should be a reflection of the body's energy, and energy conversion cannot happen out of thin air. In other words, the recovery of internal energy depends on food, which is the body's essence. Suddenly, Fong Ning had an epiphany: isn't this just refining essence into energy? Immediately, his mood brightened. Although his body was weak, with a deeper understanding of his ability, he actually felt quite happy. Using Chi deficiency to obtain card identification and understanding of essence, energy, and spirit, Fong Ning felt it was worth it. Since he knew the cause of the Chi deficiency, he understood that supplementing food was the most crucial. Only with something in his stomach could his internal Chi recover. Otherwise, if the deficit continued, the card abilities couldn't be used. 3 sea fish, along with a conch and a crab, plus a coconut, should be enough for a good meal. Thinking of this, Fong Ning abandoned the idea of staying longer in the reef area. He had already patrolled the outskirts, venturing deeper was too risky. He could still stand firm on the outer reef rocks, but those covered with black moss inside were slippery with just one step. If he fell, the sharp reef rocks would definitely cause deep cuts. This was no fantasy. Anyone who had been on the reef knew that cuts from the rocks were smooth but difficult to heal and bled heavily. Fong Ning had been scratched there years ago and remembered it vividly. His legs felt weak, so he decisively retreated to the reef area. His frail body made him more cautious. In some places, he preferred to squat and slowly turn over rather than jump across. Going in is easy, coming out is hard. When he stepped onto the sand, he felt even weaker, as if his feet were stepping on cotton. Returning to the rain shelter, even though he was just walking, Fong Ning was already out of breath. He couldn't do this next time. He deeply realized how dangerous it was to overuse his internal energy when his body was weak. The card space ability is useful, but the conversion still consumes his own energy. It seems to save time but actually doesn't save much effort, and may even consume more. Fong Ning appeared graceful when converting cards, but in reality, his physical strength and energy were being drained. It looked like a day's consumption, but the energy used was enough to last him 2 or 3 days. This was why he was so weak now. They brought opportunities, but also risks. He realized how foolish it was to recklessly use internal energy to convert cards before. Some wood could be piled up and shipped directly without conversion, saving effort. But then he thought again and felt something was off. If he hadn't converted cards yesterday, building the rain shelter would have been tighter on time, and he would have been exposed to the rain longer. It might not have been possible to build the shelter at all. Some things seemed to have no choice but to be resolved like this, helplessly. Various thoughts surged in his mind. His weak body made it difficult for Fong Ning to concentrate. He shouldn't have overthought it, but lacking internal strength and with his spirit disturbed, his mind was restless, unable to control himself. Thoughts were chaotic and disorganized. His mind was first filled with random thoughts, then completely blank. He actually sat there dazed. Fong Ning shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate. Fong Ning. Be serious. Stop spacing out. He slapped his face several times with his palm and felt a bit more awake. Time was pressing, he had to quickly replenish his strength. He had a vague premonition that if he didn't recover in time, it might be the end of his life. Make a fire, right? I need to make a fire. Dazed and confused, Fong Ning began to fumble around. Where's the lighter? After patting himself down for a long time, he finally remembered he didn't have one and had to start a fire by drilling wood. So he sifted through the dry firewood that had been converted into cards yesterday and picked out a drill stick and a pressure plate. Distracted, he searched for a long time before finally selecting the suitable stick and pressure plate. He slapped his face again, stared at his bloodshot eyes, and forced himself to stay awake. Started digging a hole in the stick with the recently picked up reef knife. So sleepy. Eyelids grew heavier and heavier, a strong drowsiness surged, and the hand unintentionally put down the tool. Just before falling asleep, Fong Ning suddenly woke up with a start. How did this happen to me? He realized something was seriously wrong and opened his character card. The screen displayed 11/60. Essence 0.9/3. Chi 1.1/6. Spirit 1.2 out of 5. Load 6.9/120. Status: vitality increasing, chi deficiency, fatigue, hunger, thirst, mental weakness. The three-dimensional attributes are nearly depleted, and the status bar is filled with 5 negative effects: chi deficiency, fatigue, hunger, thirst, mental weakness. Am I about to die here? Mental weakness, chi deficiency and weakness, insufficient spiritual energy, mental weakness, greatly reduced resistance, weakened willpower. After seeing the negative status of neurasthenia, Fong Ning finally understood why he was always dazed and lost in thought, why he couldn't summon any energy, and why he was constantly sleepy. It turned out that all of this was caused by neurasthenia. And this, neurasthenia, was triggered by his chi deficiency. Because of chi deficiency, the energy in his body wasn't replenished, causing his spirit to deteriorate as well. The three main attributes are closely connected: pull one hair and the whole body moves. At this moment, Fong Ning realized that his first life or death crisis on this island had arrived. His previous carelessness caused his chi to weaken, which in turn brought multiple negative statuses. If he didn't resolve them quickly, his mental state would worsen, even leading to a loss of will to survive. Now, Fong Ning already felt extremely fragile mentally, on the verge of tears, and even thought that death might be a relief. Life 2/10. Life, 6/10. If he opened the God interface, Fong Ning could clearly see his will to survive constantly declining, while his desire for death was climbing. In a critical moment, he fiercely pinched his thigh 3 times. Although his skin bruised, the pain jolted him awake, and his will to live quickly rebounded, overpowering the death wish. Life, 8/10. Death, 4/10. Taking advantage of this brief clarity, Fong Ning began to search for a way to break the deadlock. Ultimately, there was only one reason: hunger. Moreover, this hunger was not only physical but also an extreme mental starvation. Ordinary people cannot consciously deplete their internal energy, let alone recover it quickly. But the card ability gave Fong Ning this special power, breaking through the body's limits. Because of this, he overdrew his internal energy, leading to his current state of both physical and mental hunger. This state is almost impossible in reality. Only Fong Ning can ignore the instinct to conserve internal energy, which also makes his condition so severe. However, the solution was simple: eat well and get enough sleep. As long as he replenished his energy properly, his internal energy would quickly recover, and his spirit would improve accordingly. A blessing and a curse is the. Perhaps it was a burst of potential. At the moment of life and death, Fong Ning's mind was extraordinarily clear, quickly finding all the answers and defining the way to break through. He decisively put down the unlit fire-starting tool in his hand. At this moment, without fire, his body was cooling down first. Fong Ning thought of a method he had been considering for a long time. With one flip of his hand, he gained an extra card. A flash of white light, and the card transformed into his Xiaomi phone. Looking at the brand new phone and the saved videos, albums, and novels inside, Fong Ning closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with determination. He struck the phone that had accompanied him for 2 months hard with a wooden stick until it cracked. He opened the casing and carefully took out the phone battery. He took a tissue out of his pocket and crumpled it into a soft ball. He also took out a cigarette pack and took the foil from the back. Cut a strip of aluminum foil with a small knife, wide on both sides and narrow in the middle. Fong Ning took a breath and pressed the silver side of the foil against the positive terminal of the battery, with the other end against the negative terminal, the paper ball near the middle. His fingertips warmed slightly. The circuit shorted, and sparks flew from the middle of the foil, igniting the paper ball. He quickly covered the burning paper ball with the extracted coconut husk. Coconut husk fibers are flammable and contain oil, causing the fire to grow larger. Then he kept adding thin twigs, and the flames burned increasingly brighter. Without a phone, the bonfire was lit, and this fire brought a glimmer of hope for survival. Fong Ning drew the sea harvest cards and placed the conch and rock crab by the fire to roast. After hesitating, he turned over the black sea bream and took the first bite. The feeling of raw fish was terrible. He thought that being starving to the extreme would make him fearless, but unexpectedly his senses became even more acute. The slimy mucus and fish scales stuck on the fish, along with the heavy fishy smell, made it hard for him to swallow. The bitten fish meat was not dared to be chewed, swallowed directly, but got stuck in the throat by the fish scales, causing unbearable nausea. Despite this, the deliciousness of the fish meat made him unable to resist taking another bite. Fong Ning gnawed on the fish meat while continuously gagging, tears and snot uncontrollably flowing. The black sea bream in his hand was still alive, its tail constantly flicking, mouth opening and closing, and dorsal fin spines erect, but it was no match for the frenzied Fong Ning. One side of the fish was almost completely gnawed away, with the tail weakly twitching. After eating half a fish, Fong Ning finally stopped. Having food in his stomach, he felt his spirits no longer slipping away, as if his body was adapting to the changes brought by the cards. He no longer gnawed crazily, regaining composure, but still felt nausea in his mouth, with fish scales stuck on his lips, causing him to gag again. Unable to spit it out, he could only force himself to swallow. To suppress the urge to vomit, he grabbed some grass leaves and stuffed them into his mouth. The bitter taste temporarily overshadowed the fishy smell. Only when the grass taste became unbearable did he spit out the leaves and exhale deeply to dispel the strange taste in his mouth. For the remaining black sea bream, Fong Ning skewered it from mouth to tail with a wooden stick and roasted it over the fire. The crab and sea snail were also grilled for more than 20 minutes. The sea snail meat emitted an enticing aroma, and the crab shell turned bright red, even slightly charred. The fish scales on the outside of the fish were burnt, and the flesh had a golden brown color. Fong Ning didn't eat the fish immediately but let it cool. Then, he used his reef knife to shave off wooden splinters, stuck them into the sea snail meat, and with a gentle lift, a large chunk of steaming snail meat was extracted. Hanging from the end was a yellow spiral strip, which was the sea snail's stomach and excretion area. Fong Ning tore it off, leaving only the snowy white, tender snail meat. He eagerly took a bite. The scalding hot snail meat melted in his mouth, and the warm sensation made him sigh with satisfaction. When he bit into the juicy snail meat, some seawater came out, and the natural salty flavor enhanced the freshness. Fong Ning chewed and swallowed it in a few bites, then picked out the remaining 2 pieces of sea snail meat and ate them just as relishfully. Delicious. After eating 3 pieces of conch meat, Fong Ning's stomach finally stopped growling. With his hunger eased, he picked up the not-so-hot grilled black sea bream, peeled off the charred scales, and began eating the fish. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished half a fish and 2 crabs completely. He deliberately kept the fish bones, planning to soak them in lime water to use as tools. As for the crabs, he gnawed on them, shells and all. After finishing these, he still didn't feel full, so he started grilling the flounder. When taking out the flounder card, Fong Ning noticed a number 95% in the lower right corner of the card. Suddenly realizing, information flashed into his mind. This fish was actually already dead, and had died as a card inside the card space. The 95% indicates the shelf life of the fish meat. Once it drops to 0, it can no longer be eaten. He casually glanced at the grouper card and saw that the number was also 95%. It seems that the card space is not like the storage space in novels. Food cannot be preserved indefinitely. In the future, when catching seafood, he needs to consider preservation issues. It's best to pickle or dry it to extend the shelf life. While roasting the flounder, he used a piece of reef rock to open the last coconut. After drinking the coconut water inside, the thirst buff slowly faded away. When digging out the flesh, he even ate the fish meat mixed with the flesh. Although he was worried it might cause diarrhea, there was no time to worry about that now. If he dared to eat raw fish meat, what was there to be afraid of? After swallowing the flesh, he put the coconut shell that collected rainwater on the fire to heat it, and the rainwater soon boiled. Carefully moving it aside, he placed it in the corner under the shelter and covered it with leaves, having made a bit of fresh water reserve. After eating and drinking his fill, sleepiness returned. Fong Ning opened the character card and saw that only 3 negative statuses remained in the status bar: chi deficiency, fatigue, and mental weakness. At some point, a positive buff had appeared: well-fed, full and satisfied, mental resistance, willpower, and recovery improved. Seeing this buff, Fong Ning happily patted his thigh. After eating his fill and drinking enough, Fong Ning felt a great boost in his mental state. It turned out he had obtained a triple buff. He had a premonition that as long as he got a good sleep and recovered his energy, everything would get better. Thinking about sleeping, he stepped out of the canopy, looked up at the blue sky, and confirmed the weather was clear with no signs of rain. But the ground inside the canopy was a bit hard and not very suitable for sleeping. So, he walked to the beach, tore off dry coconut leaves, and laid down a simple mattress about 1 to 2 centimeters thick. Lying down, he felt quite comfortable, so exhausted he almost didn't want to get up. But he still struggled to rise, added some firewood, and roasted the last grouper fish. Looking at the roasted fish, he tried to convert it into a card. Fortunately, the grilled fish still retained the essence of fish, consuming no extra internal energy. Grilled grouper. Description: grilled grouper, edible. Weight: 2.2. Breathing a sigh of relief, Fong Ning closed the card space, put on his down jacket, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Woke up in the middle of the night. The campfire was already out, and the cold wind was howling. The fire pit had been extinguished by the sea breeze, not even leaving a single spark. Fong Ning groped around to feel the wind strength, knowing that even with a lighter it would be difficult to relight the flame. He understood that to keep a fire going on this island, he would need to build a stone fire pit to block the wind. But fortunately, he had traded a phone for a lithium battery that could spark frequently, giving him many chances for short-circuit ignition. This also gave him enough time to practice fire by friction, just not knowing how much longer this battery would last. Thinking of the battery, Fong Ning quickly pulled it out of his pocket. A flash of white light appeared, and the battery turned into a card. Seeing that the card still had 40% power left, Fong Ning felt much more at ease. Now this battery was as important to him as the wood spirit pearl. He worried the battery might get damp or damaged, so he had to convert it into a card for preservation. After turning it into a card, Fong Ning opened his character card, wanting to check his current status. Fong Ning, 3 out of 60. Stamina, 3/3. Energy, 6/6. Spirit, 6 out of 6. Carry weight, 0.2/144. Status, vitality, hunger, thirst. TSK. The first thing upon opening his eyes was to eat, drink, and relieve himself. The hunger and thirst were expected, but he was even more pleased that the states of qi deficiency and mental fatigue had disappeared. Fong Ning reached out, and a card flew into his hand. With a light flick, a roasted fish appeared out of thin air. Although the fish had cooled, he ate it with great relish. After finishing the last piece of meat, he picked up the glass of cool boiled water beside him and drank it all in one go. Status, vitality. Seeing the hunger and thirst statuses disappear, Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling overjoyed. Perfect. Just as he was about to close the card, Fong Ning suddenly remembered something and glanced at the status bar again. Wait, my god attribute has increased? He stared at the number 6 and touched his chin, recalling it was 5 before. While pondering, he accidentally clicked on the God tab and found an additional sentence at the end. Mental training, divine essence limit +1. When did I train my spirit? Could it be because of the previous incident when I almost got into trouble due to qi deficiency and mental weakness? So this is what training the spirit means, and it can even increase the upper limit of divine energy. Divine energy. Could it be that I really have transmigrated? And into a Xianxia world at that? Thinking about divine energy in the wood spirit pearl, Fong Ning increasingly doubted whether he had entered a fantasy world. He looked around, sensing danger everywhere. In his heart, he became even more wary of the jungle and high mountains behind him. If this were Earth, he could still stroll through the jungle. But now, it might be hiding spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, or even more terrifying fantasy creatures. Fong Ning secretly warned himself that unless absolutely necessary, he must never venture deep into the jungle. Although he was wary in many ways, he was still very happy to see his attributes improve. It felt like playing a simulation game, but the one being played was himself. As long as effort yielded feedback, that was his greatest happiness. Set a small goal first, survive and raise, essence, energy, and spirit, all to 999. Fong Ning joked to himself and happily closed the card. Now that essence, energy, spirit, and inner chi were all full, he had a clearer understanding of his abilities. He was now fully confident about how to survive next. The old method, the 5 essential elements of survival. Water, fire, food, willpower, shelter. Water was no problem, the island had plenty of coconuts, more than enough to drink. The fire source depends on batteries and some unused tin foil. But the island is windy, so to keep the fire going, a stone campfire is needed, which means first making a stone campfire. Fong Ning wrote stone campfire on the ground using twigs. There is no worry about food, with coconuts and seafood available, so starvation won't happen in the short term. But eating seafood every day, please don't let me get high cholesterol or gout. He wrote food again behind stone campfire, but lowered the priority of food a bit, doing the main quest while looking for something nutritionally balanced. After all, I am the one who needs to train essence to 999. Willpower is not afraid. These past 2 days have shown him that as long as he controls negative states, his willpower is absolutely sufficient. Keep a closer eye on the status bar, and willpower can even predict in advance. Finally, it's the shelter. After going around in circles, building a home is still the most crucial. In the past, when playing survival games, it always ended up being a base building simulator. It turns out that building a home is the true essence of survival. Fong Ning looked at the simple awning overhead and felt a desire to live in a better place ignite within him. I just want to feel the warmth of home on this island. He forcefully wrote a word on the ground, home. This is not only a shelter on the island but also his hope. He longs to return to a true home. This is his ultimate goal. The main quest is set, build a home, return home. For these two goals, he will definitely overcome all obstacles. Ah, I feel myself ignited. Fong Ning is full of fighting spirit. The sea breeze seemed to be infected by his will, blowing even stronger. Ha Chu! Fong Ning, who was full of passion, was suddenly cooled through by the strong wind and let out a big sneeze. He zipped his down jacket all the way up. This damn sea wind is really fucking strong. Fong Ning looked at his shaky rain shelter and shook his head. This shelter could only be used temporarily. If he wanted to sleep here soundly, he still had a lot to do. He reached out to wipe away the markings on the ground. Although he said there was enough water and food, in reality, he spent a lot of effort every day just to find meals. Only after securing 3 meals a day could he find time to plan building a home and setting up a bonfire. It was now late at night. Fong Ning had already slept for nearly 10 hours, just ate a grilled fish, and was feeling pretty good. It was recently a full moon, the moonlight like a light had been turned on, the whole island was shrouded in silver white. Except for not being able to do fine work, movement was not hindered. The first night it rained, his condition was poor, and he didn't dare move around at midnight. Tonight, if he kept dazing like this again, he felt he would be excessively lazy. He thought about moving the coconut leaves and coconuts from the beach over here, it should be fine. Without hesitation, he crawled out from under the canopy. Just as he stood up, a gust of wind blew, and his expression changed. Goo, goo 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 goo. His neck tensed, and with a gust of night wind, Fong Ning's stomach ached sharply. It's over. It might be the mix of raw and cooked food eaten during the day, or eating greasy grilled fish right after waking up. In any case, his stomach was upset. Clutching his stomach, he quickly left the canopy, found a secluded corner, squatted down, and began to deal with the third matter of eating, drinking, and excreting. Diarrhea might be late, but it would never be absent. Fong Ning knew his body well. The diet and routine of the past 2 days were a severe test for his digestive system. After more than 10 minutes, he finally finished spraying, contributing quite a bit to the beach microorganisms. When he stood up, his body returned to normal, but everything he had just eaten was all vomited out, leaving his stomach empty again. He glanced at the status bar and saw none of the terrible symptoms like hunger, diarrhea, or gastroenteritis. Looking at his mere 3 points in the essence attribute, Fong Ning sighed. Constitution was a big problem, both inner chi and spirit exceeded energy, which became a weak spot. However, he was not worried. Living on the island, his essence would be further honed, and his 3-dimensional attributes would eventually balance out. As he turned around, he noted this location and decided to use it as his exclusive outdoor toilet in the future. To avoid stepping on things he shouldn't, Fong Ning first marked the location of the toilet. After making some simple signs, he returned to the beach. The beach and sea view at night had a unique beauty under the moonlight. After admiring it for a few minutes, Fong Ning began to act. He moved usable coconut leaves and fallen coconuts little by little to the rain shelter along the beach. After the lessons of the day, Fong Ning didn't dare to use the card transformation ability lightly. Food was unstable now, and restoring inner energy was difficult to guarantee, so he had to save inner energy and use it only on critical supplies. He didn't even turn the coconuts into cards, he carried them all by hand. His socks were worn out, so he simply took them off and walked barefoot on the cold beach. After just a few trips, the cold became unbearable. Seeing that the coconut leaves and coconuts near the canopy were almost all moved, the rest would require going farther to find. He counted and found 4 coconut leaves and 3 coconuts. Though not much, it was at least some gain. Fong Ning's demands were low, as long as he didn't return empty-handed, it was fine. Without the torn socks, it was problematic to have unprotected feet, and the coconut leaves were just right for weaving sandals. He sat outside the canopy, brought over a small flat stone to use as a stool. By the moonlight, he tore the coconut leaflets bit by bit. Recalling the weaving videos he had watched before, although he couldn't make exquisite items, he could at least master the most basic weaving techniques. The weaving techniques for straw sandals, straw hats, and straw baskets are more or less the same. Fong Ning believed he could make a basic version. It didn't matter if it looked ugly, as long as it was durable. Even if he couldn't make real shoes, he wasn't worried. The main purpose of weaving was to learn the skill, and making shoes didn't necessarily require weaving. If all else failed, Fong Ning would use a stone knife to cut off the dry end of the coconut leaf's main stem, then break it open, drill 3 holes, and tie 2 vines together to make a simple pair of flip-flops. Although they wouldn't be very comfortable to wear on this deserted island, who still cared about fancy shoes? He planned to first try weaving grass rope, and if he didn't figure out the method before dawn, he would just make a simple pair of flip-flops to get by. Coconut leaves are slender and tough, and were a good material for weaving in ancient times. To make straw sandals or straw hats, you must first learn how to weave straw rope. Many primitive weaving techniques evolved from weaving straw rope. Straw rope is the most basic and practical wilderness survival skill. Fong Ning learned the simplest 3-strand braided rope, first tying knots with 3 blades of grass, then weaving them left and right. The technique is simple, but this wisdom has been passed down for thousands of years. He also learned it in middle school when making bracelets was popular. He followed along and learned the 4-strand braid. Though his memory was vague, after trying a few times, he quickly relearned how to braid the 3-strand rope. A single blade of grass is too thin. It takes layering 3 blades together to make it strong. It is best to use straw because it is more durable and flexible, but since that is not possible right now, only fresh leaves can be used, which are prone to breaking once dried. Fingers intertwined, leaves layered on top of each other, a rough green grass rope slowly takes shape. If there aren't enough leaves, just add a few more. The grass rope can be extended indefinitely. Fong Ning wants to weave all these leaves into grass ropes. Not only making shoes, but building a home and gathering materials all rely on grass rope. The more, the better. At night, the sea wind howled. Under the moonlight, he squatted on a rock, his fingers constantly moving, the grass rope gradually stretching in his hands. He was fully focused, unaware of the passage of time. Before long, a stack of leaves had all been woven into grass ropes. Glancing at the time, I realized I had been weaving for nearly 2 hours. Including the earlier time spent collecting coconuts and leaves, it was already past 4 in the morning. The moon gradually dimmed, and the morning light began to rise. In another hour, it should be dawn. At this time, going to the beach, you can see a magnificent sunrise. But Fong Ning didn't have that kind of leisure and elegance. Hungry and unable to sleep well, no matter how beautiful the scenery, it was useless. Now, he just wants to finish weaving the straw sandals before doing anything else. I remember weaving it like this. Fong Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, recalling the video he had watched earlier. He stretched out both feet, looped the straw rope around his 2 big toes, then stood it upright in the middle, so the straw rope formed a pattern similar to a safety lock. Then, he pressed down with one end of the straw rope and started weaving from the bottom with the other end, interlacing it left and right through the middle ropes repeatedly. Maybe he was naturally a bit gifted, or perhaps this weaving method was simply straightforward. After 2 attempts, Fong Ning found the trick. The grass rope weaved through his hands, and the grass rope on his thumb slowly formed a thick insole. After finishing the insole, he first tied a knot, cut off the excess grass rope, and tucked one end away. He parted the gap in the middle, picked out the vertical rope in the center, and pulled it out wrapped in grass rope. Stepping on the insole, the straw rope wrapped around the ankle, inserted into the insole, then looped out, passed over the instep, and inserted into the insole again. In this way, the fixed structure on the instep was completed. Cutting the straw rope, a simple straw shoe was finished. Practice makes perfect. The first straw shoe took him half an hour, the second one only took 20 minutes. The 2 shoes had almost used up all the grass rope, leaving only about 20 centimeters of short rope. Wearing the self-woven grass shoes while walking in the forest, the thick soles prevented the feet from being pricked by stones and gravel. This solid feeling filled Fong Ning's heart with a strong sense of accomplishment. The grass shoes are finished. He also learned basic weaving techniques. Making analogies, after learning to weave straw sandals, he was full of confidence. thinking that with a few more practices, he could weave straw hats, grass skirts, and straw baskets. I really am a genius. On a new day, Fong Ning first encouraged himself, stood up, loosened his stiff body, and then walked decisively toward the beach. He wanted to see if it was low tide now. Yesterday's catch from the sea saved his life. He wanted to try his luck today. The beach was not far from the woods, just a few hundred meters away. Ah-oh. Before even approaching the beach, Fong Ning heard a loud chorus of seabirds calling. Looking up, countless seabirds densely filled the space between the sea and sky, darting up and down, circling left and right. Arriving at the beach, he found that just as expected, the tide had just receded, making it the perfect time for tide pooling. These seabirds understood better than Fong Ning what this time period signified. This is their feast. As the tide recedes, the marine creatures on the beach become prey for the seabirds, being hunted one after another. The dense flock of seabirds completely covers the area ahead, swirling in the air like countless giant flying gnats. Almost every moment, a seabird takes off from the beach clutching small fish, tiny squids, or some unidentified marine creatures. Their heads shake constantly as they struggle to swallow their prey. These seabirds also snatch food from each other. Sometimes, just as one seabird picks up an octopus and takes off, a nearby friend flies by and snatches part of the octopus away. After several seabirds fly past, the original bird is left holding only the octopus's head. It quickly tilts its head back to swallow it, then lets out a loud cry and suddenly drops to the beach to grab a sea snail. The sea snail sprays water and retracts, but the bird's beak strikes fiercely, pecking and clutching repeatedly, swiftly swallowing the snail's meat. Fong Ning looked on with envy. Although there were seabirds flying over the beach, because the area was large and the tide had just receded, the marine life on the beach was still abundant. He noticed a fish stranded on the shore, still struggling, with a seabird perched on it, repeatedly pecking at it with its beak. As soon as Fong Ning saw it, he wanted to rush over. But just as he approached, the seabirds swarmed toward him as if protecting their food. Damn, these birds were actually guarding their catch. Fong Ning was startled by the overwhelming number of seabirds. One bird's claw directly scratched his eye, and he panicked, covering his head as he ran backward. As he fled, the birds grew even more aggressive, attacking him as if their morale had surged. Turning around, Fong Ning felt completely surrounded by the flock. The seabirds fiercely pecked and clawed at him. His down jacket was torn with several large rips, and the feathers were pecked out. Ah! Damn it, he cried out in pain. Not only that, the seagulls also attacked his exposed palms and the top of his head. Fong Ning's hand was scratched open, bleeding, and the top of his head was pecked painfully, probably broken skin. This time, Fong Ning was thoroughly enraged. His timidity turned into anger. He shouted loudly, spun around, and struck the seagull that was approaching, sending it flying. Pulling the hood of his down jacket over his head and buttoning it up tightly, he lowered his head and stared fiercely at the incoming seagulls, beginning to fight back. Kindness is often taken advantage of, like a good horse being ridden. When Fong Ning fled earlier, the seagulls grew more ferocious, but now that he was truly fighting back, who the real opponent was still uncertain. Even though his palms were scratched open, Fong Ning didn't care at all. As long as a seagull dared to come near, he would slap it away. The seagulls attacking him were numerous. Those that had been happily pecking a moment ago were now falling one after another. You damn mutt! Fong Ning cursed as he spread his fingers wide and struck the seabirds beside him. Several seabirds that hadn't reacted in time were directly swatted away by him. Fong Ning exerted all his strength, and the seabirds he hit fell onto the beach like flies being swatted, motionless and immediately dead. After killing 4 or 5 with consecutive strikes, the seabirds finally realized they weren't prey to be trifled with. They seemed to have agreed among themselves, all flying high to avoid him, circling overhead without coming close again. Fong Ning gritted his teeth, looking at the dense scratches and blood marks on the back of his hand, feeling both pain and anger. The seabirds seemed to understand that they were not to be messed with and stopped attacking on the ground. But whenever he tried approaching the beach, the seabirds would start calling out, and more seabirds would fly over, scaring him back. Damn it! With these seabirds guarding so fiercely, he couldn't approach this area at all. Blowing on the wound on his palm, Fong Ning stared coldly at the flock of birds in the sky. "I'll remember this grudge, you stupid birds, I'm waiting for you." He didn't expect that on this island, the first ones to harm him would actually be these seabirds. He couldn't go to the beach ahead, and he couldn't pick up any sea creatures either. Fong Ning looked at the circling pirate birds and spat fiercely, "Humph! Sooner or later, I'll slaughter you all." He rested in place for a while, rubbed his scalp, and after the pain eased a bit, tidied his clothes, then turned and walked to several spots, crouching down to pick up a few dead seabirds. There were 5 in total, for had their heads tilted, their beaks bloody, completely dead. Another bird's wing was still flapping. Fong Ning gripped and twisted it, and with a caw, the bird took its last breath. The cracking of the bones put him in a great mood. "As a large omnivorous mammal, who gave you the guts to mess with me? Dare to peck my head, and I'll snap your neck." A loss in the east, a gain in the west. Although he didn't pick up any seafood, these 5 seabirds were an unexpected bonus. Looking at the bird meat in his hand, Fong Ning felt a bit of sweetness in his heart. If he had suitable weapons and armor on hand, Fong Ning really wanted to rush back in and give it another try, casually knocking down a few more seabirds. He used the only remaining piece of grass rope to tie the legs of the 5 seabirds together and hung them on his waist. The beach was no longer accessible, but just now he glanced over and saw that the rocky reef area wasn't guarded by seabirds, so there should still be some seafood to find there. Places abandoned by seabirds probably wouldn't yield much. Adjusting his mindset, Fong Ning gave the seabirds ahead the middle finger, bypassed them, and headed toward the reef area. The seabirds overhead, seeing him leave, flew back to the beach and resumed feeding. Just entering the reef area, Fong Ning noticed that many of the reefs were covered with a layer of white-gray hard shells, which were oysters. These shellfish cling tightly to the reefs, their shells are hard and edges sharp, and people often get scratched by them. Without iron hooks or similar tools, they simply can't be pried open, and smashing them with stones only turns them into a pulp. Knowing they are edible but unable to open them, Fong Ning could only give up helplessly. He continued patrolling among the reefs. There are many small tidal pools surrounded by reefs here. When the tide comes in, fish and shrimp swim into the pools. When the tide goes out, they can't escape in time and are trapped inside. The key to gathering seafood is to find your catch in these tidal pools. Some people use nets to catch fish, while others directly drain the tidal pools. The 3 sea fish Fong Ning caught yesterday were found in a shallow tidal pool. So, he went straight to that tidal pool. The pool was not big, about 7 or 8 square meters, with water a little above his knees, making it relatively safe. He stood on the reef, eyes fixed on the clear water. Through the water, he immediately saw a sea fish swimming in the pool. Sure enough, another fish fell in. Fong Ning's mood instantly improved. For him, the happiest thing right now was to fill his stomach. Just as he was about to enter the water to herd the fish to the edge and catch it, a sudden disturbance came from the water, and Fong Ning immediately froze. Fong Ning was about to get into the water when he suddenly caught something moving in the corner of his eye in the pool, heading towards that sea fish. He stopped in his tracks, looked closely, and the next second jumped back onto the reef as if he'd stepped on a hedgehog with a sharp whoosh. Damn! There's a snake! Just as Fong Ning was about to step on the water's surface, he saw a big snake swim out from a crack in the reef and swiftly pounce on the sea fish, biting its belly. Ripples spread across the water. The sea fish sensed danger, but it was already too late. The big snake quickly dove beneath it, biting through its scales with blood spurting. The sea fish struggled fiercely, its tail splashing water everywhere. Unfortunately, its abdomen was bitten. No matter how much the sea fish struggled, the snake held on tightly. Gradually, the sea fish lost strength. When the water surface calmed down, Fong Ning saw the fish in the pool motionless, being bitten by a fierce sea snake. Looking closely, the snake's body was thicker than Fong Ning's arm, long and flat without scales. Its head was large and swollen, with narrow, fierce eyes on both sides. Its mouth protruded, and its teeth gripped the fish's belly like saw teeth. No, this was not an ordinary sea snake, but a ferocious moray eel. Fong Ning immediately recognized that this sea snake was actually a bully of the ocean, the moray eel. It is a fierce predatory fish of the moray family that attacks any creature smaller than itself and will even fight to the death with larger enemies, making it extremely aggressive. Moray eels vary greatly in size, typically around 1.5 meters long, with the largest reaching up to 4 meters. Their bodies contain toxic proteins that cannot be completely eliminated by high temperatures, which is why they are known as the ocean's highly venomous pythons. In the sea fishing community, moray eels are one of the 3 major poisonous creatures near the shore, the other 2 being seemingly harmless jellyfish and stonefish, which look like reef rocks. These 3 toxins are the most common near the shoreline, and every year far more people are injured by them than by sea snake bites. Fong Ning learned this knowledge from watching sea fishing videos, and precisely because he often saw moray eels, he immediately recognized the true identity of the sea snake before him. This thing, if bitten without gloves and protective clothing, can tear off chunks of flesh in minutes. It has an aggressive nature, attacking whenever it gets the chance, completely fearless of humans. Its flesh is poisonous, and its teeth are also venomous. Being bitten not only causes flesh loss, but the wounds almost always get infected and may carry bacteria. Watching the moray eel kill the sea fish and swallow it bite by bite like a python, Fong Ning gritted his teeth and ultimately had no choice but to turn away helplessly. This moray eel likely just arrived today, he didn't see it when he went into the water yesterday. Now this sea bully has taken over the tidal pool, and even though there are fish inside, no one dares to risk going in to pick them. Seeing the sea fish that should have been his being eaten, Fong Ning's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. He wished he could draw a knife and kill it, but he was unarmed. Fighting it head-on wouldn't give him an advantage, it would be a 70-30 split against him. To fight it, he must stay unharmed, even being bitten once would be dangerous. Forget it, I'll come back to check tomorrow. Today has really been unlucky. Fong Ning sighed. The beach was driven off by seabirds, and the tidal pool was driven off by the moray eel. If it weren't for the 5 seabirds hanging at his waist, he'd almost be questioning his life choices. Ultimately, his foundation was weak, survival was difficult, and naturally there were many limitations. After giving the tidal pool a hard look, Fong Ning helplessly turned and walked elsewhere. There weren't many tidal pools in the reef area, mostly just small puddles, at most housing a few rock crabs and sea shrimp. Seabirds often came to hunt, and the obvious fish and shrimp had long been pecked clean, with only a few lucky ones spared. Yesterday, Fong Ning found only this one tidal pool, but today, unexpectedly, a big boss appeared. Without weapons, he couldn't pass at all. Based on the habits of the sea eel, as long as it was in this pool, no fish or shrimp would be left for Fong Ning. He paced back and forth in the reef area twice more, checking the spots that had yielded something yesterday, and as he expected, there was something, but not much. He counted and found that this stretch of flat reef area had a total of 5 seafood gathering points. The largest was the tidal pool, which he focused on. The other 4 were mostly rocky shorelines with small pits, unable to hold large fish, at most crabs, shrimp, or seashell mollusks. He caught a total of 5 rock crabs, 3 sea shrimp, and 1 sea urchin. The sea urchin was an unexpected catch, about the size of a fist, wedged in a crevice. It was later spotted by Fong Ning's keen eyes. Fong Ning had never eaten this thing in the city, never expected to come across it here. Along with the 5 seabirds hanging from his waist, today's food was already enough. However, the earlier experience left Fong Ning feeling frustrated. The small haul did not satisfy him. The beach and tidal pools were off limits for now, so he needed to find more food sources. Back on the beach, Fong Ning dug a sand pit, poured in some seawater, and put all the freshly gathered seafood inside. The bird carcasses hanging from his waist made movement inconvenient, so he planned to first convert one of the bird carcasses into a card. Seabird. Description: a dead seabird, edible. Weight: 0.8. The bottom shows 100%, indicating it is very fresh. After transformation, Fong Ning checked his internal energy bar and fortunately, it consumed less than 1/20th of his internal energy. Just as he expected, the transformation consumption is related to the item's weight and volume. The lighter it is, the less energy it consumes. This bird's corpse weighed only a few gene, so the consumption was minimal. Plus, having eaten grilled fish in the morning, his stomach was full enough to avoid internal energy depletion. Yesterday, he was nearly killed by the negative buff, making Fong Ning much more cautious in using cards. Fortunately, this time the transformation was safe, which put him at ease and helped him understand the key points of card transformation. He waved his hand and turned the remaining 4 bird corpses into cards as well. Ding! Seabird, *5. Taking off the pendant hanging at his waist, Fong Ning felt much more relaxed. He tied the large rock crabs he had picked tightly with grass rope to prevent them from digging holes and escaping, then covered the sand pit with leaves he had collected and weighed them down with stones to stop thieving birds from snatching them away. After handling everything, Fong Ning turned around and walked towards the reef area again. Crossing the tidal pool with moray eels, he continued deeper. After 2 experiences, he was more confident in judging the fishing spots and his actions were more planned. He connected several potential spots into a line and patrolled along it, with good results. This octopus was stranded on the rock beach, curled up under the reef like a sea urchin. Its body color was almost identical to the reef, probably relying on this camouflage to avoid being hunted by seabirds. When Fong Ning dug it out, he also found a small fish underneath it, only half left. It seems the octopus chased the small fish into the reef area and got trapped when the tide receded. Fong Ning grabbed the octopus by its head and lifted it up. The octopus's 8 tentacles struggled desperately to break free but never managed to shake off his hand. This octopus is quite large, with a head about the size of a small ball, and an overall length of roughly over 50 centimeters. Its aggressive posture looks rather imposing. Fong Ning had previously researched octopuses and knew that their official scientific name is. Most people call them octopus, or by names like 8-armed fish or 8-banded fish. According to scientific classification, octopuses are divided into 3 types: short-arm octopus, long-arm octopus, and true octopus. The short-arm octopus ranges from 15 to 27 centimeters, the long-arm octopus from 30 to 90 centimeters, and the true octopus is generally over 50 centimeters. The long legs of this octopus clearly indicate it is not a short-arm octopus, but it hasn't reached the size of a true octopus, so it is most likely a long-arm octopus. For safety, Fong Ning converted it into a card. Octopus. Description: medium-sized octopus, commonly known as long squid, edible. Weight: 1.2 genes. The card description is simple and straightforward, reflecting that Fong Ning's knowledge is still quite limited. But that doesn't matter. This octopus has more than a pound of flesh, with firm meat, and its nutrition and energy are no less than pork. With it, combined with the things collected earlier, Fong Ning has enough food for today, and can even save some for tomorrow's breakfast. Catching this octopus put Fong Ning in a great mood. Finding seafood like this while gleaning at the shore feels like discovering treasure, with a thrill no less than winning a prize. He quickly glanced over the remaining 2 places, but found nothing. The real-life sea foraging is far less abundant than the online videos suggest. Modern sea foraging mostly relies on fishing nets and tools. The tide must leave behind a large amount of marine catches in order to pick up plentiful items. Without these aids, the harvest from sea foraging depends entirely on luck. After all, if you want to eat well, why not just go out fishing directly? Most sea foraging trips end empty-handed, at best picking up some snails and shells. The crabs are mostly small, such as flower crabs and rock crabs. Rock crabs the size of a fist are already rare. Fong Ning caught 5 large rock crabs, which was quite lucky. Finding even bigger ones was almost impossible. Don't expect to find lobsters, king crabs, or large sea fish while foraging by the seaside. That's an unrealistic dream. This is all a trick influencers use to gain views. Fong Ning was lucky to find these foods, especially since he had to compete with seabirds for them. Beyond this point was the deeper reef area, where the terrain was more difficult and the rocks slipperier. For safety, he didn't continue forward and began to return. When he got back to the beach, Fong Ning noticed that the spot on the back of his hand scratched by a seabird had swollen. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but then he suddenly felt something was wrong. Seabird claws touch fish, shrimp, and rotting matter every day, so they must be very dirty. Could the wound be infected? No, he needed to do some protection. Fong Ning grabbed rock crabs, sea shrimp, and sea urchins from the sandpit and directly converted them into cards. He knew that as long as he didn't appraise them, the cost of converting these marine creatures was minimal, something he could easily afford. Since he still had stock in his stomach, he converted them with confidence. Rock crab. Description: rock crab lives under reefs or in rock crevices, pitch black all over, edible. Weight, 0.2. Sea shrimp. Description, a sea shrimp, edible. Weight, 0.1. Sea urchin. Description, a sea urchin, edible after shelling. Weight, 0.1. The rock crab had been previously identified, so the card information is detailed. The descriptions of the shrimp and sea urchin are very simple. Based on Fong Ning's knowledge, he isn't sure if they're accurate. As he expected, after converting to cards, only a quarter of the internal energy was consumed, still sufficient. With the card ability, it's most convenient to carry these things. Otherwise, carrying these seafood items would be too smelly, though it's somewhat that way even now. Lightly equipped, Fong Ning quickly returned to the rain shelter. It was only 8:46, still early before noon. Perhaps due to staying up late last night combined with the recent mental exertion, he suddenly felt tired, his eyelids heavy, wanting to go in for a nap. Fong Ning patted his face. This is not a safe cabin, he can't let his guard down. After clearing his mind, he walked to the extinguished campfire, grabbed a handful of wood ash, and applied it to the wound. When he was a child, the director taught them to treat abrasions this way. Wood ash has antibacterial properties, and applying some can prevent infection. After applying the wood ash, Fong Ning felt much more at ease. He stood up and turned toward the jungle. There were many tasks at hand, and he couldn't keep up. He needed to start a fire, gather wood and fresh water, and upgrade the rain shelter, weave grass ropes. If conditions permitted, he also wanted to make a bed, a hat, and a backpack basket. Besides that, he wanted to make a stone knife, an axe, and preferably a spear. So many tasks were waiting for him to complete. Fong Ning tapped his head and decided to use the 4-quadrant method from his previous job to prioritize the tasks. The first priority was important and urgent things, such as collecting food, wood, and fresh water. These were life or death and had to be done first. The second priority was important but not urgent, like building a campfire, upgrading the rain shelter, and making tools. These would enhance the shelter and improve capabilities, so they came next. The third priority was urgent but not important, like weaving grass ropes, making a bed, and making a hat. These items improve quality of life and could be done earlier. The rest were neither important nor urgent and could be done when there was free time. Direction is more critical than choice. If the direction is wrong, no matter what you do, it will be wrong. Fong Ning had to clarify the main survival line and not waste time on trivial matters, or else his life would be at risk. After clearing his thoughts, he decided to collect wood and fresh water first. With the goal set, he transformed the 3 coconut shell bowls he had carefully preserved earlier into cards. The coconut shell bowls were containers he had meticulously saved. Strangely, the news said that ocean garbage was everywhere, but on Haludio where he was, he didn't even see a single water bottle. Without suitable water storage containers, he set his sights on coconut shells. Each time he opened a coconut, he carefully kept the shell, resulting in these 3 coconut bowls. Taking them into the jungle, he collected wood while using the coconut bowls to catch fresh water. Last night it rained heavily, so there must have been many mud puddles in the jungle. Rainwater gathered in them, forming natural reservoirs. The water was fresh and could be drunk as long as it was boiled. This time entering the jungle, the situation was very different from last time. Last time, Fong Ning struggled to walk in the jungle because of his socks, which slowed down the movement. This time, he switched to grass shoes, making walking much easier. He first collected some vines in the jungle, then started gathering firewood. Yesterday's rain had soaked the dry branches, so they needed a day of sun to dry slightly, so the fire wouldn't smoke at night. Fong Ning collected bundle after bundle, each weighing 40 to 50 jin, tying them securely with vines and laying them on the ground. He worked so hard his waist almost gave out, finally gathering 5 bundles, about over 200 jin, enough for 2 days. He also picked up a few straight sticks to keep on hand. After collecting, he selected 7 wooden sticks, trimmed off the thorns, then laid 4 sticks side by side on the ground, spaced about 10 centimeters apart. The remaining 3 sticks were laid across them, 1 on each side and 1 in the middle. He tightly tied them with vines in a crisscross pattern, knotting firmly at each junction to lock them securely. Finally, he wrapped a thick vine around both ends of the crossbars and tied it in the middle, making a simple hand-drawn cart. Using this flatbed cart to haul firewood is much easier. Fong Ning tied the firewood onto the cart, slung the thick vine over his shoulder, held the vine with both hands, and bent over like an old ox, pulling hard forward. More than 200 gen of firewood is too heavy to carry on his back, but pulling it along made it much easier. When his shoulder hurt, he switched sides. The width of the cart was just enough to pass through the thicket without getting caught by the trees. Although picking up the firewood and making the cart took nearly 2 hours, hauling the firewood to the beach took less than half an hour. When Fong Ning arrived at the beach, it was already past noon. The sun was blazing, scorching the sand fiercely. He unloaded all the firewood and stacked it on the beach to dry in the sun. After working for a while, sweat soaked his entire body, his mouth dry and parched. He hadn't even pulled the cart away before returning to the rain shelter. He picked up a coconut, split it open with the reef knife, and gulped down all the coconut juice. The sweet coconut juice quenched his thirst and greatly relieved his fatigue. After drinking, he burped contentedly, feeling a sense of fulfillment and happiness in his heart. Although his body was tired, his mind was exceptionally refreshed. This is the joy that labor brings. Task 1 completed, collecting wood. Next, he needed to gather fresh water. After a short rest and eating some coconut flesh to replenish his energy, Fong Ning prepared to set out again. It was now noon, and the island's temperature had risen considerably. He took off his down jacket and wore only a sweater, but still felt hot. If he took off the sweater and went into the jungle bare-chested, he feared mosquito bites. The island's temperature changes felt like the 4 seasons in rotation. Morning resembled spring with a gentle breeze, noon was as hot as summer, the beach scorching, evening brought a cool breeze like autumn, and midnight was cold like winter. Different locations had different temperatures. At noon, the beach was the hottest, the sand burning like charcoal. The forest was much cooler, the soil absorbed heat slowly, tree shade blocked the sun, and sea breeze blew through, making one sleepy. The jungle was hot and humid, like a sauna, suffocating and overwhelming. Fong Ning had only been in the jungle for a few minutes when he already felt unbearably hot and stuffy, forcing him to reluctantly retreat. In less than half an hour, the temperature in the jungle rose another level. Fong Ning knew this could easily cause heatstroke, so he didn't dare risk going any deeper. He had no choice but to forcibly break a small tree and drag the trunk outward. He thought to himself that when he had time, he needed to make a set of grass clothes to be able to enter the jungle at noon. Dragging the tree trunk back to the rain shelter, Fong Ning was already parched. Helpless, he opened a coconut and drank a few sips of the juice before feeling the heat slightly ease. Since he couldn't enter the jungle for the time being, he might as well collect some grass leaves to make grass ropes and wait until the temperature dropped in the afternoon to look for fresh water. But Fong Ning didn't immediately go to gather leaves. Instead, he first repaired that small tree. Used the reef knife to cut open the bark and peel off all the bark from the tree trunk. After exposing the yellowish, grassy-smelling trunk, he trimmed it to 2.5 meters long, obtaining a sturdy wooden stick. He planned to use it to make a simple spear. After peeling the bark, he placed the wooden stick on the beach to dry, removing excess moisture to harden the wood. At night while cooking, put the wooden stick into the fire to char it, then use a stone to grind out the spear tip. This way, a spear capable of hunting medium-sized animals was completed. Although its durability was not high and the spear tip needed repairs after a few uses, it was enough to deal with sea birds and eels. The sea birds were plump and tasty. After shooting down a few, it would be enough for a meal, not to mention Fong Ning also wanted to take revenge on them. What really made him make the spear was that fierce moray eel. Encountering it before greatly reduced his sense of security. He thought staying out of the jungle would keep him safe, but he didn't expect the seaside to be dangerous too. This time it was the moray eel, next time it might be a poisonous snake or something else. He must have a self-defense weapon. Moreover, if he doesn't get rid of the moray eel, he won't be able to use the tidal pool. After repairing the spear, Fong Ning quickly walked out of the small forest, placed the wooden stick on the beach, and then turned back. This time, Fong Ning did not return to the rain shelter but headed straight for the edge of the jungle. The most suitable material for weaving grass ropes is the king of the grass family, the thatch grass. White thatch grass has extremely strong adaptability. Almost wherever there are plants, there it is. Its leaves are long and tough, and in ancient times they were often used to weave straw clothes, straw hats, and straw sandals. A thatched house is a house with a roof made of dried thatch. The roots of thatch grass can also be used as medicine to clear heat and detoxify, no wonder it is called the divine grass. This island's jungle is dense, and the white thatch grows especially vigorously, some taller than Fong Ning. Fong Ning found a patch of thatch grass and used the reef stone knife to cut down 1 or 2 square feet, enough to make 2 bundles. Yesterday, while gathering grass, he didn't realize white thatch was useful and collected mixed weeds instead. After trying to braid rope last night, he found white thatch to be both long and tough, making it the best for weaving. Today, he only cut thatch grass, cutting a clump to tie into a bundle. After tying 4 bundles, he casually found a wooden stick, inserted both ends into the grass bundles, rested it on his shoulders, and carried it back to the rain shelter with ease. Put down the 4 bundles of thatch, Fong Ning opened 2 of them, and first cleaned the ground under the rain shelter, moving all the small stones aside. Then laid down the thatch leaves, making slight adjustments. A simple but practical leaf bed was made. Fong Ning lay down, his back separated from the ground by the thatch, so heat was not easily lost. The 2 bundles of thatch leaves made the bed both soft and comfortable, finally giving the feeling of a bed. He tore apart another bundle of grass leaves, filling in the hard or thin spots on the bed until it was comfortable to lie on, then used a wooden stick to press down both ends to prevent the leaves from being blown away by the wind. The grass leaf bed was officially finished, and Fong Ning felt great. Next, he planned to continue weaving grass ropes. After just a few trips outside, walking on exposed roads, the scorching sun almost made Fong Ning unable to endure it. No, put the grass rope aside for now, I have to make a grass hat first. Otherwise, after several more sunbaths, my neck will definitely peel. He wiped the sweat off, took a few sips of coconut water, sat on a small rock, and frowned as he thought for a while. Then he pulled out a few remaining vines and began to weave. Fong Ning never learned how to weave straw hats, but he remembered what a real straw hat looked like. When he was a child, resources were scarce at the welfare home, and the director and Aunt Lu grew vegetables in the backyard. The children also followed Aunt Lu to work in the fields. Although it was just weeding and catching insects, it was still an experience of farm work. They were still young then and found farm work quite novel. That time was a precious memory for Fong Ning. He remembered vividly the image of Grandma Lu wearing a tattered straw hat and a dull yellow apron. The memory brought a faint warm smile, and the structure of the straw hat gradually became clear in his mind. He thought of 2 ways to weave a straw hat. One was a frameless pure weaving method, similar to the straw sandal weaving technique he had learned. The other method is a sturdier framed weaving technique, which can be done by combining the weaving skills used for back baskets. Fong Ning decided to try weaving a framed straw hat, which not only provides shade but also protects against rain and bird droppings from seabirds on the beach. He selected 4 long vines, tied one end tightly with grass leaves, and spread the 4 out on the ground. Then he took another vine, wrapped it around his forehead to measure a circle, and cut off the excess. Place this loop of vines at the intersection of the 4 vines, overlapping them in an alternating pattern, and bind them tightly with grass leaves. In this way, the frame of the grass hat is complete. Next, it becomes simple. He started from the binding point, braiding a 3-strand rope with grass leaves. The 3-strand rope was woven outward in circles around the tree vine framework. When encountering the tree vine, he wrapped it inside the grass rope and continued braiding. In this way, the tree vine became the frame, the grass rope formed the brim, and weaving circle by circle upward created a circular surface. After weaving the circular surface, he stood the vines upright and continued weaving, and the hat gradually took on a bowl shape. This is exactly the method for weaving a backpack basket. As long as the vines are replaced with thin wooden sticks, the grass rope with 4-strand rope, and the bowl surface area is expanded several times, a grass backpack basket can be woven. Weaving with grass rope is very fast. What Fong Ning was actually weaving was a grass hat, not a backpack basket. After more than 10 minutes and some adjustments, a semicircular grass hat prototype had already taken shape. When the grass rope was woven to the vine that had just been tied, Fong Ning stopped and picked up the semicircular straw hat to put it on his head. The edge of the straw hat paused for a moment, then slid down to cover his eyes. A bit loose, tighten it a little more. Fong Ning reduced the circumference of the vine and put on the straw hat again. This time it was firmly fixed on his forehead without slipping. After he was satisfied, he took off the straw hat and thoroughly wove the vine into the straw rope. Then, he continued adding vines around the edge for support. These vines were perpendicular to the semicircle, forming the brim of the hat. Before weaving the brim, Fong Ning left small sections of straw rope on both sides of the semicircle specifically for fixing straps. Wearing the straw hat and tying the ropes on both sides in knots, when running the hat wouldn't fall off, nor would it be snatched away by seagulls. It took more than 10 minutes to weave the brim. After finishing the entire straw hat, Fong Ning blinked his slightly sore eyes and looked at this straw hat with a touch of handmade artistic feeling, unable to help but praise himself. Tisk. Simply perfect. Check the time, 14:32. The temperature was starting to drop. Fong Ning excitedly put on the straw hat, tied the straw rope under his chin with a slipknot, and ran to the beach to try out his new gear. After putting on the straw hat, the sunlight was completely blocked by the brim, and the skin on the neck and head that was exposed was no longer harmed by UV rays. The brim covered his eyes, making the light less glaring, and Fong Ning finally didn't have to squint while looking at the road. The perceived temperature also dropped as a result. The beach was still very hot, but with a straw hat and the occasional sea breeze, the temperature became bearable. Fong Ning could finally move freely on the beach. Wearing straw sandals, he happily walked toward the stretch of beach that had been attacked by seabirds that morning. The seabirds were still flying in the air, but this time they wouldn't attack Fong Ning. He gave the seabird in the sky the middle finger, then began inspecting the beach. First, he went to the spot where he saw the fish that morning. That fish definitely can't be taken now. Getting closer, Fong Ning recognized it as a black sea bream. This black sea bream looks like a tilapia, but it actually belongs to a different family. There are quite a few sea bream in this sea, and they are generally large, probably because no one fishes here. This sea bream on the beach was measured by Fong Ning. From head to tail it's about 2 handspans long, roughly 40 centimeters. Unfortunately, although this fish still has a lot of meat, it was left on the beach all morning under the scorching sun and has long since gone bad, making it completely inedible. Fong Ning flipped the fish over with a wooden stick, looking at the large intact portion of flesh on the back, angrily cursing the seabirds as beasts for wasting food. Sighing, he had no choice but to stand up and prepare to leave. Actually, not much of the fish was wasted. The seabirds would eat it whether it was dead or alive, and even peck at it when it was rotten, only Fong Ning couldn't eat it. Because of this, his anger was almost unbearable. However, he had only taken a few steps when he turned back. He picked up the fish with a wooden stick, took it to a beach beyond the reach of the tide, and dug a hole to bury the fish. If I can't eat it, then you won't eat it either. After finishing this, Fong Ning finally felt relieved and left. At this time, the tide began to rise. The beach, which was nearly 100 meters wide in the morning, was now more than half submerged by seawater. On the remaining shallow beach, there was nothing good to be found. He searched around and managed to pick up 3 large clams, 2 big cat's eye snails, 3 mussels, and a small handful of small clams. These seafood items were all buried in the sand, and when buried, they would form lumps like sandbags, making them easy to identify. There were many such mounds on the beach, and there should be quite a few seafood underneath, but Fong Ning didn't dig anymore. First, it was too laborious. Although these seafood are small in size, they are often buried very deep. Fong Ning had no tools and could only dig with his hands, which was almost unbearable for his fingers. Besides, digging these also requires skill. Not every bump means there are seafood inside, they are usually buried at an angle, and some even curve. If you don't find the right direction, you won't dig anything no matter how long you try. Not to mention that these seafood are similar in color to the sand and can't be spotted without careful observation, which really tests your eyesight. So, although it looks like Fong Ning collected more today than yesterday, the effort spent is not comparable at all. Looking at his reddened fingers, nails filled with sand that couldn't be washed away, and the faint pain, Fong Ning felt this trip was a big loss. Without a suitable bag to carry them, he could only hold the seafood in his hands and bring them back. Fortunately, this time he only found snails and shells, no crabs, otherwise, it would have been really hard to carry them back. He placed these snails and shells in the corner of the canopy, then turned around and walked back into the jungle. Actually, he was already very tired, making so many trips back and forth, gathering firewood, cutting grass, not stopping since he woke up, all for today's meal. But he didn't dare to stop. Survival on the deserted island was already difficult, especially after that night of weakness in the rain when he almost lost his life. Fong Ning felt especially insecure. The lack of a sense of security made him extremely nervous, not daring to allow even a moment of relaxation. He knew this was actually a psychological issue. He shouldn't be so impatient, as his mind could easily break down. But it's like a person with depression knowing they shouldn't act that way, yet being unable to control themselves. So he numbs himself with various kinds of labor to reduce anxiety. Sometimes, unexpected gains during the activities can also ease his emotions. For example, weaving straw sandals and hats, the sense of accomplishment can temporarily calm the inner restlessness. Today's task was originally to collect wood and fresh water. The wood has already been gathered, so now he needs to quickly find water. It is now 3 in the afternoon, and the jungle is no longer so stuffy. He cautiously walked into the jungle, continuously tapping the wooden stick in his hand, trying to drive away mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. But the insects, snakes, and ants all wisely left, only the mosquitoes persistently kept biting. Bzzzzz. There were especially many mosquitoes in the jungle, much worse than outside. As soon as you entered, it felt like being surrounded. The mosquitoes were not at all afraid of him. Wherever he went, they buzzed around. As soon as he stopped, some part of his body was immediately bitten. When he slapped, the blood-filled mosquito would burst, leaving bloodstains on his palm. But for everyone he killed, at least 3 managed to escape. The wound was swollen and itchy, making him even more irritable. He was still wearing clothes, with only his wrists, ankles, and neck exposed. If he had been reckless at noon and entered the jungle risking heatstroke, he probably would have been bitten numb by mosquitoes before even getting heatstroke. This was also why he was reluctant to enter the jungle. The mosquitoes biting made Fong Ning irritated and restless. He didn't want to stay in this jungle any longer. Even his swatting motions became half-hearted, as he just wanted to find the water source quickly, fill his container, and leave. Ding dong ding, a crisp sound of flowing water suddenly reached his ears. Fong Ning was stunned, stopping in disbelief to listen carefully. The sound of water grew clearer, clearly not a hallucination. He followed the sound cautiously, tapping ahead with the wooden stick in his hand, hurrying towards the source of the water sound. After bypassing a large tree, a dense patch of grass came into view. The sound of water was coming from beneath the thatch. Fong Ning's heart tightened, knowing that fierce beasts often appeared near water sources. He looked around, making sure there was no danger before cautiously using a wooden stick to part the grass leaves. A narrow stream was revealed, with water cascading from a height, striking the rocks below and making noise. He carefully observed the stream, which was concealed by the grass, making it impossible to see its source or destination. Reached out to scoop water, licked a sip, the faint sweetness proved it was fresh water. There really is a freshwater lake or pond on this island. A huge weight lifted from his heart. Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried before about not finding fresh water and having to boil seawater to extract fresh water, which would be inefficient and troublesome. This small stream now solved the immediate crisis. The water was clear to the bottom, almost making him want to drink it directly, but he resisted. After all, wild water might not be safe, and drinking it could cause illness. Fong Ning filled a coconut shell with the stream water and converted it into a card. Freshwater *3. Description: stream water collected in coconut shells, unsafe before boiling, recommended to drink after boiling. Weight: 0.6. The freshwater collected in 3 coconut shells amounts exactly to 2 jin, which is 1 liter. This amount just meets an adult's daily water needs. With the stream water, Fong Ning could barely achieve freshwater self-sufficiency. As long as he could safely draw water here and the source remained steady, he had nothing to worry about. But that is all later. He definitely needs to confirm the source of the creek water afterward, to see if it is permanent or temporary. After all, there was a heavy rainstorm yesterday, so the creek water is likely rainwater accumulation, which could dry up in a few days. After filling his water container, Fong Ning turned and left the jungle without hesitation. The main task for today was complete, he just wanted to hurry back. He had barely eaten anything all day, only one coconut at noon, and by now he was already painfully hungry. Fortunately, he hadn't consumed much internal energy today and didn't suffer from chi deficiency, but his satiety was almost depleted. On this deserted island, making fire and eating hot meals was difficult, so he could only manage one meal a day, trying to conserve resources as much as possible. With the task done, he could finally go back and calmly make fire to cook. He just wanted to return quickly to the rain shelter, process all the food he gathered today, and then have a proper meal. He had endured all day for this meal. Thinking of this, Fong Ning couldn't help but drool at the corner of his mouth. Those 5 seabirds could be roasted, pan-fried, or stewed. The clams, crabs, sea snails, and mussels could be steamed or cooked with garlic. And that octopus, he heard Koreans even eat it raw, though he didn't have the courage for that. Recalling the barbecue delicacies of the city along the way, Fong Ning's eyes moistened. Swallowing his saliva, he shook his head to break the fantasy. This was a deserted island. Where would garlic, salt, and chicken essence come from, not to mention oil? Today's catch could only be boiled or grilled at most, relying on the original flavors to make do. Fong Ning didn't mind, he was just thankful to have something to eat. He quickly returned to the rain shelter and took the clams, sea snails, mussels, and cat eyes out of the freshly picked broadleaves, placing them beside the extinguished campfire. Just as he reached to take out 5 seabird cards and 1 octopus card from the card space, he saw the fire scattered by the sea breeze and couldn't help but pat his head. He had forgotten to pile stones around the campfire. It was getting late, and the sea breeze on the island was howling. It wasn't easy to light a bonfire in the wind. Without a barrier, the flames struggled to burn steadily. Fong Ning looked at the seafood in his hand and the tempting food in the card space, swallowed hard, and had no choice but to get up and walk toward the beach. A stone bonfire, as the name suggests, is a pit surrounded by stones. It allows the fire to burn more steadily, making it harder for the wind to blow it out, and it concentrates heat so the wood burns longer. Here's a little trick: filling the bottom of the pit with smooth round stones helps retain heat longer and allows for a slower, longer smolder. Never use hollow or cracked stones, as they might explode when heated, which is very dangerous. Having extra stones is also useful. After heating them, you can throw them into cold water to quickly raise its temperature. The water can boil in just a few seconds. This is a common survival technique outdoors. Fong Ning first returned to where the handcart was kept and found the firewood he had dried all afternoon was completely dry. The moisture on the wood surface had evaporated, leaving only dry interiors. So, he piled the wood and dried grass leaves onto the handcart and dragged them back to the rain shelter. Wood was piled on the left side of the rain shelter's open space, and grass leaves were placed on the right side. To secure the grass leaves, he inserted 2 wooden sticks, nailing the grass leaves to the ground, stacking 3 piles, filling the triangular gap on the right side. With 3 sides of the rain shelter blocked, only the front remained open, and his sense of security instantly increased, making Fong Ning feel much more at ease. He happily went out again, pulling the cart to the beach to pick stones. Stones were abundant here, and after 1 round, Fong Ning loaded the cart full of stones and even found 3 freshly fallen green coconuts, obviously just dropped today. Yesterday, these 3 stones weren't placed here yet. Besides large stones, Fong Ning also picked some small ones. Small stones couldn't fit into the cart, so he gathered them in his clothes. After wiping off the sand and grit, the small stones were fairly clean and could also be put in his pockets. Dragging the cart, Fong Ning labored like an ox pulling it back to the rain shelter. The cart had no wheels. It was fine on the beach, but once on the soil, it often got stuck and had to be lifted and repositioned before continuing. Fortunately, the distance from the soil to the rain shelter wasn't far. After hauling the stones to the rain shelter, Fong Ning started building a stone campfire. The method was simple, like stacking blocks, forming a 3-sided stone stove. The side facing the rain shelter was left open, while the other 3 sides were surrounded by stones to block the wind and direct heat toward the shelter. Besides layering the ground, small stones were sometimes placed between large stones to stabilize the stove. Soon, a sturdy 3-sided stone stove was formed. The middle was paved with stones, sprinkled with leftover ashes that hadn't blown away from the fire. Now so poor, Fong Ning couldn't even bear to discard the ashes. By the time the stone stove was done, it was dark and nearly night. Taking advantage of the last light, Fong Ning took out the lithium battery card and also the well-preserved aluminum foil paper. Cutting it into strips, he placed them on the battery's positive and negative poles, producing blue smoke as the foil ignited. Not daring to light a fire outside, Fong Ning hid in a corner of the rain shelter to start the fire. The foil lit a wad of tissue paper, on which he piled dry leaves and small twigs. Once the leaves and twigs caught fire, he carefully placed the kindling into the center of the stone campfire. After placing the kindling, Fong Ning covered it with coconut husks to help the fire grow, slowly adding wood on top. The fire gradually grew and burned steadily. As the flames rose, warmth flowed from the campfire into the shelter, soon warming the entire rain shelter. Fong Ning looked at the campfire and the three-sided stone wall, then glanced again at the rain shelter surrounding him. At this moment, the fire kindled hope and also illuminated him. What is happiness? When in the city, Fong Ning's happiness was nestling in a small room, playing games on the computer, with takeout and soda nearby. The game sounds echoed in the room as he sat cross-legged, wearing pajamas, his face full of happiness. After drifting here, Fong Ning's happiness was nesting in this three-sided enclosed rain shelter. In front of him burned a roaring campfire of stones, with seafood spread out on the ground, and a row of food cards right before his eyes. He checked the current food list: 5 seabirds, 5 rock crabs, 3 sea shrimps, 1 sea urchin, 1 octopus, 3 large clams, 2 large cat's-eye snails, 3 mussels, a handful of small clams. He hadn't realized before, but once he confirmed it, he was shocked. He had previously thought the food was insufficient, but it actually seemed quite a lot now. However, since he had no way to preserve the food, he couldn't collect too much. If he didn't finish eating it, it would rot and he would feel bad about it. By estimation, this amount of food was enough for about 2 days, 1 meal tonight and 1 tomorrow morning. That should be about right. Just as he was about to cook, looking at the seabird's feathers in the card, he suddenly remembered, damn. He still had to pluck the feathers. And there were 5 of them. Not only that, he also had to kill the octopus and clean out the inedible guts and slimy membranes. This task was clearly not something he could finish in just 10 minutes or so. Clams and sea snails feed on plankton, so inevitably their bodies have sand inside. It's best to soak them in water to let them spit out the sand, ensuring good taste and hygiene. But he didn't have the patience for that, so he would just have to settle for eating them as is. Cooking really takes 2 hours, but eating only 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the cards don't have an automatic ingredient processing function, so you have to do it yourself. Fong Ning first placed the conch, clams, mussels, and cat's-eye snails by the campfire to roast. After killing the rock crab by stabbing its mouthpart with a twig, he stuck it diagonally into the ground and roasted it by the fire. Although it's best to soak them in water to expel sand, there was no time. A bit of sand doesn't matter much, just endure it for now, and pay attention to it when life improves. Conchs can be eaten without expelling sand, and crabs can be roasted directly, but seabirds and octopuses must be processed, or they basically can't be eaten. He picked up the coconut shell he had deliberately saved after eating, and went back to the beach. The sky was darkening, the tide was rising, and the waves crashed against the shore, their sound ethereal and lonely. Fong Ning manifested the large octopus and, without hesitation, rinsed the slightly wilted octopus with seawater. Then, using a reef knife, he cut off 8 tentacles at the base, sliced open the octopus's head, squeezed out the innards, and threw them into the sea to be carried away by the waves. Fong Ning tore off the membrane of the octopus's innards, removed the beak, rinsed it clean with seawater, and then transformed it into a card. Octopus. Description: processed, ready to cook, edible. Weight: 1.0. After cleaning the octopus, he used a coconut shell to scoop a bowl of seawater and returned to the rain shelter. By this time, the sky had gone completely dark, and the moonlight was even brighter. The clams and sea snails by the campfire had already opened their shells, their flesh sizzling on the fire, emitting a tempting aroma. Fong Ning didn't rush to eat, he pushed them aside to cool. Then he fetched the small twigs he had collected earlier from the rain shelter, preparing to make skewers. There are no pots, bowls, or pans here, so cooking can only be done by roasting. The coconut shells are too small, boiling things wastes water and time, so roasting is the most practical. The coconut shells are used to hold fresh water. He sharpened one end of a branch with a reef knife, cut the octopus meat into small pieces and skewered them, then roasted them by the fire upright like grilling crabs. At this time, the rock crab was also roasted, its shell charred red and fragrant. Fanning swallowed, took down the rock crab, removed the gills and innards, cleaned it thoroughly, then took a bite. Crunch crunch, the crab leg shell cracked in his mouth. Although the octopus had little meat, he still bit it up and swallowed, forcing himself to finish all 5. After finishing the rock crab, feeling satisfied, he picked up a large clam. The clam meat was white, tender, and tempting, but he didn't rush to eat it. Instead, he first used his mind to identify it. A flash of white light passed by, and the clam instantly turned into a card. Clam. Description: mollusk, inhabits the intertidal shallow sea area, cooked, edible. Weight, 0.1. Only after confirming that the card displayed it was edible did Fong Ning feel at ease and turn the clam back into food, swallowing it in one bite. He was cautious because marine life is complex, and he didn't know which ones were poisonous. Without card identification, he could only take risks. Now that it was confirmed safe, of course he would use it. As for the internal energy consumed, Fong Ning was well aware that with plenty of food today, he wouldn't mind if it was all used up. Identification only needs to be done once, the same food does not need to be identified repeatedly. Once transformed into a card, it can recognize the type. These are all common foods. After identification, you can eat them with confidence next time. Every time Fong Ning tries something new, he first identifies it to confirm safety, then transforms it into a card, ensuring it is correct before eating. Identification consumes internal energy, but transformation does not, and different foods consume different amounts of energy during identification. Identifying conch and sea shells uses even less energy than transforming several genes of wood. After eating these, internal energy quickly recovers, even leaving a surplus. Fong Ning gradually finished all the seashells and crabs, along with a few sea shrimp and sea urchins. Many say sea urchin roe is creamy, sweet, and smooth like butter and is one of the 8 great delicacies, but Fong Ning found the taste average after roasting, like shriveled crab roe, somewhat disappointing. Obviously, not all delicacies suit everyone's taste, and it was definitely not overcooked. The warning of gout lingered faintly in his mind. After eating this seafood, his stomach was satisfied, but he knew he couldn't always eat seafood, he needed to broaden his diet. Otherwise, gout would really catch up with him. For now, he enjoyed the delicacies. The conch and seashells were just appetizers, the focus was on seabirds and octopus. After boiling seawater, Fong Ning transformed a seabird and scalded its entire body in the coconut shell with the boiling seawater. After scalding, the feathers came off easily. He kept a few of the longest and most intact feathers and burned the rest. 1 bowl of seawater could scald up to 3 seabirds. Fong Ning went to the beach to collect more water and with a reef knife, gutted the seabird, leaving only the liver, heart, and gizzard. The liver and heart required no further processing, and he cut open the gizzard to clean out digestion contents and membrane. The bird's head was cut off and thrown into the sea. Seeing the lifeless eyes of the bird's head irritated Fong Ning a bit, he didn't eat the bird's head either. When he returned to the campfire, the octopus was already cooked, even a bit charred. Fong Ning didn't mind, after all, he was a newbie at grilling, as long as it wasn't burnt to a crisp, it was fine to eat. He took down the octopus, inhaled the rich barbecue aroma, and his mouth watered. As usual, he first cut off a small piece of octopus meat and activated identification. Fong Ning glanced at it briefly and didn't see the mark of the blue-ringed octopus, confirming this octopus was ordinary and edible. Feeling much more at ease, he stuffed a piece of the piping hot octopus meat into his mouth. The familiar texture was there, and although it was a bit bland without seasoning, the fresh flavor was still obvious. If only he could add some chili powder and cumin, it would be perfect. While reminiscing about urban barbecues, he lowered his head to eat the skewer. The octopus meat was firm and nutritious, although it looked like only 1 gene, about 500 g. After eating half, Fong Ning already felt nearly full. Taking advantage of his good physical condition, he picked up a seabird to identify. The card lit up, and he saw it read, Black-billed gull, winter. The description was detailed, saying it was a migratory bird often seen along coastal mudflats, swamps, and estuaries. Its summer plumage featured a black head and neck, with white tail and underparts, Its winter plumage had a white head, black spots behind the ears, and a light brown crown. The most special feature was its hollow bones, which could sense changes in air pressure to predict the weather. The card noted it was processed inedible, weighing 0.6 gene. Fong Ning was surprised by the detailed description and didn't expect black-headed gulls to have noticeable seasonal plumage changes. It was currently their winter plumage, indicating that this place was indeed in winter. No wonder the nights were so cold. What pleased him even more was that seabirds could sense the climate. Previously, during heavy rain, the seabirds had disappeared entirely. This meant Fong Ning could anticipate weather changes by observing them, which was extremely helpful for daily life. He praised the card identification function without reservation, thinking it was truly a magical tool. Seeing the edible label, he felt assured enough to start eating. He left half of the grilled octopus uneaten. After card storage, he planned to have it for breakfast the next day. Black-headed gulls were small with little meat. Eating much during the day was inconvenient and his stomach was almost full. He decided to eat some to fill up later and save the rest for the following day. Soon after, the seawater began boiling again, and Fong Ning skillfully blanched, plucked, gutted, and cleaned the bird meat. After processing 5 black-headed gulls, Fong Ning checked his watch. It was already 9:23 p.m. Counting from when he started the fire, almost 3 hours had passed. He remembered it was just past 6 p.m. then, and now it was almost 9:30. Just eating had taken this long. Actually, it wasn't over yet. Fong Ning planned to roast these 5 seabirds and put the leftover innards into a freshwater coconut shell to boil. Animal innards are rich in minerals and trace elements, making them the most effective supplement in the wild. 5 black-billed gulls gathered around the campfire, roasting, while beside them 3 freshwater coconut shells were boiling water, one of which contained seabird innards. The water boiled, the seabird was cooked, and the time was 21:54. Fong Ning picked up the bowl of murky, frothy innard soup, and a strong fishy smell hit his nose, mixed with the aroma of cooked meat. He frowned, pinched his nose, and drank the soup in one gulp, then chewed the innards a couple of times before swallowing. The taste his tongue sensed made him nauseous and gagged twice, and only after drinking some warm water did he recover. This bowl of soup truly filled him up, not just his stomach, but his stomach itself was almost overwhelmed. He only tasted the roasted seabird, turning the rest into cards. In the card space, there were 5 roasted seabirds and 1 roasted octopus, even more than he had expected. He overestimated his appetite. After all, everyone thinks they can eat an elephant when they're hungry. After eating his fill, Fong Ning's eyelids began to fight each other. When he was in the city, he simply couldn't fall asleep before midnight. This time was different. He felt unbearably tired after eating half an octopus, but he pushed himself to finish roasting the seabird. Now that everything was done, he really couldn't hold on any longer. He had planned to weave the grass rope after eating, and hadn't even started sharpening the spear yet. But the physical and mental exhaustion was too great, so he had to sleep first. Added some firewood, Fong Ning crawled into the canopy and lay down on the leaf bed. He had just closed his eyes for a few seconds before falling into a deep sleep. The 4th day on the deserted island, and the sky was already bright. Last night was the most restful night he had slept. After his adjustments, the canopy was left with only one opening, and the stone campfire continuously emitted heat in the cold wind. He lay on a bed made of leaves. Although not as comfortable as a modern bed, it was enough to shield him from the cold ground and the prickling of twigs and stones. Having eaten fully before sleep, his body recovered quickly. Upon waking, Fong Ning felt an unprecedented surge of energy, as if he possessed limitless strength, even wanting to put on a harness and plow the fields. This feeling is very strange. His body and mind are quietly changing. This is not the effect of the cards, but the impact brought by the environment. After coming to the wilderness, Fong Ning felt that his cells were changing due to the threat to his life. This feeling is like the primal wildness of humans being awakened. These days, his mind is more active than when he was in the city. His senses have become exceptionally sharp, every muscle tense, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The primal survival instinct is awakening within him. This is not an isolated case. Anyone placed in the wilderness will have similar reactions. Many people think this is the effect of adrenaline, but actually it is not. Human civilization has only existed for a few thousand years, but prior to that, instincts from tens of thousands of years of wilderness survival have long been embedded in our genes. In civilized life, these instincts remain dormant. But they will activate automatically when in a dangerous environment. These survival instincts are etched in the genes and instinctively burst out when the environment changes. The enhancement of Fong Ning's senses and mental excitement happens not only on deserted islands. In the city, anyone who camps outdoors for more than 3 days will also experience their senses becoming unusually sharp and their alertness greatly increased. They have an instinctive, intuitive response to changes in their surrounding environment. This wonderful state allows them to easily perceive changes in their body and understand the true meaning of life. They see the tenacious growth of plants in the primal jungle and experience the resilience of life. During outdoor activities, their blood circulates faster, sweat flows, providing a more direct sensation of bodily changes, gradually understanding what self means. This is not the so-called enlightenment or self-reconciliation, but the activation of genes within the body that adapt to the environment. In this state, humans quickly adapt to nature to ensure survival. This is instinctive life, a warning of environmental danger, reminding you to be alert. It is precisely because of this that they can sense the true essence of life. After all, nothing reveals the meaning of life better than being alive. This is also why many wilderness survivalists are obsessed with the wild. Once they enter the wilderness, their bodies are forced to continuously evolve and improve, their vitality enhanced, allowing them to feel the transcendence and growth of the self. This is the root of their hard-to-break attachment. What they pursue is individual evolution in the wild. This feeling of self-evolution is more addictive than any mental stimulation. Fong Ning is exactly like this. He now feels his body as if he is truly getting to know it for the first time. The hand is still the same hand, the foot still the same foot, the heartbeat unchanged, but the mind and body are coordinated like never before. Because now he has only one goal: survival. When the goals of the mind and body are aligned, naturally a stronger power can be unleashed. Suddenly, Fong Ning feels his body seems to be changing, but the change stops quickly at a certain point, then disappears just as fast. Instinctively, Fong Ning tries to investigate, but gains nothing. At that moment, the card space suddenly appears, and Fong Ning's character card automatically shows up before his eyes. His intuition guides him to look at his essence energy spirit attributes. Essence, 3 out of 3. Qi, 6/6. Shen, 6 out of 6. The card conveyed the message: essence is insufficient, 3 flowers not full. Fong Ning quickly understood the first part, indicating that the essence attribute was lacking. To regain the previous change, he needed to increase his essence, but how much exactly, he was unsure. He only knew it could not be 3 points. As for 3 flowers not full, Fong Ning was somewhat puzzled. 3 flowers? 3 flowers gathered at the top? 5 qi converging to the origin? Upon seeing the words 3 flowers, Fong Ning immediately thought of the Taoist concept of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex. These 3 flowers correspond exactly to his own 3 attributes: essence, energy, and spirit. In Taoism, the 3 flowers refer to the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body, while gathering at the apex means the fusion of the 3, converging at the mysterious opening of the. Although Taoist explanations are numerous, Fong Ning has his own character card as a reference, and the 3 flowers here clearly represent his 3-dimensional attributes. The 3 flowers not yet full means that his 3 attributes have not reached their limits. As long as the 3-dimensional attributes are refined to the peak, changes are bound to happen. When the 3 flowers converge at the top, it is a sign that a qi refiner has successfully cultivated. Fong Ning couldn't help but wonder where exactly his card space originated from. Why are there Taoist elements within it? He had previously thought that the card had a Western fantasy style, but now it seemed more like a Xuanhuan fantasy cultivation route. If he kept following the card's guidance forward, could he also become an immortal from Chinese mythology? Longevity and clear vision, laughing at the mundane world, traveling the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu at dusk, a green snake in the sleeve with bold courage, 3 drunken people from Yeyang don't recognize him, reciting aloud as he flies over Dongting Lake. These scenes that once could only appear in fantasies now surged in Fong Ning's heart, igniting his blood and passion. This sudden enlightenment filled him with an even stronger longing and confidence for the future. Since it was possible to become a legendary existence, Fong Ning's desire to survive reached its peak. He silently vowed, "I can't die. I must live well, eat well, and live well." Only in this way could the three flowers continuously improve and welcome that mysterious transformation. The future is full of hope. However, excitement aside, Fong Ning understood that he couldn't rush things right now. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He had to be down to earth and move forward step by step. The discovery just now gave him a clear goal and a stronger will, but it couldn't immediately solve the predicament he was facing. After calming down, Fong Ning took out the food he had prepared last night. Accompanied by cool boiled water, he ate the roasted octopus cleanly, then conjured up 2 roasted birds, keeping a few bird bones that might be useful. He also chewed up all the other bones to supplement calcium. He ate until he was full. His appetite wasn't great when he just woke up in the morning, so he saved the remaining 3 roasted birds as lunch. After finishing the cool boiled water in the coconut shells, Fong Ning took the 3 empty shells to a small stream in the jungle, filled them with fresh water, then returned to the rain shelter and added some firewood to the stone campfire. When he woke up in the morning, only the embers in the hearth were still burning, maintaining the fire. Fong Ning knew that to keep the fire going, he had to keep smothering the wood inside so the fire could stay alive. Feeling the embers still burning, he nodded in satisfaction. After some thought, Fong Ning confirmed today's plan. First, he must gather enough food to at least have 2 full meals. Second, build an A-frame rain shelter. The current shelter was barely usable, but the stone fire pit was still exposed, so rain could put out the fire. Third, make tools and weapons. Yesterday he only made a wooden spear, but it wasn't suitable for dealing with the sea eel. After mastering weaving skills, he planned to weave a fish basket and use bait, making it easy to catch sea eels and avoid direct confrontation. Additionally, he still needed a container to carry things. Since he learned to weave a straw hat yesterday, it was natural that he could handle weaving a backpack basket, and he believed he could weave a straw basket soon. Only after completing these 3 tasks could he continue with the subsequent plans. Fong Ning converted the peeled wooden sticks dried yesterday into cards. Wooden stick. Description: straight and sturdy, can be used as a weapon. Weight: 6.5. This wooden stick weighs 6.5 gin. It is somewhat strenuous to wield with one hand and easy to slip from the grip, so it's best held with both hands for full power. Although it's not sharpened into a spearhead, it's hard enough and of a suitable length to be used as a weapon. Carrying it, Fong Ning is no longer unarmed. Holding a wooden stick, Fong Ning walked toward the beach. The seabirds in the receding tide zone were busy foraging. Identified yesterday, there were quite a few black-headed gulls here, along with other species. Fong Ning used the same trick again, cautiously approaching. Sure enough, the seagulls forgot yesterday's lesson and fiercely attacked. Fong Ning was prepared. With a quick hand movement, a card flashed, and a thick wooden stick appeared in his hand. He gripped the stick tightly and swept it around, blocking the seabirds' attacks. The advantage of a long weapon quickly became apparent. Before the birds could touch him, the stick had already struck them. With a heavy swing, 3 seagulls were knocked far away, their wings trembling but unable to fly. A lifelong mastery: knife in the year, stick in the month, spear always. Stick techniques really are the easiest skills to pick up. Fong Ning hadn't expected to easily kill 3 seagulls with just one swing. The other seagulls, frightened, flapped their wings nervously and hurriedly prepared to fly away. Time was tight, they hadn't fully escaped yet. If Fong Ning were more ruthless and struck a few more times, he could kill 5 or 6 seagulls. If this happened every day, the seabirds wouldn't last a month and might become an endangered species. But Fong Ning hesitated when making a move, choosing to attack the part of the seabirds with fewer birds, then swept twice more with the stick, killing 2 before stopping. If it had been yesterday, he would never have shown mercy. As long as a seagull dared to come down, he would kill until there was blood flowing like a river. After the assessment yesterday, he found that these seagulls were the weather barometer of the deserted island, so his murderous intent was not as strong. Seabird meat was scarce and not worth slaughtering extensively. It was more practical to keep them to observe the weather. Birds lay eggs, and after finding the nest, he could benefit from both meat and eggs. After killing 5 birds, Fong Ning stopped, letting the seabirds fly away, then went to pick up the ones he had killed earlier. For those that were not dead, Fong Ning helped finish them off by squeezing their necks. Among these 5, 3 were black-billed gulls and 2 were small shearwaters. Fong Ning converted them into cards and turned toward the rocky area. This time, the rocky area yielded fewer gains. They had already harvested quite a bit in the previous days, and this time only spotted flat sand shellfish and rock crabs. Although there were many shells, Fong Ning knew there might be large moon shells or sea snails beneath the sand. But without appropriate tools to dig for sea snails, the effort would outweigh the reward, wasting time. Arriving at the tidal pool, it was indeed empty, with only large shells and sea snails visible. Fong Ning dared not enter the water, certain that the moray eel from yesterday was still in the pool and afraid of being ambushed. He decided to wait until the fish basket was made before coming again. After checking thoroughly, Fong Ning found nothing at all. No, he had to catch something to take back. Reluctant to give up, he caught a few large rock crabs from the crevices of the reef and converted them into cards. Luck was on his side, discovering 2 big moon clams. Back at the rain shelter area, he sorted out the haul. 5 seabirds, 4 rock crabs, 2 moon clams, and 2 green coconuts. The green coconuts were picked up on the way back. A few can be found on the beach every day. However, this amount is still too little. Fong Ning was not very satisfied with today's gains. Compared to the previous 3 days, today's spoils were really too few. It seems necessary to continue exploring other places. His gaze turned towards the direction of the tropical jungle. These days, Fong Ning frequented this coconut island the most. However, he only wandered at the edge of the jungle, at most finding a small stream. The jungle looked vast, and that stream was still far from the center point, considered the outskirts. There were many unknown dangers hidden in the jungle, and Fong Ning had never dared to go deep inside. Just the mosquitoes, snakes, and ants at the edges made him timid. Without any protection, he didn't dare to risk going further in. When he was collecting leaves before, he occasionally looked toward the coast and saw a grove growing in the seawater to the east of the jungle. That is a mangrove forest. Fong Ning remembered that although it is called a mangrove forest, the leaves are very green and the bark is brown. The strange thing is, once the bark is peeled off and exposed to the air, it turns red, which is where the name comes from. Mangroves prefer to grow in places with high sediment and salt content and are among the few plants that can absorb seawater. However, they have a way to expel salt, relying on their leaves to discharge salt, forming salt crystals, and eventually the leaves wither and fall back into the sea. The unique nature of mangroves attracts many seabirds to nest and breed here. Fong Ning came precisely because of this. He wanted to observe the seabirds' habitat. After the seabirds are full, most of them fly to that mangrove forest and perch on the treetops. He is 80% sure that is their nesting site. In the morning he said he would spare the seabirds, but actually he had calculations in mind. Seabirds are useful, they can help him observe the weather, but he plans to eat the seabird eggs. Only 1 egg is needed from each nest, so as not to disrupt the seabird's ecosystem, allowing them to continue laying eggs. Killing birds is faster, but could lead to the extinction of seabirds within a few months. Collecting eggs is more natural and won't have much impact. After all, seabird eggs sometimes spoil or get eaten, so egg theft is part of nature. Regarding mangroves, Fong Ning didn't know much but understood that the key is the different ecological environment and food chain. No other food was found here, but there might be unexpected finds there. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:46. Woke up around 9 in the morning, wandered around for a bit, and it was now noon. The sun was getting scorching, making it unsuitable to go out. He planned to check that area in the afternoon. Before returning to the rain shelter, he picked up a rough, hard stone on the beach, then cut a large bundle of kogon grass at the jungle edge. Besides food and water, the reef knife and wooden spear had become his essential tools. After finishing cutting the grass leaves and returning, Fong Ning used a reef knife to split open a coconut. The coconut was not just food but more like a fruit to relieve stress and improve mood. The fructose in the coconut water caused a dopamine surge in his brain, bringing him inner joy. In the city, this kind of happiness could only be provided by soda. Now the coconut had become his soda, and every time he opened a coconut, it was like twisting open a soda bottle cap. Just one sip would lift his spirits. After drinking a mouthful of the sweet coconut water, Fong Ning showed a satisfied expression. He set the coconut aside, added firewood to keep the campfire burning, and took a stick to put one end into the fire to burn. He sat on a small rock and picked up white kogan grass to start making grass ropes. Whether for fishing baskets, grass baskets, or other grass products, grass ropes were always in short supply. Just upgrading the rain shelter used quite a bit, not to mention other uses. So he decided to weave grass ropes whenever he had free time, gathering enough before doing anything else. As the number of times increased, his skills also improved, and the originally coarse grass ropes became finer and more resilient, with their strength enhanced. When Fong Ning wove grass ropes, he always pulled the rope tighter, which made the quality of the grass ropes better and better. As he wove, he kept an eye on the wooden spearheads that were nearly burnt, took them out to polish with coarse stones he picked up, then trimmed them with a reef knife, gradually shaping the spearheads into sharp triangular cones. Time passed unknowingly, the coconut water was finished, but Fong Ning was still weaving. The large bundle of grass leaves he had just cut had long been reduced to only a few pieces by his hands, and the pile of grass ropes at his feet had grown tall. At this moment, Fong Ning suddenly felt a stir in his heart, as if the cards were calling him, and it seemed that the card space had changed. He opened the card space and found that what was originally just a single row of cards now had 3 additional squares. One of them was lit up, displaying the 2 characters deck, with a gray box on each side. On the left was Illustrated Handbook, and on the right was Skills. What's going on? Have my card abilities leveled up? Fong Ning was a bit confused, but the card changes were obvious, so he was naturally happy to accept them. He first clicked on Illustrated Handbook, which was divided into several categories. Common items included rock crab, conch, cat-eye snail, black-billed gull, etc. Spiritual items had only the wood spirit pearl, and there was a question mark category that couldn't be clicked. Fong Ning guessed that the question mark category might be even higher than spiritual items, perhaps divine objects, but the term sounded odd. He didn't think much of it, knowing the card system leaned toward the supernatural, and he would eventually uncover the mystery. He clicked on ordinary items and found that these were items he had previously identified. Only identified items would appear here, while those transformed into cards were not shown. Then he clicked on spiritual items, and the information on the wooden spirit pearl was the same as on the card. It seemed that these 2 categories mainly recorded item information for his future reference, but their usefulness was limited. Fong Ning carefully browsed through once more to confirm that no information was missing from the Illustrated Handbook, then regretfully exited the interface. This feature could only be considered an automatic recording tool and was of little help to him at present. Without hesitation, he opened the Skills interface. As soon as it opened, a new card appeared below, Weaving, Beginner. The top of the card displayed the skill name, and below it was a simple drawing, a pair of nimble hands weaving a grass rope. Fong Ning immediately recognized that they were his own hands, and the scene was exactly the same as when he had just been weaving the grass rope. Further down was a description: you have mastered the most basic weaving skills and can proficiently weave 3-strand grass ropes. What surprised him even more was that below the description there was additional new information: convertible, grass rope. Fong Ning's heart stirred, and then, a small blank card appeared beneath the card. At the center of the card was a constantly spinning black hole, and the bottom of the card displayed his load status: load, 34/144. He knew that the carrying capacity was the divine energy value multiplied by 24, but he was unclear why it was 24 times. Fong Ning cautiously picked up a blade of grass from the ground and slowly approached the black hole. As soon as the grass came close, it was immediately sucked into the black hole, but the carrying capacity didn't change. He then picked up a stone and reached it toward the black hole. The stone passed through the card, and the black hole showed no reaction. He understood that this black hole only devours specific items. He turned around and grabbed a bundle of white kogan grass beside the canopy, approaching the black hole. The kogan grass was smoothly absorbed, and the load increased by the corresponding weight. Is that enough? Fong Ning thought. The blank card flashed a burst of white light, and then a new card appeared in front of him. Grass rope. Status, convertible. Weight, 6.8. Fong Ning was stunned. Could it really be like this? He tried to convert the card into a physical object. A flash of white light appeared, and the situation was different from before. Previously, after converting a card into a physical object, the card would disappear. But this time, the card still floated in front of him, while a grass rope appeared in his hand. One end of the grass rope was held in Fong Ning's hand, while the other end was connected to the grass rope card. He gently pulled his arm, and the grass rope unwound like an endless thread, continuously being drawn out from the card. As Fong Ning pulled out the grass rope, he keenly sensed his internal energy being steadily consumed. He opened his character card and stared at the internal energy attribute, watching it decrease as he pulled. The pile of grass rope at his feet grew larger and larger. After 2 minutes of continuous pulling, he finally stopped because his internal energy was depleted. Looking at the pile of grass rope, Fong Ning was shocked. At his earlier speed of 1 meter per second, even accounting for the slowdown from muscle fatigue, he had pulled out over 100 meters of 3-strand grass rope in 2 minutes. The cost was nearly exhausting his internal energy, leaving only a thin layer of chi skin. The food in his stomach was being digested slowly, replenishing his internal energy little by little. This effort was definitely worth it. He used up a tube of internal energy to get such a long rope of grass. It was a real bargain. And he hadn't even finished pulling the grass rope yet. After Fong Ning stopped, the weight of the grass rope on the card dropped from 6.8 to 4.2, meaning he had pulled out 2.6 gene of rope. Converted, this automated card still had at least 200 meters of grass rope left. He tried to cartography the grass rope under his feet, and sure enough, it didn't consume internal energy. The grass rope instantly turned into an ordinary grass rope card, described as woven from white kogon grass, tough and durable, weighing 2.6. The card was in the deck, not in the skills tab. When converted again, instead of slowly pulling, a whole bundle of over 100 meters of grass rope suddenly appeared on the ground. Fong Ning understood the principle in his heart and repeated the experiment, a proud smile spreading across his face, his molars visible at the corners of his mouth. After finishing the experiment, he quickly took out the previously collected moon scallops and rock crabs, roasting them over the campfire stove to replenish internal energy and prevent exhaustion. The roasted moon scallops and rock crabs were steaming hot, and he ate them along with the already cold roasted seabird. Though the taste was plain, Fong Ning ate with relish, his expression like one savoring delicious KFC. The warmth in his stomach gradually restored his internal energy, and he opened the skills interface with satisfaction, gazing at the weaving skill, feeling moved in his heart. Awesome! This is practically an automated card. I'm invincible now. After his internal energy fully recovered, Fong Ning finally had time to summarize the results of this card upgrade. This card upgrade completely disrupted Fong Ning's plans. However, he actually hoped the card could be upgraded several more times. Just after finishing the experiment, he discovered that the weaving skill had added a conversion ability. Fong Ning could use cards to consume inner energy and instantly turn grass leaves into usable items. Although his skill was only at the beginner level and could currently only convert grass rope, it was already very impressive. Fong Ning had previously calculated that hand weaving a 1 meter long, approximately 1 centimeter diameter 3-strand grass rope took nearly 8 minutes. 100 meters long rope made of grass would take more than 10 hours of continuous weaving. But now, he can finish a 100-meter grass rope in 5 minutes. These 5 minutes also include 2 minutes of plucking grass leaves and 3 minutes of shock. The actual grass rope transformation only takes more than 10 seconds. This manufacturing speed is simply terrifying. Even more impressive, he can stop at any time during the transformation process, and the broken ends of the grass rope automatically tie knots. This way, he can pull out any desired length at will, making it as convenient as automatic cutting. With this ability, as long as his internal energy is sufficient, he can easily become a master craftsman. But right now, he just wants to quickly use it to make a backpack basket. When playing games in the city, Fong Ning loved to pick up all sorts of things, like a squirrel hoarding nuts. On this island, he wanted to take everything he saw. After all, he was lacking items. But with limited physical storage and internal energy, he could only keep making choices. Seeing that he could make a backpack to carry more things, he was naturally excited. He took the prepared coil of rattan from beside the canopy and pulled out the rattan to start weaving the bottom of the backpack. Freed from manually twisting the rope, Fong Ning's manufacturing ability was fully unleashed. In less than half an hour, a grass backpack about 50 centimeters tall and roughly 100 centimeters in circumference was completed. Although not very large, he used nearly 60 meters of grass rope. Before there were cards, weaving grass ropes alone took 7 to 8 hours. Now it's done in half an hour, with astonishing efficiency. The weaving of this backpack basket is actually very simple. Fong Ning uses vine as the frame, first weaving a round bottom like making a straw hat. Then, he inserts 20 vines vertically around the bottom edge at intervals of 5 centimeters to form the frame. Next, he weaves grass ropes crossing left and right around these vines, looping upward layer by layer like a coiled snake, stacking layer upon layer. After reaching the desired height, he tightens the grass ropes to close it. At first, Fong Ning wanted to use branches for the frame, but thin branches were brittle and prone to breaking, while thick branches were too heavy. In the end, he chose vines that were tough and of moderate thickness, which were both lightweight and sturdy. After completing these steps, the backpack basket had only one last step left, binding the ropes. Fong Ning drew grass rope cards, folded them in half to make double-stranded shoulder straps, tied them onto the basket, and after fastening the knots tightly, the basket shone brilliantly. Back basket. Description: woven with grass rope and tree vines, can carry items, structure is somewhat fragile, be mindful of the load. Load 0/20. Weight 3.6. Although the carrying capacity was limited, 20 jin was enough to collect a lot of seafood. Fong Ning turned the basket into a physical object and slung it on his back. After taking a few steps, he felt very relaxed. This way, it would be much more convenient to go out and look for things by himself, without worrying about having no place to put them, and it also saved the inner energy spent on converting cards. He turned the basket back into a card and checked the time, 14:19. Unexpectedly, the afternoon was almost here, and he suddenly felt hungry. He took out a grilled seabird to eat. The consumption of inner energy was quite high, so when he got hungry, he quickly replenished, especially since he hadn't forgotten about the last chi deficiency. After finishing the grilled bird, he tossed aside the leg bone, which was sucked dry, stretched his body, and continued weaving. The basket was finished, and next he had to weave a grass basket, or rather, a fish basket. The basket was for carrying things, while the fish basket was prepared for the sea eel. There was still plenty of time. He hoped to finish before dark, put the fish basket into the tidal pool, and try to catch the sea eel. The weaving method for the fish basket was similar to the basket, just a different structure. The basket was whole, but the fish basket was divided into two parts. One was the main body, used to hold bait and lure fish inside. The other part was the seal, designed to let fish in but not out. Unlike the basket, the fish basket was specialized for catching fish and sea eels, so the structure had to use wooden sticks to prevent the fish from escaping. Fong Ning selected 8 branches of similar thickness from the woodpile. One end was tightly crossed and tied with grass rope, then, like weaving the basket, he wound the branches left and right. The basket was cylindrical, whereas the fish basket was spindle-shaped. Fong Ning adjusted the size according to the shape of the sea eel. After the main body was woven, he began sealing the opening. The sealing is different from the opening of the main body, it is also spindle-shaped. To visualize, the main body of the fish basket is like a triangular pyramid, and the seal is like an animal wearing an Elizabethan collar. The small opening of the collar fits over the triangular pyramid's opening to secure it. Once the fish swim into the collar, they cannot get out. Due to the structural design, the fish cannot squeeze out and are trapped. The fish basket relies on this principle to catch fish. Quickly, Fong Ning finished weaving the seal, fitted onto the main body, and tied it tightly with a straw rope to prevent it from falling off, completing a fish basket. It was 15:17. Because of the complex structure, he spent quite some time adjusting the entrance to prevent the sea eel from escaping. After finishing the fish basket, he only needed to add bait and place it in the tidal pool. Fong Ning chose a rotting black sea bream on the beach as bait. Holding the fish basket, he walked confidently toward the beach. What he did not know was that when he left the rain shelter, a dark head peeked out from deep in the jungle. The head was furry, with large, shiny black eyes full of alertness. It stared at Fong Ning's back, then looked toward the rain shelter, face full of curiosity, eager to try. At this moment, Fong Ning was completely unaware that an uninvited guest had arrived at his home. He carried a fish basket to the beach, dug the black sea bream out of the sandpit, and, smelling the strong fishy stink of the meat, nodded in satisfaction. This is the smell. This rotten smell is hard for humans to tolerate. But for seabirds and sea eels, this is a delicacy. Fortunately, last time I righteously buried that black sea bream, otherwise, I'd have to use regular bait now, a big waste. Fong Ning felt relieved, picked up the black sea bream, placed it in the fish basket, sealed the opening tightly, held his breath, and then headed straight toward the tidal pool carrying the basket. The surface of the tidal pool was calm, with no fish or shrimp swimming. But Fong Ning was sure that the sea eel was hiding in the cracks among the stones of the pool. Fragments resembling damaged fish gills floated on the water surface, something he hadn't seen last time, clearly the remains of another fish killed by the sea eel. Thinking of another fish being devoured, Fong Ning felt heartbroken. I got here first, this sea eel is definitely going to be mine today. He slowly placed the fish basket in the center of the tidal pool, pushed it with a wooden spear, and stared at the water surface for a while. Seeing no sign of the sea eel emerging, he left first. The basket was set, and the rest was up to time. With such a tasty temptation, the sea eel surely wouldn't ignore it. After leaving the tide pool, Fong Ning circled around Coconut Island and headed toward the edge of the tropical jungle, where the mangroves were suspected to be. He had planned to go on an adventure in the afternoon, but unexpectedly, the card upgrade allowed him to complete his tool updates by noon. Besides the stone axe, the backpack basket, fish basket, and wooden spear were all ready, with the basic equipment nearly complete. Speaking of the wooden spear, Fong Ning suddenly remembered that he hadn't seriously looked at its card description yet. Simple wooden spear. Description: made from a tree trunk, the spearhead is carbonized for increased lethality. It is an essential weapon for a deserted island. Weight: 6.3. He flipped through the deck, counting the cards on him. Surviving on a desert island, it's important to keep track of supplies at all times. A total of 26 cards. Food category: grilled black-headed gull ×1, seabird ×5, green coconut ×2, fresh water ×4. Tools: backbasket ×1, straw hat ×1, straw rope ×1, reef knife ×1, simple wooden spear ×1. Equipment: Casio sports watch ×1, wood spirit bead ×1. Fire starting supplies: lithium battery ×1, tissue ×1, firewood, 5 gene ×1. Miscellaneous items: underwear rag ×1, Zuanhuman cigarettes ×1, Bluetooth headset ×1, resident ID card, Fong Ning, ×1. The skill interface also included the automatic straw rope card. The total weight was 35.8. Fortunately, the weight was not enough to trigger the overweight penalty, so Fong Ning remained relaxed and comfortable. With the card space, although supplies were not abundant, he carried all the useful things on him. Except for firewood and grass leaves, everything else was placed into the space. With these cards, even if an unexpected event prevented him from returning to the shelter, he could still set up a temporary campfire outside and eat something to get through. He walked along the sandy ridge between the Coconut Island and the tropical jungle, bypassed the jungle, and arrived at the east side. Fong Ning's shelter was still some distance from the mangroves. Walking there would take almost 30 minutes one way, an hour for a round trip, which was why he hadn't been there before. After walking for more than 20 minutes, he finally reached the beach near the mangroves. Looking at the traces on the shore left by the tide, he judged it was high tide. In the distance, a dark figure was lying on the beach, being washed by the tide. Could it be? Fong Ning's heartbeat accelerated. No way, is there someone else stranded on the island like me? Excited, he changed from a brisk walk to a sprint. On a deserted island, even with card abilities, it's difficult for one person to handle everything. Having a companion would not only ease the difficulty of survival, but simply having someone to talk to and relieve boredom would be a tremendous blessing. When a person feels that they are the only one in the world, that sense of emptiness is enough to break any fragile heart. But as the distance closed, the shadow gradually became clearer. Fong Ning's face first showed confusion, then disbelief, and finally disappointment. His steps also slowed down. No. It's not a person. Upon getting closer, he realized that the shadow was not a person at all, nor did it resemble any creature. It looked like a piece of black rag, swaying with the tide. Walking up close, Fong Ning reached out and scooped up the black shadow, recognizing it as a bundle of tangled seaweed. Dark green, slippery, thick, and plump at the bottom. Logically, he should have been happy to find such a large bundle of seaweed, but at this moment his mood was unusually calm, even feeling as if a hollow inside his heart was growing larger. The cold wind blew by, bringing chill and boredom. Life, 6/10. Death, 2 out of 10. What Fong Ning didn't know was that his desire to live or die was quietly changing. Taking several deep breaths, he tried hard to dispel the oppression in his heart and lifted the clump of kelp to weigh it. Wow, it weighed nearly 10 pounds. With this kelp, he could go back and cook kelp soup, enough for 2 days. At last, a faint smile appeared on his face, though somewhat forced. He adjusted his mindset and returned to his usual demeanor. Bending down, he rinsed the kelp in the seawater to wash away the sand and grit. After shaking off the water, he tied it securely with grass rope, placed it in the backpack basket, and slung it over his shoulder. Though 10 pounds was heavy, it was much lighter compared to the backpack he used to carry in high school. Before reaching the mangroves, he already had a harvest. This clump of kelp had achieved the goal of this expedition. Fong Ning gained confidence and continued scanning the beach. This stretch of shore hadn't been explored before. Who knew what treasures might be found? Sure enough, not far away appeared a black shadow floating in the water, looking like strands of tentacles or long black hair, giving a chilling sensation. He hesitated but approached, only to find it was not hair at all, but a clump of seaweed. The dense roots swayed in the water like black hair, but were actually dark green, similar to kelp. Fong Ning happily scooped it up, shook it dry, and put it into the backpack basket, adding to his harvest. He continued searching and found that the resources on this beach were much richer than those on Coconut Island. The rising tide submerged the reef area, and he didn't see any shellfish or crabs, but Fong Ning found another kind of food: sea cucumbers. These creatures live in the intertidal mud and sand, feeding on decaying organic matter and small benthic animals. They look like exposed intestines, with a smooth surface. Fong Ning collected more than 20 sea cucumbers on a flooded stretch of beach. Actually, there were more than these, but Fong Ning only picked up a few floating on the sea surface. He estimated that this area had many more. The rising tide likely washed the sea cucumbers out, leaving them floating on the surface, looking from afar like fat earthworms. When Fong Ning picked up the sea cucumbers, they wriggled slowly like earthworms, contracting into a ball like a small radish. This is their defense mechanism, thickening their bodies to increase protection. But it was useless against Fong Ning. He picked up more than 20 in one breath, put them into the basket, and then stopped. This beach brought him too many surprises. He wanted to continue, but it was getting late, already 17:03. In another hour or two, it would be dark. For safety, Fong Ning had to return to the canopy after exploring the mangroves. Moreover, these gains had already exceeded expectations, so it was wise to quit while ahead. After placing the sea cucumbers properly, the weight of the basket felt heavy, but his face was lit up with an uncontainable smile. He tightened the shoulder straps, shook out the seawater from his straw sandals, and continued towards the mangroves. As he approached, the cries of seagulls grew clearer. In the sunset, more and more seabirds flew in from all directions. Some landed on the mangrove canopy, others rested on the nearby rocky beach. Fong Ning walked closer and closer, an unpleasant smell drifting into his nose with the sea breeze. He frowned and continued forward. The mangroves became clearer and clearer. The seabirds seemed to notice this uninvited guest. They all took flight, circling ahead of him and emitting sharp, piercing calls as if warning him not to get any closer. Fong Ning tightened his straw hat, pulled the straps of his straw shoes tighter, zipped his down jacket up to the top, and after preparing himself, continued slowly forward. The seabirds' calls grew louder, their chattering giving him a headache. The strong smell of bird droppings also became more overwhelming. making him breathe cautiously. Finally, the seabirds couldn't hold back and flew at him one by one. Fong Ning was well prepared. He held a wooden spear, constantly swinging and striking, while letting out angry roars, pretending to be a fierce wild beast to scare them off. This time, Fong Ning didn't use the wooden spear to attack the seabirds directly, he just wanted to scare them away. He still had 5 seabirds he hadn't finished eating, plus seafood in his backpack, so killing these birds would have been a waste. His actions were very effective. Although the seabirds tried to test attack him, they were no match for a human. They could bully Fong Ning when he was scared at first, but once he got angry and realized these seabirds were nothing special, he struck them with the wooden spear and shouted loudly to intimidate them. Soon, the birds were only daring to circle overhead, no longer attacking. Under the watchful eyes of many seabirds, Fong Ning slowly approached the rocky shore. He discovered this place had the most seabirds and was very likely their nesting ground. The ground was covered with gray-white bird droppings and feathers, confirming his suspicion. Seabirds like to live in groups, they hunt and nest together. This helps protect the chicks and scare away wild animals, but it doesn't frighten humans. In the past, because humans stole bird eggs, seabirds were once on the brink of extinction. It only improved after national protection. As long as humans are not afraid and armed with weapons and noise, they can completely ignore the birds' warnings, as if entering a no man's land. Sure enough, as Fong Ning approached, the seabirds, seeing they could not resist, flew straight up into the sky, ignoring their nests, loudly warning him. Fong Ning did not expect them to be so cooperative, they really fear the strong and bully the weak. Fortunately, he did not attack maliciously, otherwise, these seabirds might have migrated or even become extinct. After entering the rocky shore, Fong Ning found the ground covered with bird droppings, white and layered, some fresh and others dried, with a pungent smell. He could not help but cover his nose with his hand and observe carefully. This rocky beach is indeed their breeding ground. The entire area is densely covered with nests, each containing seabird eggs the size of quail eggs, like a vast incubation base. These bird eggs are not only hidden in nests, some seabirds even lay their eggs directly on the stones. The white eggs blend in with the pebbles, making it hard to tell which is the egg and which is the stone. If it weren't for the earlier finds on the beach, Fong Ning would definitely be extremely excited now. But after the previous surprises, he has become more composed. Still, it's a joy, these are all high-quality proteins and precious life energy. Fong Ning walked into the rocky shore without hesitation, picking up bird eggs one by one, regardless of their size, and placing them into the basket on his back. After only a few steps, he had collected more than 50 eggs. The white bird eggs in the basket, some still stained with bird droppings, brought a smile to his face. These eggs represent the hope for the future. With them, he was sure he could live a better life. Although he wore a smile on his face, Fong Ning felt an unspeakable pressure in his heart that he couldn't release. The exploration of the mangroves this time was a great success. Kelp, seaweed, sea cucumbers, seabird eggs, this rocky and sandy beach area near the mangroves is truly his treasure trove. Good luck and surprises left him somewhat overwhelmed, he had never felt so prosperous before. It wasn't just the food, another problem that had been bothering him was also solved: seasoning. These past few days, he'd been eating only natural seafood or grilled products without any seasoning. The first day felt fresh, the second day he barely accepted it, and by the third day it started to taste bland, while coconut water became somewhat cloying. Until today's noon roasted seabird, he was no longer eating for enjoyment, but just to fill his stomach and replenish his internal energy. This is a modern palate issue, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. In the city, Fong Ning was used to various seasonings and rich flavors. His taste buds were well experienced and had a high tolerance for all kinds of condiments. Although a light diet is healthy, he still liked KFC, spicy hot pot, skewers, and even enjoyed spicy flavors. Therefore, bland food can be tolerated for a day or two, but over a longer period, it becomes a problem to eat. Don't think that as long as you're hungry, you can eat anything. Otherwise, anorexia and cases where people have to rely on 4 drips due to fasting wouldn't exist. Ultimately, it is the rich variety of modern diets that has increased our appetite, making us addicted to delicious food and forming habits that are hard to break. When you can't eat food that suits your taste, it's like going through food withdrawal. At first, you lose your appetite, and gradually you even start to dislike eating, finding it annoying. The more you long for the flavors of the past, the more anxious and restless you become. Fong Ning was exactly like this. Because he usually had a strong palate, by the fourth day he began to reject food. But with no other option, he forced himself to eat and told himself the taste was good to suppress his cravings. Now it was different. He had found kelp. Kelp is the most original seasoning. MSG was originally extracted from kelp. Dried and ground into powder, soaked in water, it becomes a delicious seafood broth. Sprinkled on bird meat and grilled, the flavor is richer. Although he wanted to find salt or chili more, after all, seafood itself has a natural sweetness, kelp could only temporarily satisfy his cravings and couldn't fulfill his greedy taste buds. But being able to find kelp and make soup dishes was already very good. Fong Ning dared not ask for more. Carrying a basket full of treasures on his back, he stepped on the gravel and headed back to the rain shelter. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. From afar, the rain shelter was actually shaking. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but as he got closer he realized it was real, and strange cries were coming from inside the shelter. Woohoo gaga ga wah wah wah. Woo 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 wah. It sounded a bit like a monkey. Fong Ning put down the basket on his back, waved his hand, and a wooden spear appeared. He grabbed the wooden spear and circled to the front of the rain shelter, wanting to see what was inside. The scene before him stunned him. There were actually 3 wild monkeys inside the rain shelter. They were covered in black fur, with red bottoms, playing around inside the shelter. One of them was sitting on the stone campfire pile Fong Ning had built, scattering the rocks messily, and it was gnawing on a piece of bird bone with great interest. The other 2 monkeys, one was lying on the leaf bed, pulling the bed leaves into a mess. The bed was already ruined, full of grass and leaves, with some scattered outside the rain shelter as well. The last monkey was the most carefree, swinging back and forth in the air like on a swing while holding onto the top beam of the canopy with both hands. The wooden rod used to secure the canopy in the middle had been pulled out by it, and now the canopy was only supported by the wooden rods on both sides. Hanging in the middle was a monkey, and the entire rod was bearing an undue weight, bending into an elegant curve. But the monkey was completely unaware of the tremendous pressure its swinging was placing on the canopy. Fong Ning's eyes reddened at the sight, his hand gripping the wooden spear tightening. Just as he was watching these monkeys, they noticed Fong Ning as well. At first, they stared at him curiously, as if he were the monkey. But soon, their wild instincts made them sense that this monkey was starting to get angry. The monkey sitting on the pile of stones stood up alertly, narrowing its eyes at Fong Ning as if to say, "What's up, little brother?" Fong Ning gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Get out here now." Life on the deserted island had not only worn down his physical strength but had also ignited his temper. "My hard-built nest. My stone campfire. My leaf bed. And my canopy." He waved the wooden spear and charged at the monkeys. Seeing this, the 3 monkeys were greatly startled. The monkey standing on the pile of stones jumped up, grabbed the long beam of the canopy with both hands, easily climbed up, and stared at Fong Ning warily. But the middle top stick of this long pole had already been pulled out, with only the wooden sticks on both sides supporting it. There was originally a monkey hanging and swaying on it, and now another one came and even started doing pull-ups. This wooden stick simply couldn't hold. Crack! The wooden stick broke, and the canopy instantly collapsed. The monkeys hanging and standing screamed as they fell, while the monkey curled up on the leaf bed was pressed down by its teammates, scared and wailing continuously. Seeing the canopy collapse with a crash, Fong Ning's mind went blank, burning with anger. Where did these monkeys even come from? "I'll kill you all." He roared and charged forward, brandishing a wooden spear. The 2 monkeys that had caused the canopy to collapse lost their fighting spirit without their companions, pouted their butts, and quickly fled into the depths of the jungle. Inside the canopy, the trapped macaque suddenly started screaming in panic. Fong Ning watched helplessly as it forcefully tore open the canopy, ripping a hole directly. It held Fong Ning's spare reef knife in one hand, quickly crawled out of the hole, landed on all fours, and nimbly chased after the 2 monkeys that had betrayed their team. Fong Ning's attack missed. The 3 black-furred macaques destroyed the canopy and successfully escaped, leaving only a mess on the ground. Fong Ning stared silently at the collapsed shelter for a long while. After a while, he walked over and did not tidy up the canopy but began to rebuild the stones around the campfire. He took off the lithium battery and aluminum foil from the cards, preparing to preserve the fire. Previously, the rain had extinguished the fire, but this time, although there was no rain, the monkeys knocked down the stones, and the fire went out again. Fong Ning used the lithium battery to ignite the coconut fibers and twigs, and soon the campfire was burning again. The sky darkened, and in a little over 10 minutes, it would be completely dark. In the firelight, Fong Ning reached forward, his hand grasping a pack of cigarettes. He opened the pack and counted 11 left. This was the first time he had opened a cigarette pack since arriving on the island. He pulled one out, lit it, took a deep drag, and was immediately choked into coughing, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. After the coughing stopped, he wiped his eyes and continued to savor the taste of the smoke, feeling the long-lost tranquility and the soothing effect of nicotine. The cigarette soon burned out. Fong Ning had intended to throw the butt into the fire, but suddenly stopped. With a sigh, he carefully placed the butt back into the pack, took a deep breath of the smoke scent, reluctant to let go. Then he transformed the pack back into cards and returned it to his space. This cigarette seemed to release the pent-up anger and repression of the past few days, calming his mood and refreshing his spirit. All misfortunes dissipated like smoke at this moment, allowing him to regain composure and prepare to think about the next plan. This was not any special skill, just a survival instinct cultivated through years of social experience. It was already dark, and the jungle was unsafe, obviously not suitable for entering to gather materials to repair the rain shelter. Tonight, he couldn't just sleep outdoors by the campfire. Without cover, it would be hard for him to sleep peacefully. After much thought, Fong Ning decided to use the collapsed rain shelter to build a simple makeshift one. The original beam was broken and couldn't be fully repaired, but with some patching, it would suffice for one night. He looked at the collapsed rain shelter and quickly devised a plan in his mind. This should work. So he began to repair it. First, he used grass leaves and branches to patch the canopy torn by the macaques. Then he folded the rectangular slanted surface into two slopes. He pulled out the wooden sticks on the left and right sides and reinserted them at the front and back, hanging the middle stick horizontally to form a doorframe shape. Next, he used vines to attach the two slanted surfaces in a shape on both sides of the doorframe, quickly assembling a triangular tent smaller than the original. Then he stacked firewood and grass at the back, forming a three-sided enclosure. This triangular rain shelter had limited space, so Fong Ning had to curl up to lie down, with his feet sticking out. But he had done his best. It was barely enough to spend the night, planning to find materials to rebuild at dawn. Fong Ning sat back down by the campfire, feeling more at ease. He stared at the fire, his lips moving slightly, and casually conjured up a pack of cigarettes. He hadn't smoked before and felt nothing, but after lighting one, he just wanted to keep smoking. He didn't know how long he would stay on the island, only 10 cigarettes were left. From his corporate slave experience, smoking could relieve mental stress, but it usually took 7 or 8 cigarettes. Now, he could only smoke one when the pressure was too much, as his sole comfort. He opened the pack, took a deep breath of the tobacco scent, and resisted the urge to smoke, turning the pack back into a card. The canopy was set up, and it was time to prepare dinner. Fong Ning picked up the backpack and got to work. Fong Ning looked at the basket full of food, frowned and pondered for a moment, then finally reached out and touched it. A flash of white light appeared, and the basket turned into a card. He hadn't planned to turn the basket and its contents into a card before because carrying more than 10 pounds was exhausting. But after that group of wild monkeys wrecked his place, he knew they wouldn't miss a second chance. To prevent the food from being ruined by the monkeys, Fong Ning had no choice but to turn it into a card first to feel at ease. If he left it in the rain shelter, who knew when the monkeys might come again and eat everything? Not only the food, even the tools were stolen. It seemed that important items would have to be turned into cards and carried on him from now on. Fortunately, he had always been cautious. The important things in the rain shelter had long been turned into cards and carried along. Only a spare reef knife was left outside, which was why the monkeys hadn't taken it. But a thief for 1,000 days cannot be guarded against for 1,000 days. he decided to set up several traps around the canopy to prevent the monkeys from launching a sneak attack while he was asleep. Fong Ning took out fresh water and kelp, put the kelp in the water to boil, and at the same time summoned the last roasted black-billed gullcard, tearing the meat into the soup while pondering, "Monkey meat, is it edible?" The fire crackled, the dim flames flickering over his face. A gust of sea wind blew, he hunched his neck and moved further into the canopy. Gurgle gurgle, the soup began to boil, the familiar aroma of kelp and meat filling the air. Fong Ning took a breath, letting the soup boil a little longer before scooping a bowl of kelp bird meat soup with his hands and setting it aside. He picked up the hot coconut shell from the fire, the heat made him pinch his earlobe. The temperature outside on the island at night was low, the sea breeze cool, and the soup gradually cooled to a suitable temperature. Fong Ning lifted the soup, a flash of white light in his hand, and began to identify. Kelp and seabird meat soup. Description: a delicious soup made by simmering fresh tender kelp and delicate seabird meat, no seasoning needed, warm and tasty. Weight, 1.3. Sure enough, the card displayed edible, and Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief. On this island, although there was a 95% chance the seaweed was non-toxic, he still worried about the remaining 5%. With the ability to identify, it was better to spend more internal energy to check and be more at ease. After confirming it was safe, he lifted the coconut shell and sipped the steaming hot meat broth. The taste is really good. As expected, after adding kelp, even if you don't add salt or soy sauce to the soup, it still gives off a faint fresh and sweet flavor. Fong Ning ate and felt the charm of seasoning after a long time. With one sip of the soup, he simply couldn't stop. Using a twig to pick up a large piece of kelp and shredded meat, he took a bite. The grilled bird meat, boiled and then soaked in kelp soup, absorbed all the broth. The bird meat was tender, the kelp thick, mixed together. Fong Ning felt as if he had taken a big mouthful of pure bird meat. The taste was extremely wonderful, relaxing him completely. Satiation, having eaten and drunk enough to feel satisfied, mental resistance, willpower, and recovery ability all increase. Since the last time he received the satiation buff, Fong Ning had not experienced it again no matter how much he ate. This time, after a bowl of seaweed and bird meat soup, the status reappeared. But in reality, Fong Ning was not full. From this, he deduced the pattern of this positive buff. This type of buff should be related to his mental state. The first time he got it, dinner wasn't lavish, and the taste wasn't as good as this bowl of soup, but he still received it. No matter how much he ate afterward, even if he was stuffed, this state never appeared again. It happened again this time. Comparing the two scenes, a common factor was found: mental state, or rather mood. Both times the buff appeared, Fong Ning felt very satisfied and touched. The first time was during his first proper dinner on the island, and he felt warmth in his heart while eating. Then the well-fed buff appeared. This time, because of the monkey and the unexpected mood fluctuation, after calming down with a cigarette and drinking this delicious soup, the emotion of being touched and the healing reached straight to the heart. Both times it appeared under the emotional state of mental satisfaction. This indicates that positive buffs are closely related to mental state. The more positive the mindset, the stronger the power, and the higher the probability of a buff appearing. So, in that case, this buff is actually brought by myself. And no way. If it had come from himself, the effect wouldn't be this good. Right now, his heart still felt warm. Fong Ning was sure that he used to be moved before, but that kind of feeling would only last a few seconds and quickly fade away. This time was different. He remained in a state of being moved constantly, his spirit was better than ever, and his mindset gradually recovered. This positive buff extended the duration of the spiritual state enhancement. This is Fong Ning's conclusion. In other words, if one day I get a positive buff of courage that lasts continuously, even when encountering a fierce beast, I would dare to charge straight at it. A human without fear is the most ferocious existence in the biological world, even comparable to wolves, tigers, and leopards. Especially when such fierce beasts are also intelligent. In the past, Fong Ning was brave, but his courage came quickly and faded just as fast, fragile and vulnerable. He was sometimes spirited and energetic, sometimes lazy and weak. That was his former state. But the environment changed everything. After coming to this island, Fong Ning changed a lot. Facing the pressure of survival, he was gradually becoming continuously full of fighting spirit. Feeling the strength brought by basic needs, his previous depression began to lift, and his spirit grew stronger. I can do it. At this moment, Fong Ning was filled with confidence. He continued to cook a full bowl of kelp soup. There was still quite a bit of seabird meat, but it needed to be scalded with boiling water to remove the feathers. Grilling directly was also an option, but it would waste a layer of bird skin. After careful consideration, using boiling water to remove the feathers was better. After drinking the bowl of kelp soup and feeling his internal energy gradually restore and his stomach settle, Fong Ning began to process 5 seabirds and some sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers only need to have their entrails removed, keeping the skin, then blanched and cut into sections. He first processed 2 large seabirds, and half of the sea cucumbers were handled. After finishing, Fong Ning returned to the campfire, poured out half a bowl of fresh water, and put the hand-torn seabird meat, edible entrails, kelp, and sea cucumber pieces together into the half-full fresh water. The coconut shell was filled. Set over the campfire, the sea, land, and air 3 delicacy stew began to cook. Sea, land, and air, kelp, sea cucumber, and seabird. Although sea cucumber is considered a seafood, Fong Ning found it on the beach, so counting it as land is reasonable. This nutritious and hearty meal was being prepared. While waiting, Fong Ning stared at the campfire, a thought popping into his mind. Campfire flames, could they be turned into a card? If that were possible, it would be much more convenient carrying a campfire wherever you go. No need to worry about the fire going out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reach out toward the flames, a sudden thought surging forth. Transform. The white light in his hand flickered, his internal energy rapidly decreasing. Just as the white light was about to cover the stone, the internal energy poured down like flowing water. Fong Ning was startled and shivered, immediately stopping the thought. The white light no longer spread toward the stone but instead enveloped the campfire still burning before him. His internal energy dropped another level, almost completely drained. With a crack, the campfire went out, the flames vanished, and moonlight spilled over Fong Ning, silver white and cold. But he didn't even notice the disappearing sparks, his gaze fixed tightly on the remaining sliver of his internal energy bar. My internal energy, it's finished. It's empty again. Ever since the last episode of Qi Deficiency, Fong Ning became especially sensitive to his internal energy. To him, internal energy was like a mage's mana bar in a game, all casting depended on it. When the mana bar was empty, danger was immense. In reality, when internal energy is depleted, Qi deficiency forces him into self-preservation. So he never let his internal energy run out completely. As soon as it was almost gone, he would stop and recover. This time, his internal energy was depleted. He immediately picked up the freshly cooked surf and turf stew, disregarded the heat, blew on it, and drank it down vigorously. After a few sips, he grabbed a piece of kelp and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The soup tasted good, but he had no mood to enjoy it. He drank it all in one go, eyes fixed intently on the internal energy meter. Maybe it was the food, or perhaps the effect of the satiety buff, but this time his internal energy recovered much faster, almost several times faster than usual. His stomach growled, and the feeling of fullness gradually faded as the food was quickly digested. The inner energy rose to more than half, and the status bar no longer showed Qi deficiency. Fong Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he relaxed, his expression changed. His stomach started rumbling, refining essence into Qi restores quickly, but the side effect is fast excretion. His stomach was empty, but his intestines were full. He clutched his stomach and jogged to the dedicated toilet on the island. Just as he squatted down, a rapid-fire sequence of sounds erupted. 10 minutes later, Fong Ning returned to the shelter feeling relaxed. He glanced at the internal energy bar, it was full. Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the status panel, he noticed the satiated status still active. He nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't expected the satiated status to significantly speed up internal energy recovery. It seemed he would need to maintain a positive mental state and accumulate several positive statuses from now on. Returning to the shelter, he finally had time to clearly see the culprit behind the recent depletion of his internal energy, the campfire card. The description read, "This is a campfire, a warm hope in the dark night, burning steadily, and can be used for cooking. Weight 9.6, fuel 96%. Can this really work?" Fong Ning was astonished. He had only been trying it out before, but unexpectedly, this campfire could not only be converted into a card, it could also burn inside the card space. Even stranger, this campfire card was actually an appraisal card, not an ordinary conversion card. No wonder the internal energy was consumed so quickly. He couldn't understand why the conversion turned into an appraisal. No matter how much he asked, the card space remained silent, unresponsive like a block of stone. Forget it, there was no use trying to figure it out. Fong Ning decided to put it aside for the time being. This external card space was full of mysteries. It was neither the rigid kind of God mode from novels nor based on fixed rules. Its conversion ability was subtle and complex, featuring appraisal functions and overweight penalties, all of which had to be explored on his own. Its intelligence was inconsistent, sometimes it gave feedback, sometimes it was completely silent. But it could self-upgrade, making it particularly mysterious. The more Fong Ning thought about it, the more he felt this God mode was extraordinary, resembling fantasy-style cards. Following typical novel tropes, could it be an incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Or perhaps a reincarnation of a powerful being borrowing a shell for rebirth? Various speculations flooded his mind, some good, some bad. For example, borrowing a shell to cultivate a puppet, then eventually devouring the host, all kinds of conspiracy theories endlessly emerged. The card space showed no reaction, letting him indulge in wild thoughts. Fong Ning put aside his doubts and continued studying the bonfire card. The information so far was normal, with no abnormalities. But when he saw the last status bar, his spirit lifted, fuel. After the conversion keyword, the card space revealed a new keyword. This time, leveraging his previous experience, Fong Ning quickly grasped the correct use of the keyword. He mentally clicked on fuel. Just like last time when he clicked conversion, a familiar black hole appeared before his eyes. Fong Ning directly shoved the stick into the black hole. A flash of white light, the stick vanished, and the fuel value changed. Fuel, 96% became fuel, 99%. At the same time, he noticed that the weight on the card also changed from 9.6 to 9.9. Fong Ning immediately understood, this weight represented the weight of the wood, indicating the amount of fuel. 1 gene of wood equals 10% fuel, with a full bar being 10 gene. He tried converting the card back into a physical object. The bonfire appeared soundlessly within the stone enclosure, the flames still blazing fiercely. Fong Ning guessed that there might be oxygen inside the card space, or that it was connected to the outside world, otherwise, the fire couldn't keep burning. Whether scientific or not didn't matter, the important thing was that this bonfire card allowed him to carry a bonfire with him, and as long as he kept adding fuel, the fire would never go out. Next, Fong Ning discovered a new technique. Whether transforming grass ropes or adding fuel to the bonfire, instead of directly clicking transform and fuel to summon the black hole, he could first convert grass leaves and sticks into cards, then drag the cards onto transform or fuel to complete the action. This way, as long as there were enough materials in the card space, he could theoretically build a grass hut and several bonfires in a day. Unfortunately, his current carrying capacity was only 144, which was far from enough, not even close to adding another zero, let alone considering the overweight penalty. Still, the amazing functionalities of the card space made him very happy. The only downside was that the bonfire card could only be stored as kindling in the space, it couldn't be used for cooking or warming. It had to be transformed into a physical object before it could be used. At night, Fong Ning had to convert the bonfire into a real item just to cook meals and keep warm. He looked at the empty coconut bowl, licked his lips, savoring the taste of the seafood land air stew from earlier. Unfortunately, at that time, to replenish his internal energy, he ate hastily without savoring it carefully. Now, he only remembered the fresh sweetness of the kelp, the flavors of the sea cucumber skin and bird meat he just couldn't recall. There were still sea cucumbers, seabirds, and quite a bit of kelp in the backpack, but there was no time to make another surf and turf and sky stew. In the end, Fong Ning gave up on continuing to cook and chose to blanch the remaining 3 seabirds in seawater to remove their feathers, gut, and clean them, then convert them into cards and prepare to rest. Since arriving on the island, daily exercise and mental activity made him very sleepy by nightfall. With no insomnia or irritability, he just wanted to finish his tasks and rest as soon as possible. At this time, it was 22:12. Fong Ning converted the campfire into a card, noticing the fuel was still at 95%. He remembered refilling it to 100% at 21:51 and that it had burned for about 20 minutes. By calculation, a fully fueled campfire can burn for nearly 7 hours, roughly the same length as his sleep time. To prevent the campfire from going out, he planned to get up at night to add wood, but he doubted he would be able to wake up. Since arriving on the island, except for having nightmares the first night, the following days he slept like a log and woke up only when it was already daylight. With this in mind, Fong Ning added a few more pieces of wood to the campfire. When converted into cards, the fuel has a maximum limit of 100%, but in its physical form, it can slightly exceed that, as long as the fire isn't too strong, otherwise, the firewood burns out faster. After adding the wood, he comfortably crawled into the rain shelter, curled up, and slowly closed his eyes facing the warm firelight. Back in modern times, even a little light in the room made it difficult for him to fall asleep. After arriving on the island, only when there was flickering firelight in front of him could he sleep peacefully. Just 3 seconds after closing his eyes, his breathing became deep and even. The sky brightened, seagulls gathered on the beach, and the new day's spectacular sea and sky show was about to begin. On the 5th day of island survival, Fong Ning, curled up soundly asleep in the rain shelter, twitched his ears as the seagulls' calls grew clearer. He blinked twice and slowly opened his eyes. He woke up and found it a bit difficult to get up. He twisted his neck, his bones cracking, and, holding his waist, crawled out from under the awning, beginning to stretch his body. Last night's sleep was both good and bad. Good because he slept deeply, bad because he curled up the entire time. When he woke, he even felt as if his soul had left his body and that his body didn't belong to him. His body ached terribly, especially his lower back. He had been bent over all night. Even after stretching, he still felt weak. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully, repeating this more than a dozen times before he barely managed to wake his body. Patting his face, Fong Ning walked to the campfire and reached out his hand toward the embers. The embers were cold, without any warmth. He instinctively rubbed them, but his fingertips felt as hot as if touched by a soldering iron, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Using a twig to sift through the ashes, he found black charcoal underneath still glowing with red sparks, rising white smoke. Fong Ning's face lit up with joy. He quickly spread coconut fiber over the charcoal, and once the fiber caught fire, he piled small twigs and leaves on top. The campfire rekindled. As soon as the fire flared up, he reached out his hand, a flash of white light appeared, and the campfire instantly transformed into a card. Campfire. Description: this is a campfire. Weight: 4.2. Fuel: 42%. Seeing that the fuel was still at 42%, Fong Ning nodded, put the cards away, and started the first task of the day. First deal with the urgent needs, then head to the jungle to fetch fresh water. After running a few times, he became more and more familiar with the route of the creek. The water flow was stable for 2 consecutive days, indicating that this creek was likely a stable source of fresh water. Soon, he filled 5 coconut shells and took the opportunity to rinse the kelp, seaweed, sea cucumbers, and seabird eggs with fresh water before putting them back into the space. Fresh water plus 5. Now, whenever he opens a coconut, he tries to keep the shell intact for storing water. He currently has 5 coconut bowls. After retrieving the fresh water, he walks to the rain shelter and waves his hand to make a campfire appear out of thin air. He takes out 2 portions of fresh water and places them by the campfire to boil. 1 coconut shell was used for drinking water, and the other for making breakfast. It was not easy to find the right spot on the campfire for the round shell. Fong Ning somewhat missed the iron pots from the city. His thoughts shifted, and he chanted the card. Instantly, a backpack basket appeared beside him. He took out the kelp, cut it into pieces with the reef rock knife, and put it into the freshwater shell. In addition to kelp, he also added 5 bird eggs and the seabird meat prepared last night. Stranded on a deserted island, he could only eat a simple kelp and seabird egg soup. Having solved the campfire problem, although his whole body was sore, his face was full of smiles. While cooking breakfast, he took the opportunity to plan the actions for the 5th day. When he used a stick to draw the number 5 on the ground, he suddenly froze. Only the 5th day. Touching his sparse stubble and hair oily enough to fry rice, Fong Ning felt as if he had been on this deserted island for several months. But looking back, those 5 days in his memory seemed to have happened just yesterday, from the surprise of discovering the cards on the first day to the frustration of being ambushed by monkeys last night, all felt like it happened in a single day. He shook his head. After arriving on the deserted island, his mood had become much more sentimental. Back to the main topic. Yesterday he went to the mangroves and came back with a full basket of seafood. He wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 2 days, which allowed him to spend more time building the camp. He had originally planned to check the tidal pool today to see if any moray eels had taken the bait. If so, it would be an extra food source; if not, he would have to think of another way. With yesterday's gains, Fong Ning was no longer so anxious about catching sea eels. Compared to potentially poisonous sea eels, he preferred eating kelp. After checking the seafood, he had planned to continue making tools. Although he had a weapon, he lacked a stone axe to chop trees. As long as you have a stone axe and then make a stone knife, the early preparations are complete. With fire, tools, and shelter, whether it's building a sturdier refuge, setting traps to catch more meat, or clearing land to plant vegetables, everything can gradually unfold until you are fully rooted on this island. However, as his experience on the island had taught him, man's plans cannot compare to the will of heaven. This real world won't give you the stable development time like a game does. He realized this during the sudden downpour on the first day. Who would have thought that the monkeys living in the jungle would find his rain shelter, play inside it, and eventually bring the whole structure down? No matter how much Fong Ning was unwilling to admit it, the fact that the temporary shelter was destroyed was undeniable. So now he has 2 choices. First, make a stone axe, then build a more solid shelter, and use this half-broken canopy to get by for 2 days. Second, spend time rebuilding a new canopy, and then build the shelter. He didn't think for long and went straight for the first option. Building the shelter now without making it sturdy would make sleeping uneasy. It's better to get by for 2 days first and then build a semi-permanent residence all at once. Those monkeys might come again, and if they do, building a shelter like before would probably get knocked down by them again. At that time, he couldn't bear his mental state collapsing once more. It was better to just use this broken shelter for now. Even if it collapsed, it wouldn't be heartbreaking. As long as it didn't rain in the next couple of days, everything would go smoothly. After making the plan, Fong Ning casually threw the branches into the campfire. Glancing at the breakfast that hadn't finished cooking, he turned around and pulled out several vines, continuing to reinforce the triangular rain shelter behind him. He tied them more securely. If the monkeys came again, at least it would hold longer. He wrapped all the support sticks with the vines, then slammed some stones against them a few times until they couldn't be pushed anymore, before turning back with satisfaction. Just in time, the breakfast was ready. Fong Ning turned the boiling water into a card and put it away, then picked up the coconut shell containing the kelp and seabird meat and egg soup and set it aside. He took out the wooden chopsticks he made himself and first picked up a few seabird eggs. The scorching hot bird eggs bounced in his palm as he blew on them and tossed them in the air to speed up cooling. When the bird eggs were no longer so hot, he cracked the shell with his knuckles and peeled it open. The delicate, pure white egg white was exposed, round and tenderly white, making him smile broadly. Unable to wait, he stuffed the bird egg into his mouth. This taste, so familiar, haven't eaten it for so long. Not having eaten an egg for 5 days, Fong Ning was so touched he almost cried. The 5 bird eggs were quickly eaten. Although he wasn't full, his appetite was thoroughly stimulated. The outer shell of the broth was no longer hot, so he directly picked up the slightly charred coconut shell with his hand, blowing on it as he drank the soup. He gradually finished the seaweed and bird meat, and after swallowing the last mouthful of soup, he exhaled a breath of warm air. About 70% full, that would be enough for today. The stomach was still empty, but without cooking tools, cooking rice would take too much time. Making another bowl would take at least an hour, so he decided to stop. Daytime was precious. Putting away the coconut shell, Fong Ning reached out toward the campfire. Before the flames could touch his fingers, they turned into a card, which he stored in his space. Fuel, 32%. Fuel, 98%. With only 32% fuel left, he simply threw all the remaining wood into the campfire card, raising it to 98%. You need to light a fire to sleep at night, so wood consumption is fast. Burning dozens of pounds a day is not unusual. This is the last bit of firewood, more needs to be collected tonight for cooking. As he was leaving, he glanced at the canopy, then looked at the character card again. Load, 66/144. After the automated cards in Campfire appeared, the load kept increasing. The card space contained almost all of his belongings, and the load had already reached 66. If it weren't for the weight exemption in the card space, he would have been crushed by these things long ago. After successfully converting the bonfire last night, Fong Ning also considered turning the awning into a card. But he ultimately gave up. Because the bonfire had already drained all his internal energy, and the awning's consumption might be twice as much. Not only does it consume a lot, but the weight of the canopy will also make him overweight. Considering this, he decided not to turn for now and wait until there is more space. After packing up his gear, Fong Ning tightened his straw sandals and headed toward the tidal pool. Along the way, he kept recalling the image of that conger eel. There was a feeling in his heart that this time he would definitely capture it successfully. With confidence, he quickly walked to the beach. He went around the seagulls having breakfast and entered the rocky area. Before long, he reached the edge of the tidal pool. Just as he climbed onto the reef, he eagerly looked toward the tidal pool. Fong Ning felt a pang of anxiety, not seeing his fish basket. Just as he worried that the basket had been washed away by the seawater, a flash of green caught his eye. Following the line of sight, the fish basket was stuck underfoot, with only the opening exposed. Fong Ning breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking the fish basket was lost. Last time I only focused on setting the bait and didn't consider the rising tide. I need to find a way to secure the fish basket. He thought about putting stones inside or tying it to the reef with grass ropes. Fong Ning reached out and swiped. The carved wooden spear transformed into a physical object in his hand. He lightly prodded the fish basket with a wooden spear, trying to pull it out. As soon as he moved it, the wooden spear was hit from inside, like hitting a wild boar. Fong Ning was so frightened that he nearly fell into the water. After the scare, his face was full of excitement. Damn! There really is something. He felt as if possessed by a mighty god, his whole body filled with strength. With the excitement of opening a treasure chest, he carefully lifted the fish basket from beneath the reef. The creatures inside the basket kept thrashing violently. Fong Ning was almost certain that it was that moray eel. Lifting the fish basket, he squatted down, tightly gripping the opening, and slowly pulled the basket out of the pond. The creature inside seemed to sense it was about to leave the water and became more agitated. The fish basket swayed in the water, splashing water and wetting the cuffs of his pants. Fong Ning straightened up and finally lifted the fish basket completely out of the water. Once away from the water source, that guy immediately lost its dominance in the water. Without the water's support, its impact force was greatly reduced. Even though it struck desperately, Fong Ning's arm remained motionless. Fong Ning lifted the fish basket, a more obvious look of joy appearing on his face. Because he could feel the weight of the basket, it meant the contents inside were not light. Carrying the fish basket, Fong Ning quickly left the reef area. At this moment, nothing could distract him. He only wanted to confirm whether the basket contained that sea eel. Arriving at the beach, Fong Ning placed the fish basket upright and looked inside through the opening. At the bottom was coiled a creature as thick as a snake, its body as thick as a palm, covered with black spots. Perhaps because it was out of the seawater, the creature was much quieter. Fong Ning recognized it as the sea eel he had seen last time in the tidal pool. That broad body, those familiar spots, it was undoubtedly the same one. Recognizing the sea eel, Fong Ning immediately raised his wooden spear, slowly inserted the spear tip into the basket opening, aimed at the chrysanthemum-shaped hole on one side of the eel, and suddenly stabbed in. The carbonized spearhead precisely pierced the moray eel's gill opening, causing the eel to violently thrash its body. The moray eel's death struggle was powerful. Fong Ning almost couldn't hold the fish basket, so he simply let go, gripping the wooden spear tightly with both hands and plunging it down with all his strength. Feeling the moray eel's desperate struggle inside the fish basket, Fong Ning grew even more excited, and the force in his hands became increasingly heavy. Finally, the wooden spear penetrated the moray eel's gill opening and continued stabbing into the fish's lower body. A ferocious smile appeared on Fong Ning's face, tinged with madness, as he exerted force once again. The spearhead pierced through the second layer of the fish's body, reaching the bottom, breaking through the fish basket, and embedding itself into the sand. This fatal strike was too much for the moray eel to bear. It struggled violently one last time, thrashing its tail, then went completely still. It only wriggled occasionally when Fong Ning spun the wooden spear, but its strength was fading. Fong Ning slowly rotated the wooden spear, holding on for more than a full minute. Until no matter how he turned it, the moray eel no longer reacted. Fong Ning was satisfied and untied the basket opening's binding, removing the basket opening along with the wooden spear. He pulled out the wooden spear and slowly lifted it up. As more and more of the wooden spear was revealed, a moray eel pierced through, its body in an S shape, was pulled out of the fish basket. It was completely dead now, blood dripping down the wooden spear into the fish basket. That huge, menacing fish head hung low, its bulging, eyelidless eyes staring intently. Its mouth was wide open, sharp, barbed teeth exposed, conveying both a resentful bitterness of death and a fierce, domineering cruelty. Looking at this sight, Fong Ning's destructive and annihilative urges were completely ignited. The feeling was just like when, as a child, crouching by the stone steps and crushing passing ants bit by bit with the thumb. That's right, just like that. Die. All of you die for me. He threw the moray eel impaled on the wooden spear onto the beach. Watching the round, bulging fisheye glaring at him, he furrowed his brow, pressed the wooden spear against the fish eye, and slowly stabbed. The dragon-like eye of the moray eel was slowly pierced and burst by the wooden spear. After the fisheye burst, Fong Ning lifted the wooden spear. At this moment, the moray eel was no longer fierce and domineering, only a miserable death remained. Fong Ning laughed out loud with ease. The last trace of humanity and restraint in his heart was ruthlessly erased by the wooden spear. The gentleness and timidity once cultivated in the city were gradually fading at this moment. In their place was an indescribable wildness and cruelty. On this island, his wildness and ferocity blended seamlessly with the environment, making his human aura subdued instead. In the sky, the seabirds that had been circling above his head seemed to sense something, quickly soaring higher and letting out noisy cries. They felt. Beneath their feet, a beast they could not withstand was awakening. After killing the eel, Fong Ning felt completely refreshed. He used a wooden spear to lift the eel and placed it back into the seawater. Killing fish on the beach this time was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had originally planned to take it back to the canopy for processing. Since he had started, once the fish was dead, it had to be processed quickly. Seafood is the hardest to preserve, and without refrigeration, it spoils easily within a few hours. In this regard, Fong Ning discovered a clever use for the card space. Although the card space doesn't have a cooling function, placing food inside does indeed extend its shelf life. For example, the previously mentioned sea fish and sea birds decay much more slowly after being converted into cards. Sea fish in the card space only drop to 50% freshness after a day, whereas in reality, they would definitely be rotten after one day. So turning into cards can effectively extend the shelf life. He doesn't quite understand the principle. The card space is mysterious. Living things turned into cards can survive in the space for a while before dying. Does this seem to imply that one can also breathe in the card space? Then, can I also use people? Due to the lack of detailed information, Fong Ning could only guess many techniques and set them aside for the time being. After clearing the grit inside the moray eel, he used a reef knife to gut it. The internal organs were inedible, and he initially planned to discard them, but then thought that the subsequent traps and fish baskets would need the organs as bait, so throwing them away would be wasteful. However, the organs smelled strong, and placing them in the canopy would attract carnivores, so the best solution was to turn them into cards. This moray eel was huge, estimated to weigh around 10 pounds, with the internal organs alone weighing over 1 pound. Fong Ning also cut off the eel's head. Its huge mouth was lined with sharp teeth, and he carefully avoided the teeth, fearing scratches. Unexpectedly, when slicing the neck, he discovered another set of mouthparts. The moray eel actually had 2 sets of mouthparts. Supporting the eel's head open with a twig, Fong Ning was surprised to find it had no tongue. The exposed oral cavity contained only a row of sharp teeth, structured like a snake's mouth, mainly used to grasp prey. The mouthparts hidden in the throat were perhaps its tongue. This little tongue could extend and retract and had sharp teeth at the tip. Fong Ning speculated that the outer mouth held prey steady, while the inner mouthparts were responsible for pulling it back, delivering food into the stomach, digesting it with the abdomen like a snake. This discovery greatly lowered Fong Ning's opinion of the conger eel's senses. He had no idea before that the conger eel's mouth was so bizarre. It was practically monstrous. If this were in CD City, he would have thrown this thing away long ago. But now, stranded on a deserted island, looking at the conger eel's large, solid body, he couldn't help swallowing hard. Oh well, just cut off the head and pretend he never saw it. Fong Ning cut off a piece of conger eel meat, touched it with his finger, and silently performed an identification. After a familiar flash, the piece of meat disappeared, and a new card appeared in his deck. Spotted naked chest conger, meat piece. Description: flesh from the belly of the spotted naked chest conger, inhabiting coral reef mouths or coastal reef areas. It has a strong appetite, grows rapidly, and has an aggressive temperament. Its main prey is fish, occasionally eating crustaceans. The internal organs in fish head contain large amounts of bacteria and parasites, making consumption potentially poisonous. The meat carries a trace amount of toxin. Eating more than 1.4 kilograms within 24 hours may cause mild poisoning, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and other symptoms. Weight, 0.1. Indeed toxic. Fong Ning looked at the information on the card and instantly understood many things. This was a little trick Fong Ning had figured out earlier. There was no need to transform the entire conger eel at once, just cut off a small piece for identification. This way, a large amount of inner energy wouldn't be used at once, only to identify something unnecessary. Just like this time. The identification result of the conger eel was not too bad, but not good either. As Fong Ning expected, this conger eel was indeed toxic. Its viscera and fish head carried a large amount of bacteria and parasites, which could cause poisoning or even infection if eaten. There were also small amounts of toxins in the fish meat, basically making the whole body poisonous. But according to the system description, as long as you don't eat more than 1.4 kilograms of fish meat in one day, you won't get poisoned. Fong Ning's current appetite is such that eating 1.4 kilograms of sea eel meat at a time is enough to fill him up. For an average person, about 200 grams a day is sufficient. In other words, as long as this sea eel is eaten in no more than 2 pounds over 2 meals a day, Fong Ning can safely treat it as normal food. At this rate, the consumption speed is probably slower than the rate at which the meat goes bad. Such a big sea eel, combined with kelp, seaweed, and sea cucumber, is enough to keep Fong Ning going for 3 to 5 days without having to search for food. Even if it finally spoils, it can be used as bait to trade for new food. After thinking it through, Fong Ning felt reassured. He decisively scraped the membrane clean, cut off the head and tail, and transformed the processed sea eel into a card to put into his deck. After transformation, he knew the sea eel, with the innards and head and tail removed, weighed 4.9 kilograms, roughly 12 pounds, indeed a big chunk. The remaining entrails and the head and tail were also turned into another card, prepared to be used as bait. Although Fong Ning already had seaweed and other harvests, so food wasn't tight, it was certainly better to be able to eat more meat. The poison didn't matter as long as the dosage was controlled. Even drinking too much water could cause poisoning. With the eel, Fong Ning's food reserves became more abundant. From then on, he didn't need to spend time gathering food and could focus on crafting stone axes and other tools, starting to build a sturdier shelter. He lifted the fish basket and happily turned it into a card to store in his space. With the addition of the fish basket card, the deck's weight capacity increased to 84. Then converting the wooden spear immediately shot the load up to 91. Fong Ning's card space weight limit was 144. Considering a 70% weight exemption, exceeding 100.8 would result in overburden penalties. There wasn't much space left, which meant he would soon have to make choices. This is an inevitable problem. As Fong Ning lived longer, the tools and food he made increased. All these things turned into cards, and the space simply couldn't hold them. Later, he had to categorize items and only bring the important and necessary ones. TCH, this isn't very good. Boss plugin, could you expand the space next time you upgrade? Fong Ning muttered to himself as he walked toward the shelter. The last card upgrade made him realize that the plugin wasn't unchangeable, it seemed to grow or unlock further based on his feedback. Maybe the plugin has awakened, and the space can upgrade into a warehouse. Competition is so fierce now, I'm just doing this for its own good, he thought to himself. When he returned to the canopy, it was only a little past 9 in the morning. In the city, he might not even be awake at this time. The seagulls were still foraging on the beach, but strangely, when Fong Ning approached, the seagulls suddenly flew high and far away, as if they were afraid of poisonous gas surrounding him. Fong Ning was puzzled. He didn't know that animals identify enemies not only through sight and hearing but mostly rely on pheromones, similar to scents but more complex. They can sense hostility or predators in advance through pheromones. Now, these seabirds sensed a strong aura of danger emanating from Fong Ning, far stronger than before. To them, Fong Ning had become a bloodthirsty beast that must be avoided. Although Fong Ning didn't understand why, the fact that he could scare the seagulls gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. Ignoring the noisy seabirds, with plenty of food available and no need to hunt them, he walked straight across the beach and returned to the shelter. Fong Ning threw some wood into the campfire card, preparing to make a stone axe. Making a stone axe was simple, he recalled from the video. It required a polished stone blade for the axe head, a thick short wooden handle, and then bind them together with vine strips. The stone blade wasn't hard to find. A few days ago, he could only find reef stones, but now he had a better source of stone, the rocky beach beside the mangroves, which was also where the seabirds nested. That rocky beach was actually quite long. The seabirds occupied some of the nests, and some were still empty. This place is full of rocks, including cobblestones, reefs, and many shells as well as quartz-like stones, with a wide variety. Fong Ning didn't know how this rocky beach was formed, only guessing that it might have been a seabed before, which dried and cracked into a rocky beach after the tide receded. He wanted to find a suitable stone here, even hoping to find material that could be made into a stone knife. Although reef knives are sharp, they are brittle and considered inferior products. When cutting things with a reef knife, there are always stone powder and small gravel falling off, and the ingredients get covered with gravel. When opening a coconut, the last sip of coconut juice can't be drunk dry, for fear of swallowing small gravel. Therefore, getting a qualified stone knife is a pressing need for Fong Ning. As for the wooden handle, it must be found in the tropical jungle, at least as thick as a wrist. This type of tree can only snap small branches. To cut it off completely, Fong Ning might have to gnaw through the trunk. Just as he was about to head to the mangroves, he suddenly heard a noise. He paused, hid behind the canopy, and cautiously peeked toward the source of the sound. Ugh woohoo ugh ugh oh ugh oh ugh. Familiar monkey calls came from the forest ahead. It was that group of monkeys. Fong Ning's face changed, his brows furrowed tightly as he stared at the forest. Between his fingers, he held a card, faintly displaying a wooden spear with a red dot. Before long, the jungle leaves parted, and a dark-skinned monkey head sneakily peeked out. This monkey is very clever. Seeing no one under the awning, it tentatively called out once. It was testing whether Fong Ning was present. After several seconds of testing, the monkey stopped calling and cautiously walked out of the bushes. Due to the angle, it didn't see Fong Ning hiding behind the canopy, nor did it notice the cold eyes staring at it. Just as Fong Ning thought there was only one monkey, another monkey suddenly rushed out from the side, carelessly heading toward the empty canopy. It barked wildly at the first monkey and jumped around. The barking and movement stunned Fong Ning for a moment. Fuck. If I'm not mistaken, that guy is mocking the monkey from just now, right? Fong Ning saw this scene and automatically added subtitles to the monkey's cries in his mind. Ugh ugh ugh. You're such a coward. Woohoo woohoo woohoo, daring to come with such a small heart, really just a little spicy chicken. Whoa! Watch me! After that last sound, the monkey turned around, its tail raised high, red but facing the first monkey, twisted twice, then charged towards the canopy using both hands and feet. It jumped onto the canopy and looked down to make eye contact with Fong Ning. One person and one monkey, one hiding behind the rain shelter, the other crouching on top of it, silently confronting each other. Gee! Damn! Unexpectedly, after the monkey jumped up, there was actually a person hiding under the rain shelter. It's like someone climbing up a rock, only to find a mountain tiger hiding beneath, its eyes fixed tightly on them. The monkey screamed in a breaking, terrified voice. It agilely turned and jumped down from the awning, wailing and crawling in a tumble, rushing past the first monkey's spot, disappearing into the grass. The first monkey was still stunned. At this moment, behind the awning, a huge beast slowly stood up, holding a long wooden stick in one hand, its cold eyes fixed on it as if ready to pounce and devour it. Damn! NTM! Fong Ning could almost hear the monkey's frantic voice. The monkey also screamed sharply, turned around, and darted into the bushes. Its shrill cries faded from near to far, clearly having escaped. At this moment, Fong Ning recognized these two monkeys. The first timid monkey should be the wild monkey that was trapped under the canopy by the pig teammate yesterday, who also conveniently took his rock knife. The one jumping onto the canopy and making eye contact should be the monkey that was swinging on the swing yesterday. The one sitting by the stone campfire did not appear. Seeing the monkey scared away, Fong Ning's grip on the wooden spear loosened and tightened again. Obviously, these monkeys have already discovered his hiding place, they actually dared to come today. If he hadn't just happened to be here, the canopy might have been ruined by the monkeys again. Now he was torn between setting up a few traps first to send these monkeys to meet the king of hell, or ignoring them for the time being and going to make a stone axe. Watching the direction in which the monkeys fled, Fong Ning fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he decided to put away the wooden spear and temporarily ignore the monkeys. If it had been last night and they appeared again, he definitely wouldn't hesitate and would have gone straight up with the spear, wiping them out completely. After killing the monkeys, Fong Ning even thought about hanging up a monkey head to scare off any others that might come. The monkeys' actions last night stirred his dark side, he nearly had the fierce urge to devour them alive. But after a smoke to calm down, those harsh thoughts quickly dissipated. The smoke was like a painful cry, allowing his emotions to vent and his mind to return to normal. Once rational again, Fong Ning remained cautious of the monkeys but was no longer so hostile. Because of this, he didn't immediately attack when he first saw the monkeys. During his observation, Fong Ning realized these monkeys were not unintelligent, several of them displayed expressions and behaviors very much like mischievous kids. They knew how to be cautious, mock their companions, and had strong memories. Watching those monkeys with faces resembling humans, Fong Ning even felt they were just a bunch of little brats and felt reluctant to take action. Thinking about killing, Fong Ning still felt some inner struggle. But if the monkeys kept provoking him, no matter how lively their faces were, he would show no mercy. When it came to his own interests, he would never be lenient. Fortunately, the bold monkey ran away as soon as it saw him, scaring off another one, and didn't give Fong Ning a chance to shoot. To deal with these monkeys, Fong Ning could only set traps in advance. Otherwise, constantly staying under the canopy wasn't a solution. Digging traps required a lot of effort, and if the monkeys didn't come, that investment would be wasted. Worse yet, the traps might accidentally injure his own people. Even if he really managed to catch a monkey, with his current load, Fong Ning couldn't convert it into cards to carry away. Monkey meat would spoil after just a few days and eating it felt wasteful. Besides, he still felt a bit disgusted at the thought of eating monkey meat. These considerations led Fong Ning to finally decide to give the monkeys one more chance. If they could behave, he could save himself the effort of killing. But if the monkeys kept causing trouble, after 2 days when the moray eels were done eating, he might just go after them. When it came to survival, Fong Ning could overcome many difficulties, even if it meant losing some things, like his humanity. But he hoped more that he could live with dignity, maintaining his human posture. Finally, Fong Ning looked towards the direction of the tropical jungle, then glanced back at the canopy. This rain shelter is already very simple, with a basic structure. Even if it collapses, Fong Ning can patch it up and continue using it, so there's no need to worry too much. The main concern is its limited load-bearing capacity, otherwise, he would have turned it into cards long ago. He walked around the rain shelter again, adjusting the support poles. After confirming nothing important was left inside and that the shelter was sturdy enough, Fong Ning turned and headed towards the rocky beach. Half an hour later, he arrived at the rocky beach. To avoid disturbing the seabirds, he bypassed their nests and entered from the opposite end. The rocks on the beach varied in size, making it hard for Fong Ning to focus. He picked a smooth, hard, and broad piece of slate, felt it, and tapped it with another stone. The best stone material is obsidian, followed by granite and cobblestone. Obsidian is mostly found in volcanic areas. This island appears to have no volcanoes, so it might be impossible to find. Granite is commonly distributed on continental plates, formed through crustal movements. Cobblestones are actually granite polished smooth by water flow, a fact Fan Ning learned by chance. The slate in front of him, he's about 80% sure, is granite and meets the requirements for making a stone axe. It's long and flat, suitable for processing. He picked another piece of granite that's easy to strike, placed the slate on a large rock, and struck it with the granite. The first strike didn't break the slate, the second strike caused fine cracks to appear, the third strike snapped it cleanly in half. Fong Ning picked up a broken piece, propped it diagonally against the rock, and used granite to tap the edges of the crack. Under the tapping, the crack gradually took on a more curved shape. Once the shape was roughly formed, he switched to a fist-sized pebble and gently tapped the curved edge. The rough edges gradually chipped away, and the curve became clearer. After the curved edge was shaped, Fong Ning took the slate that was the prototype of the axe blade and walked toward the giant stone he had chosen earlier. The surface of this large rock is rough, with a strong granular texture, making it very suitable for sharpening an axe blade. Fong Ning held this piece of slate, which wasn't yet a true axe blade, and repeatedly rubbed it against the stone. He even went to the seaside to fetch a bowl of seawater to use as lubrication for the grinding. Once one rough spot was smoothed out, he moved to another area to continue. Fong Ning nearly ground all the rough surfaces of the entire rock. In the end, he obtained an axe blade with smooth lines and a sharp edge. The blade was flat on both sides, sharp as a line in the middle. Fong Ning could feel its sharpness and sturdiness. He rinsed it clean with seawater and confirmed that the blade was very sharp. Next came the process of making the handle. After some busy work, it was nearly noon. The hot weather and the effort spent grinding the axe blade had drained quite a bit of energy, so Fong Ning decided to rest and replenish. He adjusted his straw hat, looked up at the sky and the time, and planned to rest briefly. But instead of going directly into the shade, he continued searching for materials on the rubble beach. After walking a while, he returned to the shadow at the edge of the jungle with 3 large stone slabs in his hands. 2 of them looked like bricks, with smooth surfaces on all 4 sides and roughly the same height. The other was irregular but had one flat surface, which Fong Ning had washed with seawater. After putting down these 3 stones, Fong Ning went back to the rubble beach to keep looking. When he returned, he was carrying a piece of slate under his arm. This slab was very flat on one side, thick as a fist on the left end, gradually thinning toward the right, becoming only 1 or 2 millimeters thick at its thinnest point. The right half of this slab Fong Ning found was as thin as a stone frying pan, which could be used for cooking. The cooking experience from these past few days told Fong Ning that grilling was not the best cooking method. Although grilling is the most common cooking method humans have used since first harnessing fire, it isn't necessarily the best choice. Being on an island without modern tools and materials, grilling actually wastes food and presents many problems. For example, when skewering food with a stick, the wood often burns before the food is cooked. Or, because there's no proper tool to cut the food, thicker parts remain undercooked while only the outer layers get charred. Worse still, the stick softens during grilling, causing the food to suddenly fall into the fire, covered in ashes and dirt, making it difficult to eat. The past is hard to recall. Every time Fong Ning grills food, he always encounters various problems. To survive, he can only simply handle the burnt, dust-covered food and grit his teeth to eat it. Although there are coconut shells to cook with, their capacity is too small. Cooking a meal using a coconut shell might take until noon. Fong Ning kept thinking of ways to improve his cooking method. Ideally, he wanted an iron pot, but it was impossible to find one on the island. After much thought, he felt the only cookware that could be upgraded was probably a stone slab. Finding a suitable thin stone slab would allow him to try frying and sautéing, avoiding food falling into the fire pit, and preventing always burning the food. Although thin stone slabs were hard to find, they were still more reliable than an iron pot. While making an axe blade on the rocky beach, Fong Ning also searched for a thin stone slab. The perfect thin stone slab was hard to find. It easily broke, got crushed by animals, or was eroded into rubble by the sea, wind and sun. After searching for a long time, he finally found a barely suitable stone slab. After gathering the materials, he didn't go out again but dug a small pit on the ground and threw the bonfire card in with a wooden spear. The card vanished immediately after leaving his hand, and a bonfire instantly flared up in the pit. Fong Ning kept adding firewood, and the flames grew strong. The sea breeze on the island made the fire flicker uncontrollably. When the wind was strong, the flames nearly lay flat on the ground. He hurriedly stood 2 long stone strips on either side of the fire to block the wind. Once the flames stabilized, he placed the stone slab on the stone strips, scooped some fresh water with a coconut shell to clean the stone slab, then adjusted its position so the thin side faced the flames. The flames roasted the stone slab, and the moisture on the surface gradually evaporated. Fong Ning moved his fingers, and a processed sea eel carcass appeared in his hand. He placed the lower half of the sea eel on another flat stone that had been washed by seawater. Fong Ning gripped the axe blade tightly and, like using a kitchen knife, struck hard at the lower half of the sea eel. The axe blade that he had sharpened all morning did not disappoint. The axe was heavy, and with one chop, the tough skin of the sea eel was instantly split open, even breaking the fish bones. After cutting to the bottom, he sharpened the axe blade again and cut open the bottom of the fish skin before putting away this piece of conger eel meat. Then, he transformed this piece of meat into a card. Spotted naked conger eel, meat segment. Weight, 1.2. Because the whole sea eel had already been transformed before, the segmented transformed pieces of meat no longer consumed additional internal energy. This is a technique Fong Ning figured out on his own. This way, he can cut the sea eel into suitable sizes to avoid poisoning from eating too much. This piece of meat is 1.2 kilograms, below 1.4 kilograms, so Fong Ning feels assured to eat it. He took out a reef knife and carefully picked the fish meat along the fish bones. The blade was not smooth enough and still had grit on it. He threw the fish bones directly into the fire, cut the fish meat into slices about 1 centimeter thick, and then flicked off the small stones. The fish skin was also peeled off. A total of 14 slices of fish meat and 2 pieces of fish skin were cut. The longest fish slice was nearly 10 centimeters, and the shortest about 5 centimeters. The stone slab was still being roasted over the campfire. Its surface temperature was indeterminate, but Fong Ning dropped a drop of water on it. Sizzle. Water droplets instantly emitted white smoke and dried within seconds. The heat was very high. Fong Ning laughed and without hesitation grabbed the longest fish slice and placed it on the stone slab. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fish fillet immediately sizzled with the sound of frying oil. The meat began to contract, and a fragrant aroma spread everywhere. The fat in the fish continued to seep out at high temperatures, and the aroma grew stronger and stronger. After confirming that the stone slab could be used to cook fish, he put the remaining fish meat and fish skin on the iron plate and began making stone slab grilled eel. To prevent sticking, he kept turning the fish fillets. The fish sizzled, the skin curling up from the heat. At this moment, except for Fong Ning's scruffy appearance that looked like a caveman from the mountaintop, no one would have thought he was surviving on a deserted island. Sea eels roasted on the stone slab, sea breeze gently blowing, seabirds chirping, waves crashing. The atmosphere was very pleasant. If only there was a bottle of wine, it would truly feel like a perfect island vacation. Fong Ning used a twig to turn the fish slices, savoring the cool sea breeze. He had already decided that he must bring this stone slab back. With it, life would be much more flavorful. This stone slab conducts heat very well, and the fish fillet cooked quickly after being spread out. Compared to grilling, he didn't have to exert effort to cut the fish, nor did he have to worry about fish falling into the fire pit. He only needed to gently flip it, and the fish wouldn't burn. The first piece of fish was cooked, and Fong Ning picked it up, blew on it, and then put it into his mouth. When it entered, the rich oil made his mouth water. Really fragrant, he praised inwardly. Pan-frying the fish not only avoided bitterness but also fully released the fish's oil, making it very flavorful. The fish had no bitterness or graininess, was soft and juicy, and with one bite, the juice burst in his mouth. The conger eel's flesh was firm and slightly dry, but this only made Fong Ning savor it even more. He ate slice after slice, unable to stop. The fish meat was eaten clean, and his face was full of satisfaction. Near the end, he stuffed the fish skin together with the meat into his mouth. The toughness and rich gelatin made his eyes light up. Eating the conger eel skin alone has no flavor. It's a bit like soft leather, but wrapped with fish meat, the juices in gelatin blend, giving the conger eel skin more taste. The fish meat becomes more elastic under the coating of gelatin. Fong Ning quickly ate the last piece of fish skin wrapped with fish meat. He felt reluctant to finish nearly 2 pounds of conger eel meat. If it weren't for the fact that eating more would cause poisoning and diarrhea, he really wanted to keep cutting and eating the fish meat. He picked up the slightly cool boiled water, took a few sips, and after adjusting to the temperature, drank it all in one gulp. As the hot water went down, he started to sweat. Had no choice but to take off his clothes and let the sea breeze blow. He took out the cards and Fong Ning carefully examined the remaining sea eel meat. Based on the card portions and the fish he had just cut, he estimated that the leftover fish could be divided into 3 pieces, each weighing about 1.4 gin. This way, the remaining sea eel meat would be enough for him to eat for 3 days. Fong Ning just hoped the sea eel would decay slowly inside the card space. If it ended up spoiled, he would truly feel heartbroken to the point of tears. Licked his lips, ate 2 gins of fish meat, and his strength instantly returned. He turned the campfire back into a card, made a circle around the edge of the jungle, picked up some firewood, and filled the fuel to full. It was exactly noon. The sun was at its strongest, not suitable for entering the jungle. Fong Ning simply took a walk on the beach. Wearing a straw hat, it didn't matter how fierce the sun was. As he walked, he stepped into the tide, the warm seawater washing over his ankles, a bit hot. The further he walked into the sea, the temperature first rose. The surface layer was scorching hot, but going deeper, the temperature dropped again. Fong Ning's eyes lit up. He walked along the rocks to an area of the sea where the water temperature was just right, took off his clothes, and started washing with seawater. He washed all his clothes except for the down jacket. Washing with seawater might not be completely clean, but at least it could remove some of the smell. After washing his clothes, he used stones to hold them down on the beach to dry in the sun. Naked, he returned to the sea and bathed with a cloth. To remove the grease, he also scrubbed with sand and mud. Unexpectedly, this method worked well, and after washing, he felt much cleaner. When washing his hair, he only rubbed it with seawater. This was his first shower in 5 days. Although he wasn't completely clean, he was in a great mood. On the island of Xianggu, it wasn't cold even when naked. On the contrary, it felt free and easy. No wonder some foreign artists like to run around naked. The feeling of letting go and being oneself is truly wonderful. He returned naked to the rocky shore, wearing a straw hat, looking for stones suitable for making axe blades and stone knives. Stone axes and stone knives are consumables, so it's convenient to have extra materials on hand for making them. Although sunbathing feels cool, the ultraviolet rays are strong, so Fong Ning has to go to the shade to rest from time to time. At 4 in the afternoon, he finished sharpening the stone knife. This stone knife resembles a dagger, with only one side sharpened on the straight back. The handle is wrapped with grass rope to increase friction, giving it a rustic and rural look. After 3 hours of sunbathing, the clothes on the beach had dried. The scorching hot gravel and burning sunlight completely dried the clothes. Fong Ning picked up the clothes and shook them hard, causing all the sand and stones to fall off. After putting them on, he finally felt much cleaner. With this stone knife, the reef knife could finally be retired. Fong Ning tested the stone knife on the trees at the edge of the tropical jungle. The sharp blade easily cut through the bark, and the tip remained hard. If it were the reef knife, the tip would have already chipped off. He happily fiddled with this simple stone knife, gripping the handle tightly, and a white light flashed. Simple stone knife. Description: carefully polished granite stone knife, rustic yet highly lethal, with a sharp edge that wounds on contact. Weight: 0.8. The temperature began to drop in the afternoon, and the jungle was no longer stifling. After just 3 hours, stepping into the jungle still brought a hint of coolness. But the mosquitoes continued to swarm wildly. Fong Ning waved them away, but they clung to him as if they had found a relative. So annoying. Fong Ning slapped a mosquito sucking blood on his neck, his hand stained with bright red blood. His frown grew deeper. No, I have to find a way to repel the mosquitoes. Although the temperature had dropped, the mosquitoes were still just as many. Fong Ning, freshly showered, had tender skin that gave off the scent of flesh and blood, much like the fair and tender tang monk meat, attracting even more mosquitoes. He kept swatting them away as he walked through the dense grass, memories from his childhood surfacing in his mind. Back then, mosquito coils were not yet popular. Aunt Lou from the welfare home would harvest mugwort, ageratum, and other herbs every summer, dry them, and mix them to make incense, which she would burn in the dormitory. Aunt Lou said it was a skill passed down from her grandmother. Besides incense, she also made sachets and gave them as first birthday gifts to every child. Fong Ning vaguely remembered that after Aunt Lou lit the incense, white smoke would curl up, and a light, refreshing fragrance would fill the entire room. Once that scent appeared, the mosquitoes in the room would quiet down and stop bothering them during their afternoon nap. Thinking carefully, that fragrance carried the scent of mugwort, mixed with ageratum and a hint of lemon. The three aromas blended perfectly, neither clashing nor overwhelming, but harmonizing beautifully. Just a whiff would instantly calm the whole mood. Whenever those little monkeys who refused to nap made a fuss, a few breaths of this scent would quickly quiet them down, and then they would fall into a deep sleep under the afternoon sunlight. This was Lu Ma's secret weapon. After growing up, Fong Ning once thought Lu Ma's aroma had the effect of a sleeping pill. Unfortunately, since Lu Ma passed away from illness in high school, he never smelled that reassuring fragrance again, nor saw that person who seemed stern on the surface but had a gentle heart. Recalling this, Fong Ning seemed to smell the familiar scent lingering in the air, and could still hear Aunt Lu's heavy and steady footsteps in the room. Although loud, that sound made one feel incredibly reassured. It was this faint lemon fragrance that evoked endless nostalgia. Suddenly, Fong Ning's eyes sharpened, and his previously scattered gaze quickly focused. He tried to take a few breaths of air. That faint, almost intangible fragrance made him start looking around. No, this scent. Perhaps it was the deep memories of childhood. The smell of this incense had long been etched in his mind. Usually hard to recall, but the moment this familiar scent was detected, all memories were instantly awakened. Yes, it was exactly this fragrance, a light lemon scent mixed with a menthol-like sharpness. Fong Ning's eyes kept scanning, his body slowly turning, his nose twitching incessantly. Just arriving on the island, he felt all his senses had been heightened, unsure whether it was because of the cards or his potential being activated. In any case, his senses were now extremely sharp. Using this fragrance, he quickly locked onto the direction. Following the scent, Fong Ning stepped forward. He hadn't walked many steps before he discovered a cluster of plants emitting a conscious scent. Strangely, as he approached, the buzzing sound in his ears noticeably diminished. When he got close to the plant, all the surrounding noise seemed to vanish. Not only that, but the familiar fragrance also gave him a refreshing jolt of alertness. Looking down closely, these slender grass leaves shoot straight up from the ground, then gently droop down, resembling thatch grass but much shorter. No, perhaps this is a variant of thatch grass. Fong Ning bent down and tore off a blade of grass, carefully smelling it. As soon as he caught the familiar fragrance on the grass leaf, he immediately understood that this material must have been in the incense that Grandma Lu made earlier. Only now did Fong Ning realize that no mosquitoes dared to approach this plant. Even if a mosquito accidentally flew in, it would quickly fly away, as if staying too long would be fatal. Fong Ning's eyes lit up. Isn't this natural insect-repelling grass? Others might only guess its use, but he was different. He had an advantage. Rubbing his stomach, the grilled stone slab sea eel he had for lunch filled him with energy and confidence. He directly pinched the grass leaf, silently chanting, "Identify." A flash of white light appeared, and his internal energy began to consume. After using up 1/3, the grass leaf turned into a card. Lemongrass, Citronella. Description: a perennial grass herb of the Poaceae family, with thick stems covered in white wax powder and a lemon fragrance, also known as lemongrass. It has effects of dispelling wind and dredging collaterals, warming the middle and relieving pain, and stopping diarrhea. The stems and leaves can treat rheumatism, migraines, infections, improve digestion, deodorize and repel insects, constrict skin, and regulate oily and unclean skin. It can also extract lemon essential oil used in perfume and soap manufacturing. The grass leaves can be used as a spice, and the rhizomes are edible. Weight, 0.1. Fong Ning stared at the name on the card, deep in thought. Lemongrass, Citronella, he seemed to have heard of them but couldn't recall the details. Reading the description, he was stunned. This herb was simply a treasure. Widely medicinal, an excellent insect repellent, could be distilled into essential oil, used as a herb spice, and its rhizomes were edible. Wasn't this a divine herb? With strong vitality, nearly everywhere, and multiple uses, no wonder it was called a divine herb in ancient times. Fong Ning was overjoyed to unexpectedly discover Citronella. Just thinking about repelling mosquitoes, he ended up with a treasure, truly a stroke of luck. He then thought about how he had inexplicably recalled Lu Ma today, and by memory, found Citronella by chance. Could it be that Lu Ma was watching over him from heaven? Though Lu Ma was not his biological mother, she was better than family. If he were in the city, he would have just thought it a coincidence, but now in this otherworldly island, with card cheats and carrying the wood spirit pearl, he couldn't help but suspect there was some deeper mystery behind it all. Fong Ning clasped his hands together, sincerely giving thanks to the spirit of Aunt Lu. Then he squatted down and gently sliced the lemongrass at the root with the stone knife, severing the rhizome. The sharpness of the stone knife exceeded his expectations. It only took a few breaths to cut through a bunch of lemongrass. After cutting, waves of lemon fragrance wafted in, invigorating Fong Ning's spirit. He picked a stalk of lemongrass, peeled away the outer shell, revealing the tender, pure white stem and root. Fong Ning bit off a small piece. The sweet juice immediately burst in his mouth, abundant in liquid, soft in fiber, and easy to swallow once chewed. After finishing one stalk, a faint sweetness lingered in his mouth. Looking around, the lemongrass grew densely, scattered everywhere like wild grass, and mosquitoes barely dared to approach this area. Fong Ning cut a few more stalks of lemongrass, peeled the stems and roots, and after assembling 10 stalks, placed them into the newly made backpack basket. Then, he gathered a large handful of lemongrass leaves, put them into the empty coconut shell, and pounded them into green grass paste with the rounded end of the wooden spear. He repeatedly mashed it, then switched to another coconut shell, crushing the grass mud and leaves in batches. Soon, a bowl of fragrant green grass mud took shape. Although there was no equipment to extract lemon essence, this grass mud was sufficient to be used as an insect repellent ointment. Fong Ning dug out a bit of the grass mud with his finger and silently chanted an identification spell. A white light flashed, and after consuming internal energy, the grass mud in his hand transformed into a card, homemade insect repellent ointment, nameable. Fong Ning didn't expect that just by casually trying, he would actually make an insect repellent ointment. Previously, he had only guessed, but he didn't expect the card verification to be real, making him very happy. Seeing that he could name the ointment, he thought for a moment and decisively called it lemongrass ointment. He scooped up a lump, rubbed it open, and applied it to the exposed skin. As soon as the ointment was applied, the skin felt cool, like mint. After applying it to his neck, a fresh lemon fragrance immediately spread around and lingered for a long time. Once finished, he stepped out of the lemongrass field and re-entered the area dense with mosquitoes. The mosquitoes outside had been waiting eagerly, but when Fong Ning came out, the swarm of mosquitoes began to stir. However, they were not drawn by the scent of food. Instead, they were frightened by the pungent smell on his body and flew around chaotically. Not a single mosquito dared to come near, and the whole area immediately fell silent. With the lemongrass ointment, the mosquitoes and insects in the tropical jungle were no longer a threat to Fong Ning. In high spirits, he carried this scent that mosquitoes avoided at all costs and began searching for suitable trees. Without the harassment of mosquitoes, he moved much more calmly. Heat, mosquitoes, and unknown poisonous beasts were the three great dangers of the jungle. Now, the heat could be avoided by staying away from the hottest times, mosquitoes could be kept at bay with the lemongrass ointment, and he only needed to watch out for venomous beasts to explore safely. Holding a wooden spear, he drove away potential dangers as he continued searching for suitable trees. Without mosquitoes causing trouble, his searching efficiency greatly improved. Not only did he find a suitable sapling, but he also unexpectedly discovered a wild banana tree. When he first discovered them, Fong Ning was so happy he almost jumped up. But upon closer inspection, the bananas were surprisingly small and not ripe yet. Unlike the thick bananas cultivated by humans, these wild bananas were no longer than 10 centimeters, with a diameter of only about 2 centimeters. Peeling off the skin, the flesh inside was even thinner than Fong Ning's thumb. Despite this, Fong Ning was still satisfied with today's harvest. Without touching the banana, he first used the axe blade to chop down a small tree, removed the branches to turn it into a bare wooden stick, and carried it out of the jungle. Along the way, he kept a smile on his face and even hummed a tune. Today, he not only successfully made an axe blade and a stone knife, but also found a stone slab suitable for stone plate roasting, discovered lemongrass and made lemongrass paste, and finally found a banana tree with a fruitful harvest. Seeing everything gradually improve, he naturally felt happy. Next, once he makes an axe handle, he can advance from the primitive era into the Stone Age. Now, he can't wait to build a small wooden house. With a fixed base, he can conquer this island step by step. This is the ambition that has ignited within Fong Ning at this moment. After getting the wooden stick, time was tight, and he didn't dare linger in the jungle. As night approached, the jungle's insect and bird sounds gradually faded, plunging into a brief silence. But this silence made Fong Ning's heart race, and his alertness reached its peak. The jungle by day and night felt like two different worlds. By day, there were insect and bird calls, the blazing sun above, and occasionally venomous snakes and centipedes. These dangerous creatures posed low risk as long as he used the wooden spear to clear the path ahead. They generally wouldn't attack unless stepped on or provoked. Clearing the way made his walk safer. At first, the sudden appearances of venomous snakes scared him, but after several encounters, he learned the patterns and gradually lost his fear. Besides poisonous snakes, insects, and ants, most daytime animals were herbivores with weak aggression but keen senses. Fong Ning had been to this jungle over a dozen times and had heard wild boars and goats, but the sounds disappeared as soon as they appeared. When he heard those sounds, his reactions varied. In the jungle, wild boars posed an even greater threat than mountain tigers. The reason was obvious. Whenever he identified the sound as a wild boar's call, Fong Ning would deliberately avoid it. He only had a wooden spear on him, with almost no defense. For safety, he didn't dare confront wild boars head-on. When he heard the goats bleating, he wanted to approach, but the goats always sensed him before he got close and ran off, leaving only chocolate beans scattered on the ground. In these dozen or so encounters, except for poisonous snakes, he only heard the sounds of other animals without seeing them in person. The goats and wild boars were like this, not to mention the alert wild rabbits and pheasants. Fong Ning hadn't even seen a single pheasant feather. These were the dangers of the jungle during the day. As long as he was careful, the threats were not as serious as the intense heat. But night was different, and the jungle turned into another scene. As night fell, the noisy sounds of insects and birds gradually faded, and the bird calls became long and ethereal, as if warning all creatures the danger was coming. Most fierce carnivores were nocturnal, night was their hunting time. The prey they sought were mostly herbivores active during the day. Naturally, Fong Ning also became their target. Don't believe those fallacies about humans being invincible. Wolves can't beat humans? Humans are the fiercest beasts? Our ancestors were once forced into caves by fierce beasts. In terms of speed, humans can't compete with hares. In terms of strength, carnivores are far stronger than ordinary people. In terms of ferocity, how can people living in comfort compare to beasts desperate to survive? Some say humans are large, so fierce beasts won't attack casually. That's just the beasts waiting for the best opportunity. No matter how big a person is, they can't compete with a wild buffalo. Wild buffalo will attack, let alone humans. Humans became top predators through intelligence and tools, not by physique alone. Entering the jungle late at night, except out of necessity, is losing reason. Without the right tools, human strength only makes the beasts enjoy the thrill of the hunt more. If you want to see the true nature of wild beasts, watch those documentaries. CCTV's Animal World is the most authoritative. Fong Ning has loved watching this show since childhood. He still remembers Teacher Zhao's voice to this day. Fong Ning had watched many programs and documentaries and was clear about his current situation. If he spent the night in this jungle and encountered a fierce beast, the chances of survival were less than 60%. Less than 60% was almost a 100% chance of death. Although he usually seemed indifferent, Fong Ning actually valued his life very much. Even if there was only a 10% risk, he would not take the chance lightly. He cautiously withdrew from the jungle. Just as he was about to walk out of the jungle and enter the rocky beach, he suddenly heard a sharp wailing cry coming from deep within. The sound was strange, like a child crying, but 100 times louder than a child's cry. Immediately after, a tiger's roar rang out, loud and opposing. In Fong Ning's mind, an image of a mountain tiger confronting some fierce beast popped up instantly. His whole body trembled, and his pores tightened. That strange wailing cry sounded like a monster's howl, sharp and piercing, involuntarily reminding him of demons and ghosts, sending chills down his spine. Coupled with the tiger's roar, Fong Ning's legs went weak. Aren't these fierce beasts supposed to be active in the high mountains? How could they have come to this jungle? Only then did he realize that his understanding of these fierce beasts was mistaken. Tigers have a roaming range of over 10 kilometers, and although this tropical jungle was far, it was definitely not outside their hunting territory. There are many animals here and plenty of food. How could those jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards possibly pass up this buffet? This means that the coconut island where he is isn't safe either. Thinking of this, a scene appeared in Fong Ning's mind, waking up to see a tiger's face. The feeling was enough to give anyone a sudden cardiac arrest. It was terrifying. He even felt an urge to dig a hole and build a house underground as soon as he returned. Scared by the sudden strange howls and tiger roars, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He grabbed a wooden stick, knocked it a few times on the way back, and suddenly ran towards the rocky beach. Although the sound seemed far away, Fong Ning ran for his life like a little girl chased by a cheetah. After running out of the rocky beach, he headed straight for the place where he had done the teppanyaki earlier, grabbed the now cold stone plate, and sprinted towards the coconut island. Fong Ning suddenly changed his mind, put down the stone slab, and dashed into the seabird's nest like an arrow. The seagulls were already accustomed to his presence, but this sudden impact scared them into flying chaotically. Some even twisted their wings, fell to the ground, and could only hop away to escape. Fong Ning ignored them, squatted down, picked up the bird eggs, and placed them into the upgraded backpack. He guessed he wouldn't dare come to this mangrove forest again within a week. Fortunately, the materials for the stone axe and stone knife were already complete, and he even got some cookware. Considering he would not come back, he decided to collect more bird eggs as backup. After gathering nearly 100 eggs, he transformed the backpack back into a card. Looking back, Fong Ning picked up the stone slab again. He had already placed most of the firewood under the canopy before, reducing his load. But this time, with the added lemon roots, lemongrass paste, axe blade, stone knife, and nearly 100 bird eggs, the card's weight surged to 79.6 kilograms, just 21.2 kilograms shy of the 100.8 kilogram limit. He was carrying nearly 80 kilograms, one-third of which was campfire wood, firewood, and grass leaves, while the rest were fresh water, food, weapons, and tools, about 50 kilograms, plus some sundries. The card's space was almost full. He needed to organize it well when he returned, leaving unimportant items at the residence and carrying only the essentials. Now, once the stone slab and wooden stick were converted, the weight alone could cause overload. After weighing the options, Fong Ning decided to hold the stone slab tightly and drag the wooden stick while running back to the rain shelter. Although very tired, this was much safer than moving while overloaded. The stone slab was heavy, and the wooden stick was difficult to drag, but this slab was extremely precious. Fong Ning wasn't sure if there were any better ones on the rocky beach, and even if it meant exhausting himself, he had to bring it back. For food lovers, tableware is an essential soul. Not to mention the wooden stick, besides being usable as an axe handle, other parts are also excellent building materials. Even if not used to build a house, they could be used as firewood to burn all day. So, Fong Ning held the stone slab tightly and dragged the wooden stick back to the rain shelter. After returning to the rain shelter, Fong Ning found everything intact with no uninvited guests. He put down the stone slab and wooden stick, walked a few steps, took a breath, and then slumped onto the leaf bed. The clothes he had washed just at noon had picked up odor again due to sweat. The unpleasant smell that wasn't fully washed out earlier was triggered, and only then did Fong Ning realize the smell on his body had gone sour. His whole body emitted a faint sour stench that lingered for a long time. Without soap or other deodorizing cleaning products, modern clothes were harder to clean than the simple hemp garments of ancient times. Washing with seawater didn't get them clean at all. It was only the 5th day, and Fong Ning found it hard to imagine how bad the odor would be after a month. After lying down to rest for a while, Fong Ning sat up. His stomach was hungry again, even though he had eaten nearly 2 kilograms of fish at noon. Besides the heavy physical activity just now, the amount of stuff he converted and identified today was also quite a lot, so his energy consumption was fast. He flipped open the food cards to check: seabird *3, green coconut *1, freshwater *3, kelp, 20.5 kilograms, *1, seaweed, 12.5 kilograms, *1, sea cucumber, 12 pieces, *1, seabird eggs, 159 pieces, *1, spotted naked chest eel, 3.7 kilograms, *1, lemon rhizomes, 10 pieces, *1. He hadn't taken stock in 2 days and didn't expect to have so much food already. The key items were the kelp and seaweed, which were in large quantities, but their durability had decreased quite a bit. The kelp was at 74%, and the seaweed only at 66%. It had been just over a day since he picked them up. Kelp could last at most 3 more days before spoiling, and seaweed even less, only 2 days of shelf life. The cards had extended their shelf life. Without a fridge, kelp would spoil in water at room temperature in no more than 2 days. Now the cards had doubled that, which was pretty good. But nearly 40 kilograms of kelp and over 20 kilograms of seaweed would be difficult to finish within 3 days. It wasn't that it couldn't be eaten, but eating it all like this was too extravagant. Looks like I need to make a drying rack. These kelp can be hung on the drying rack to dry and preserve. As for the seaweed, it needs to be eaten within the next couple of days. It's not easy to dry, and if left outside for too long, it will turn white, stink, and spoil quickly. Seabirds, sea cucumbers, and spotted naked chest eels also need to be eaten quickly to avoid rotting and waste. Seabird eggs are okay, they can last a week at room temperature, and the card can extend their shelf life to half a month. Green coconuts keep well, and the lemon rhizomes are freshly peeled and can be eaten later. Fong Ning looked at the food cards and quickly made a consumption plan. After inventorying, he began to act. First, he modified the stone wall so the stone slabs could be stably mounted. Then he used the campfire card to light a fire under the stone slabs. As the flames rose, the orange-red campfire illuminated the stone enclosure. Fong Ning took out 4 empty coconut shells, ran to the beach, cleaned the remaining sea cucumbers, and carried back 4 bowls of seawater to roast by the campfire. Then he washed the kelp with fresh water, laid it on the stone slabs, and cut it together with the sea cucumbers using a stone knife. Although processing the ingredients was time-consuming, cooking was his most enjoyable and relaxing moment. Maybe this is the taste of life. During a break from cooking, Fong Ning took the time to work. He used the axe blade to chop many short wooden sticks about arm length and wrist thick, preparing to make axe handles. The ends of the sticks were slightly singed with fire, and he measured the length of the axe blades back with his fingers, marking the approximate length on the sticks. Then he began to carve grooves. The wood was dense, so making deep grooves would take at least a whole day, but he didn't plan to spend that long. After carving only shallow grooves, Fong Ning placed burning charcoal into the grooves and, using a twig to blow in one breath, the charcoal quickly turned red, and the wood core inside the grooves carbonized and turned black. He continued to add more charcoal, and the grooves slowly started burning. This charcoal burning method for the axe handle saved both time and effort, allowing him to free up time for other tasks. He only needed to check occasionally to ensure the grooves were burning evenly and not burning crookedly or too fiercely. Fong Ning used small stones to fix the charcoal burned sticks with the grooves facing upward on the ground, then continued preparing dinner. Every 5 minutes, he would check the burning status, adjust the charcoal, and add fuel. Time quietly passed, and finally, dinner was ready. He ate all the sea cucumbers in one night. Of the remaining 3 seabirds, 2 were boiled into seabird and seaweed soup. After eating the seabirds and a large handful of kelp and seaweed, his stomach was finally full. The last seabird was roasted and stored for later. Although he brought back the stone slab, he had already eaten eel meat today, so the slab wouldn't be needed tonight and could still be used tomorrow. After dinner, Fong Ning focused on making the stone axe. After more than an hour of burning, the axe handle was finally burned through, and the groove became rectangular. After some slight trimming with a stone knife, he tried to insert the axe blade. The blade was narrow at the tip but wide in the middle, like a fat person whose legs can pass over a railing but whose belly gets stuck. The blade fits snugly into the groove. Fong Ning knocked on the back of the axe a few times with satisfaction to tighten the blade's fit. Then, he carved a wooden wedge with the stone knife and stuffed it into the gap between the handle and the blade, tapping it firmly with a stone. Finally, he tied the junction of the blade and handle with grass rope in a crisscross pattern, which not only secured the blade more firmly but also distributed the vibration when chopping, preventing the handle from cracking. After tying the last knot, a perfect stone axe was presented before Fong Ning. The sturdy wooden handle paired with the sharp crescent-shaped stone blade, tightly wrapped with grass rope, made the blade seem as if it had naturally grown from the wood, both natural and harmonious. Fong Ning griped the stone axe with satisfaction and swung it several times. With the long handle and his arm strength, the axe made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. This was not just a tool for chopping wood but a deadly weapon when aimed at a living being. Without hesitation, Fong Ning transformed the stone axe into a card. Although the card space had limited weight capacity, Fong Ning's current food reserves were enough to support brief internal energy expenditure. He would definitely carry this stone axe as an essential weapon. To make room for the axe, other cards would have to be minimized as much as possible. Stone axe. Description: a purely handmade simple stone axe, with a simple structure, but before it breaks, it is a powerful killing weapon and an effective tool for chopping wood. Weight: 3.2. The axe weighs nearly 6 kg, manageable to carry, but truly swinging it is very exhausting. Fong Ning swung it a few times and his arms went numb. Obviously, 3 points of stamina are far from enough for prolonged use. His constitution is too weak. He complained to himself again about his frail body. Not exercising in the city, staying up late and smoking naturally led to poor physical fitness. He had just arrived on the island less than a week ago, and his body had not yet adapted. He could only wait until things stabilized to train properly and improve his physique to match his mental strength. Fortunately, the card space's weight capacity is calculated based on the spirit value, which is why it has a capacity of 144. If it were calculated based on stamina, he'd probably have collapsed from exhaustion by now. After comforting himself, Fong Ning put the stone axe card into the space, sat under the canopy staring at the campfire, and sorted through the 33 cards in his hands. The most important were the character card and the wood spirit pearl. No need to say much about the character card, the wood spirit pearl was the only spiritual item, and Fong Ning found it quite magical. Although he slept poorly, ate poorly, and worked in dirt on the island, his constitution of 3 points never resulted in fever or colds. While he paid close attention to his health, it was more likely the endless vitality buff from the wood spirit pearl that was at work. On the surface, endless vitality just accelerates wound recovery, seemingly just helping wounds heal faster. But Fong Ning felt it was more than that. Every time he was scratched by leaves in the jungle, his wounds would scab over by the afternoon and the dead skin would fall off the next day, with his skin healing very quickly. He hadn't yet experienced a serious injury, so he didn't know how effective it would be then. Beyond faster wound healing, he also felt his immunity had improved significantly. His strong immune system made it so he was almost never struck down by colds or fevers, with his body always able to recover rapidly. Thinking carefully, this recovery ability wasn't just about fast wound healing. Fast wound healing meant high cellular activity, and high cellular activity meant stronger immune cells. Understood this way, the wood spirit pearl truly demonstrated its uniqueness as Fong Ning's only spiritual item. After all, if it didn't have some kind of bug, how else could it be distinguished from ordinary items? Except for the character cards and wood spirit beads, the other cards are organized as follows. Food type cards include seabird, already processed, 1, green coconut 1, freshwater 1 portion, kelp, 19.4 kilograms, seaweed, 11.1 kilograms, seabird eggs, 159 pieces, spotted naked chest eel, 3.7 kilograms, lemon rhizomes, 10 pieces, and coconut shells, containers, 6 pieces. Each card has weight: seabird 1.6 kilograms, green coconut 2.1 kilograms, fresh water about 0.4 kilograms, coconut shells average 0.3 kilograms each. Kelp and seaweed are heavy due to high moisture and volume. Although seabird eggs are numerous, total weight is only 2.8 kilograms, lemon rhizomes 10 pieces about 1.6 kilograms. Total food weight about 44.8 kilograms. Tool cards include back basket, straw hat, grass rope, reef knife, simple wooden spear, stone axe, stone knife, 1 each. Although the quantity is small, the weight is not little. The heaviest is grass rope, because Fong Ning packed in over 10 pounds of straw leaves for sufficient use. Combined with the stone axe and wooden spear, total weight reaches 18 kilograms. Other equipment includes Casio sports watch and wood spirit beads, weight negligible, only 0.2 kilograms. Fire starting cards include lithium battery, tissue paper, and firewood, 10 kilograms, with firewood being the heaviest. To be ready to add fuel at any time, 10 kilograms of firewood is usually kept in the fonding space, totaling 10.2 kilograms. Medical cards only include lemongrass ointment, weighing 0.6 kilograms. Miscellaneous items include underwear rag, Zuanheman cigarettes, Bluetooth earphone, and resident ID card, Fongning, with a total weight not exceeding 0.8 kilograms. All cards combined weigh 74.7 kilograms. He hasn't yet accounted for the weight of storing the Yi campfire back into space. If he refuels the Yi campfire fully before storing it back into space, his load reaches 84.7 kilograms. The remaining 15.3 kilograms of space doesn't even include fresh water. Tomorrow, after filling 6 coconut shells with fresh water, his load will increase by another 2 to 3 kilograms. This means the actual amount of things he can carry is only 12 to 13 kilograms. Fong Ning estimated that at most 6 more green coconuts could fit before it was full. And this was only the 5th day since he arrived on the island. When it comes to hoarding skills between scavengers and the squirrel party, organizing space is not just about reducing weight. Looking at the messy cards in the space, Fong Ning didn't rush to clean up. Instead, he pulled out the grass rope card and transformed it into a grass rope. He used a nearby vine as the frame and, following the weaving method for straw hats, spent over 10 minutes weaving a round-mouthed grass basket. As the number of backpacks increased, Fong Ning's weaving skills became increasingly proficient. In the finished backpacks, except for the underwear rag, other miscellaneous item cards like lithium battery and tissue were packed inside and then converted back into cards. Round-mouthed straw bag. Description: a round-mouthed straw bag woven with straw rope, capable of holding various items. Contents: cigarette *1, Bluetooth earphone *1, resident ID card, Fong Ning, *1. Weight: 1.2. A round-mouthed grass basket freed up 5 card slots for Fong Ning. Craftsmanship can sometimes become addictive. After mastering a new weaving technique, Fong Ning made a square grass basket. He took the seabird eggs out of the backpack and placed them into the square grass basket. There were only kelp and seaweed left in the backpack. After cleaning the seabird eggs tomorrow, they can be taken directly from the grass pouch. Although it wasn't more convenient, just a different container, the joy of organizing lifted Fong Ning's spirits. He cut the spotted bare-chested eel into pieces, placed them in the coconut shell, then converted it into a card, freeing up a card slot. Seabirds are also placed in coconut shells. Extra coconut shells are directly used as containers. Only 4 coconut shells remain. Fong Ning stacks them and converts them into cards. The weight remains the same after organizing, but the number of cards decreases from 33 to 24, freeing up 9 card slots. Then, Fong Ning began to reduce his load. He converted the grass rope, took out the grass leaves from the warehouse, keeping the weight inside at around 2 kilograms. All 5 skeins of grass leaves were taken out, tied up with the grass rope, and placed by the rain shelter. The fish basket previously used to catch conger eels was also placed there. Fong Ning fixed the grass rope inventory at 2.5, if insufficient, he would replenish it. Spare firewood was reduced to 5 kilograms. With enough fuel for the campfire, combined with this wood, it could burn for nearly 15 hours, sufficient for daily use. Excess firewood and grass leaves were also piled by the rain shelter. This way, his load dropped from 74.7 to 65.9, freeing up nearly 10 kilograms of space. Tomorrow, he plans to make a drying rack to hang the kelp for drying, which can free up at least another 10 kilograms of space. He expects to stabilize the load around 60, enough to carry the harvest while leaving ample emergency space. On the island, organizing card space is not just a habit for Fong Ning, but a survival skill. What to bring and what not to bring must be carefully weighed. Without fire, weapons, or fuel, the consequences could be fatal. After all, this is not a game, there is no save file to go back to. Tonight, Fong Ning was sleepless. His luck seemed to have run out. He had assumed that after the monsters fought, they would return to Gaoshan Island, but in reality, the creatures on this island roamed freely. Just as he finished organizing his card space and was about to sleep, an explosion suddenly echoed from the distant jungle, followed by a familiar roar that echoed across the entire island. The sound was earth-shattering, accompanied by the angry roar of a tiger. With a roar, tiger's roar, Fong Ning quickly extinguished the campfire flame, turning it into a card and storing it away. He immediately crawled out from under the tarp, ran to the beach, then back again, swiftly converting piles of grass leaves and firewood into cards and storing them. He returned to the canopy, a flash of white light, and the leaf bed also transformed into cards and was collected. Then, Fong Ning grabbed the 2 wooden poles supporting the canopy with both hands and pulled them out forcefully, removing the entire support pillars of the canopy. Fong Ning decisively folded the left and right sides of the canopy inward like closing a book, lifted the canopy top and the wooden poles together, gritted his teeth, and sprinted toward the beach. This was not just a simple bucket and run, he was running away carrying all his belongings. Besides the pile of stone barricades and the stone slab that had been used twice, he took everything else away from the spot. Fong Ning couldn't hold on much longer after running. His weak physique simply couldn't withstand prolonged exertion. He checked his carrying capacity in the space 82.7. The campfire had burned through the night, consuming several pounds of firewood. The load distance from 100.8 had dropped to just 18.1. Fong Ning lowered the canopy, cut the vine binding the support pole with a stone knife, and then turned the canopy into cards. The load soared to 99.7. Only 2 sticks left in hand, internal energy consumption was high, and recovery was slow. His stomach also began to growl. He knew that his internal energy was exhausted, and his body was refining essence into energy to replenish internal energy capacity. Fortunately, I just ate my fill, otherwise, lacking energy refinement, I would have to endure the pain of qi deficiency again. Carrying 2 sticks, it's much easier. Fong Ning didn't rest, he picked up the sticks and ran all the way to the beach under the moonlight, reaching the rocky area. Facing the sea breeze, he hid behind a tall reef, feet stepping in the cold seawater, eyes fixed intently on the direction of the jungle. This is the farthest place he can hide. Beyond this, he would have no choice but to jump into the sea to escape. After discovering that the monster and the mountain tiger were actually fighting deep in the jungle, Fong Ning dared not stay in the camp any longer. He didn't know whether the beast would find him or whether it would attack him. But he didn't dare to take the risk. During this time, he had been eating, drinking, and relieving himself near the camp, leaving scents all around. Once the beast follows the scent to the canopy, if he hides in place, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Those 2 beasts, especially the one that can contend with a tiger, are definitely not to be trifled with. If they discover him, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this in mind, Fong Ning decided to dismantle the camp. Without fully understanding the situation, he would never dare to stay in the same place. Hiding here was already his limit in terms of retreat. If the beast could still catch up, he would have to fight desperately. After all, at this point, he had no way to retreat. Only by cutting off all retreat routes could Fong Ning muster enough courage to fight against the beast in the final desperate battle. The seaside was unusually cold. The seawater was icy, like freshly melted ice cubes. The biting sea wind made Fong Ning shiver all over, and his feet, soaked in the seawater, gradually lost warmth. Helpless, he retreated to a reef half a person's height. This reef was located at the very front of the reef area, and the tide had not yet risen here. Beneath his feet was damp sand. He returned to the beach. The wind was strong, and without any enclosures, the campfire couldn't be lit at all. Any spark was immediately blown out. Not to mention that the only firelight at night might also attract those two monsters, so Fong Ning dared not light a fire lightly. The wind was really fierce, and even wearing a down jacket, he was still shivering from the cold. Looking around, Fong Ning compared several places and finally moved to another reef. This reef was smaller than the previous one, but fortunately, there was another reef on the side, and the two reefs formed an angle. Fong Ning shrank into the angle, spread leaves to make a bed, lay on it, then used two tarps to prop up, fixed with wooden sticks, blocking the other two directions. In this way, he built a barely sealed space between the reef and the tarps. From a distance, it looked like an igloo had been built on the beach. He crouched inside the igloo, occasionally peeking out toward the jungle, but spent most of his time hiding behind the rain shelter. The reef and rain shelter blocked most of the sea breeze. Although the wind still slipped through cracks, the cover was enough to help him maintain his body heat. This enclosed space also gave him a great sense of security, and his tense heart finally settled a little thanks to those two fierce beasts. Power. I need power. Stronger power. Although Fanning has a card space plugin, it is mostly auxiliary and cannot directly grant him great power. This is exactly why he fears fighting and keeps running away. Plugins come in types. His plugin is clearly auxiliary, not combat-oriented. In battle, he can take out items at any time for emergencies, but his true strength still depends on himself. He only has 3 points in physical constitution. He wants to roar. A true hero born between heaven and earth cannot long remain under others. But his constitution is only 3, not even reaching the level of a fighting weakling. Out of helplessness, he could only make such a choice. The battle between the howling beast and the mountain tiger continued throughout the entire night. After the initial fear passed, Fong Ning's mood gradually relaxed, even to the point of giving up resisting. After all, this was all he could do. If he was still discovered, then he would fight desperately. So, he began trying to judge the battle situation in the jungle through sounds. A piercing beast howl rang out, followed immediately by a painful tiger roar. Obviously, these two beasts had fought again, both wounded. Roar! Dare to come over and try. The tiger's roar carried a warning tone. Immediately after, a loud wailing response came. Wah! Who's afraid of whom? Fong Ning imagined this dialogue in his mind. Though not necessarily accurate, he could sense that both sides were locked in an intense standoff. Before long, the battle was reignited. The jungle echoed with thunderous crashes as trees were struck, sounding like two excavators colliding. Even when elephants fight, it wouldn't make such a racket. Fong Ning was certain the beasts opposite him were no ordinary animals. Tigers are fierce, but from the documentaries he had seen, tiger claws could only leave scratch marks on tree trunks and would never knock trees down. Black bears might have that kind of strength, but it was extremely rare for them to topple multiple trees consecutively. Moreover, the calls of these two beasts were extraordinarily loud, beyond the range of animals he knew. Their sounds were filled with complex emotions: pain, caution, anger, defiance, all intertwined as if a single creature was simultaneously roaring like a tiger and wailing. Fong Ning couldn't help but wonder if he had come to another world. He touched his right wrist. The string of stone beads was still there. It turned out to be a wooden spirit pearl, a spiritual item. Adding that to his card plugin with a touch of fantasy, if this place really was another world, it might be a fantasy or Xianxia realm. In that case, these two beasts fighting fiercely in the jungle were very likely to be demon beasts, ferocious beasts, strange beasts, or even magical beasts. Judging by the situation, there was no way they were ordinary animals. The sound of their battle was like an excavator tearing through the forest. This was beyond what normal beasts could do. The jungle battle continued. Based on the sounds, Fong Ning judged that the mountain tiger seemed to be on the losing side. He heard the tiger's cries grow weaker, while the other beast's howls became more arrogant. Then, after a desperate roar from the mountain tiger, the sounds of battle gradually subsided and finally disappeared. Fong Ning wasn't sure whether the tiger had died or if they had moved the battlefield elsewhere. The jungle returned to silence, and the roaring of the tiger and the cries also stopped. But Fong Ning did not dare to enter Coconut Island lightly. Who knew if those two ferocious beasts were still there? He called them ferocious beasts in his heart because encountering them meant great danger. After the sounds faded, Fong Ning's courage grew a little. The temperature on the beach was still very low. Relying only on the rain shelter and down jacket, he felt he was about to give out. The sea breeze penetrated everywhere, taking away his body heat and draining all his energy. The previous transformation of cards had also consumed a lot of internal energy, so he had to quickly replenish food. Otherwise, with insufficient energy, he feared being frozen to death by the sea wind. He raised the rain shelter slightly and pinned it to the beach with wooden sticks to help it resist the sea wind. Then, he conjured a bonfire. The flames flickered unsteadily but were surrounded and not blown out. The fire was strong, and the firewood consumed quickly. While warming by the fire, Fong Ning took out the last bowl of fresh water and placed it beside the bonfire to boil. He used a stone knife to cut kelp into small sections and put them into a coconut shell. The seabird egg was simply wiped and tossed into the water to cook slowly. Boiled eggs are easy to absorb and replenish strength. Bird eggs are a good choice. Once the kelp was cooked, he scooped it out to eat, and after finishing, put it back in. Fong Ning used the coconut shell as a hot pot, continuously dipping kelp in seaweed. There were only 400 grams of fresh water, which was nearly gone after several rounds of dipping. He took out more than a dozen cooked bird eggs, peeled them, and ate them one by one. After eating the bird eggs and kelp, his stomach was finally full. After using up the fresh water, a thirsty Fong Ning used a stone knife to cut open a green coconut, preparing to replenish his water. With the stone knife and stone axe this time, Fong Ning easily opened the coconut and took a few sips to quench his thirst. After drinking his fill, he converted the coconut into a card and stored it in his space. Well fed and watered, he glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The tide, which had been rushing toward the rain shelter, began to slowly recede. Fong Ning didn't have to worry about being awakened by seawater while half asleep. He added some firewood, sat down hugging his legs against the reef, and began to doze off. The previous fierce beasts had driven him out of his home, and combined with the earlier tension, he was mentally exhausted. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, only the campfire flickering in the sea breeze. This sleep was not long. Perhaps the environment was unsafe, or maybe resting against the reef was uncomfortable. He suddenly woke up. His eyelids ached, clearly not rested enough, but the sound of the sea tide and wind around him prevented him from falling asleep again. Helplessly, he sat up blankly, very much like a city worker being woken up by an alarm clock. The campfire gradually weakened and could no longer provide warmth. Fong Ning sighed in his heart, missing the peaceful times in the small woods. He shook his head and began to sort out his upcoming plans. Originally, he intended to use the stone axe to chop trees, then used the cart to pull the wood back to the camp to build a fence-style rain shelter. With the shelter, he would have a semi-permanent place to live. With the help of the canopy, he can work on tools in a safer and more comfortable environment, craft stronger weapons, and then set traps in the jungle for hunting. In the early stages, he would also rely on catches from the beach and tidal pools to ease the food pressure. At the same time, he planned to venture deep into the jungle to identify various edible wild fruits and vegetables. Once found, he would cultivate farmland beside the canopy to plant them, rotating their consumption not only to prevent boredom but also to supplement nutrition and maintain physical strength. Fong Ning called this period the development phase, the core of which was to endure hardships and work hard. As an expert at jungle survival, the first thing Fong Ning needed to do was quietly farm the wild, avoiding areas with gunfire. He estimated that this phase would take about a month. After a month, he would at least be able to catch some small animals with traps, fully entering the meat-eating era. He called this period the fitness phase. With a stable food supply, he planned to start exercising. Ensuring safety, he was ready to train in overweight mode, using an effect similar to a gravity chamber to improve his weak constitution of only 3 points, aiming to reach at least 5 points. After his constitution reached 5 points, he would start the final main quest, building the strongest shelter. At that time, he would upgrade the fence-style awning, build a real wooden house, add furniture, expand the farmland, begin raising animals, and establish a food cycle. In addition, he planned to expand the stream, divert water to the wooden house, and ensure a stable water source. After completing these, he would continue upgrading his residence, build a stone kiln, and fire mud bricks and pottery. Mud bricks were used to build sturdier mud houses, while pottery enhanced the quality of life. Once the stone house was completed, he would search for ore, build a simple blast furnace, and try iron smelting, leaping directly from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. This was his perfect vision. Fong Ning thought this plan was flawless because he did the same in the game. Most of the inspiration came from survival games and survival videos he had watched. It was these experiences that allowed him to live in an orderly manner on the deserted island. Who says playing games is useless? A living example of saving lives is right before your eyes. If he had been playing other games, he probably would have been done for long ago. However, plans can't keep up with changes. The 2 fierce beasts that appeared last night completely disrupted his plan. They descended like death itself, and encountering them was a dead end. This completely ruined Fong Ning's perfect plan, and he had to rethink his subsequent actions. Since encountering those monkeys, his originally simple life seemed to be going off track. Fong Ning sighed helplessly and continued adding firewood to the campfire. The campfire was blazing brightly. Fong Ning rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. With insufficient energy, his brain couldn't think clearly, better to eat first. The sage mode he had just activated was quickly switched back to garbage mode. He took out a string of kelp from his space, cut it into pieces with a stone knife, and skewered them with a branch. Then he took an empty coconut shell, scooped a bowl of ice-cold seawater from the tide, set it by the fire to heat, and dropped in 10 seabird eggs. After sipping a few mouthfuls of green coconut juice opened last night, he focused on roasting the kelp skewers. The flame roasted the kelp, releasing a glutinous fragrance, fresh and sweet. When the edges were slightly charred, the kelp was fully cooked. Fong Ning ate it piece by piece like skewers. Although there were no seasonings and it wasn't as juicy as boiled, it was barely edible. After finishing it with coconut juice, the seawater also came to a boil. He cooked them for a few more minutes, poured out the seawater, gently peeled open the seabird eggshells, and swallowed them one by one. The taste of the seabird eggs was no different, familiar and satisfying. After drinking the last 2 sips of coconut juice, Fong Ning wiped his mouth contentedly, took a deep breath, and said, "What a delicious breakfast to celebrate living another day, truly a cause for joy and congratulations." Then, he used the stone axe to chop open the coconut shell, scooped out the coconut meat but didn't eat it, leaving it in the shell to transform into a card and be stored in space. He strung together a bunch of seaweed and continued roasting it, while tossing 15 more seabird eggs into the pot. Roasting and cooking at the same time, Fong Ning muttered to himself, "If I eat this many seabird eggs in one day, won't my cholesterol skyrocket?" He laughed self-mockingly. He was currently eating so frugally, yet worrying about high cholesterol. Human nature is really complicated. When the new batch of seabird eggs was cooked and the seaweed was roasted, he turned the roasted seaweed into cards to store in space while pouring out the seawater and putting the seabird eggs and coconut shells into the card storage together. He stood up, turned the canopy into cards, put out the campfire, and dragged the firewood cards to fill the fuel. Originally weighing nearly 20 jin, half of the firewood was burned through the night. At this moment, Fong Ning's load reached 95.6 kilograms, just a few kilograms shy of being overweight. Fong Ning brushed the gravel off his body, picked up the support stick, walked around the beach, and picked up 2 more green coconuts. He first made a hole in one green coconut and put it into the space for later use. In this way, emergency food and fresh water were prepared. This was the method he came up with after the accident last night. The food he carried now was enough, but he knew that if he needed to consume a large amount of internal energy in the future, his body and energy might not keep up, so he had to prepare some emergency food. The unused ones would be heated and eaten, and then replenished after finishing. This island was full of dangers, and Fong Ning had to keep a way out for himself. After preparing, he stood on the beach looking far at the thicket and the tropical rainforest behind it. Places that were safe before had now become minefields. The beach seemed safe but was actually unstable too. The island was small, no matter where he hid, sooner or later he would encounter a ferocious beast. He still didn't know what other monsters were on the island. Ever since stepping onto this island, he realized that hiding was hopeless. With his stomach full and mind clear, Fong Ning came to the conclusion escape was useless. He couldn't stay on the beach forever, he had to go into the jungle. Just to find fresh water, he had to venture in. The resources on the beach were limited and couldn't sustain life. He could only use this time to prepare, hoping to increase his chances of survival if danger came. Fong Ning rubbed his face with his hand, focused his mind, and slowly walked back toward the original camp. Soon, he arrived at the original camp. The stone enclosure was intact, and the stone slabs hadn't changed, as if no one had discovered it. But he noticed a huge footprint, left barefoot. The footprint was nearly 60 centimeters long, and the big toe print was as large as an apple. It was obviously not a human soul, yet the shape resembled a human footprint. Could there be giants here? He recalled the giant he had fought before with the mountain tiger, towering like a mountain, uprooting giant trees and roaring. Could they be natives of the island? Were they intelligent? Most importantly, would these giants eat people? Fong Ning stared at the footprints on the ground and wrote a formula next to them using a twig. He remembered that the length of the foot multiplied by 6.8 roughly translates to height. Although uncertain, based on this estimate, the giant was about 4 meters tall. Nearly 4 meters in height. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps these footprints weren't left by a humanoid creature at all, but by some beast with feet resembling human soles. While Fong Ning was observing, he noticed another set of different footprints. These footprints were point-distributed, with 4 points varying in pressure, completely different from the mountain tiger's plum blossom prints. Clearly, these were not left by the mountain tiger. The two sets of footprints were very close together. Obviously these two ferocious beasts would not coexist peacefully here. Had other animals come last night? Fong Ning felt a wave of unease. The camp he once thought was safe actually hid great danger. He took a deep breath, grateful that he had reacted quickly and escaped in time last night, or he might have already become prey to the beasts. Facing giants 4 or 5 meters tall and the fierce mountain tiger, Fong Ning began to shrink back. Maybe he should stay on the beach for a few days and wait for them to leave before venturing in. He tried to find an excuse not to enter the jungle, but he knew he couldn't fool himself. Avoidance would only delay death's arrival. Since there are ferocious beasts roaming everywhere on this island, where can truly be safe? The beach is windy and damp, and the soil is unsuitable for camping. Fresh water and firewood must be found in the forest. Avoiding the forest is tantamount to slow suicide. Wilderness survival requires caution, but even more, it demands the courage to face challenges. Fong Ning stared at the footprints at his feet while opening the card space, his gaze shifting from hesitation to determination. He suddenly clapped his hands, shattering the wooden spear card in his hand, and the spear immediately appeared. Dark red bloodstains faintly marked the spear tip, and Fong Ning's heart gradually calmed. There was never any problem that could be solved by avoidance. I understood this back at the welfare home. Fong Ning grinned. Facing giants and mountain tigers, if you can't dodge, then simply don't dodge. Isn't it just fighting desperately? When I was surrounded by bullies in middle school, didn't I fight with all my might too? When life is the only thing worth protecting, fighting desperately is naturally the only choice. That time, I almost bit through the opponent's throat and won. What about this time? Fong Ning gripped the wooden spear tightly, already decided in his heart. Faced with the sudden change, he kept cheering himself on, maintaining the courage to survive. Avoiding the problem won't solve it, especially when even escaping is unsafe. So, the only option is to take up arms and fight desperately. But fighting desperately doesn't mean losing reason. Blind charging will only lead to needless death. He must seek a chance to survive on the edge of life and death and must not act foolishly. Faced with ferocious beasts and giants, although the strength gap was huge, there was still room for resistance. With the trump cards in hand, though seemingly useless, he believed he could make the most of them. There are no useless cheat cards, only useless protagonists. As long as you think carefully, you can always find a way to use the cards. Besides the cards, humans themselves also possess intelligence and the ability to resist. Human history tells him that intelligence can create miracles. Though giants and mountain tigers are strong, as long as they don't discover him, he can use time to set traps. When facing powerful beasts, the best strategy is traps. As long as they are not invulnerable to blades and guns, or impervious to water and fire, there is always a turning point. With a fixed residence, there is no need to build fences or canopies. Unless he can build an iron fortress, there is little difference between a wooden house and a canopy. Next, he needs to come up with ways to utilize the cards while setting up traps everywhere. The more traps there are, the greater the chances of survival, and the safer the camp. Be mentally prepared, Fong Ning didn't waste a second. He first turned the rain shelter slope and support sticks into physical objects and stacked them back in place. Then he created extra wood and grass leaves to reduce the card weight to 67. Then, he stepped into the jungle and began setting traps. As soon as he entered the jungle, Fong Ning held a card in his hand, lemongrass bomb. He skillfully dug out the bomb and applied it to his body. The fresh scent of lemongrass drove away the surrounding mosquitoes and insects, which dared not come near. After driving away the bugs, Fong Ning flipped his left hand, and a stone axe appeared. This time, he didn't use a wooden spear to probe the way but planned to clear the path directly with the stone axe. Heading toward the stream, he cut grass and branches all along the way, chopping through dense shrubs and vines to open a narrow path about 1 meter wide. The cut vegetation was piled up on both sides of the path. The thick layer of leaves on the ground was also swept aside with a horizontal stick to reveal the dark soil beneath. He did this to make walking easier and to prevent venomous creatures such as scorpions or snakes from hiding under the leaves. For now, he was just opening a path, planning later to pick up some gravel from the rocky beach to pave the way and make it easier to walk. That is, if he could survive until then. Continuing deeper into the jungle, a destroyed clearing appeared in the distance, as if swept by a tornado. The usually dense jungle was violently torn apart, bushes and grass pressed flat, and the ground was covered with chaotic footprints. Among them was a giant footprint, exactly like the one seen at the camp. Evidently, the giant was the one who fought the mountain tiger last night. Besides the giant's footprints, Fong Ning also found the mountain tiger's tracks. He stepped forward and compared the huge paw print with his palm. It was even larger than his hand. Indeed, this mountain tiger was extraordinary. Fong Ning had seen tiger paws in zoos before, even from a fat tiger, but they were only about half the size of this print. The traces left by the mountain tiger didn't end there. On the fallen trees, Fong Ning saw 4 deep claw marks spaced more than 3 centimeters apart, around 4 centimeters deep, with edges so smooth they looked as if scraped by butter. Besides the claw marks, some tree trunks bore marks like they had been whipped, with the bark cracked and peeling, appearing extremely fierce. There were also fist-sized marks on the tree trunks, as if smashed by a fist, but these marks were much bigger than a fist, about the size of a clay pot. The bark was scorched yellow, as if burnt. Looking at the scene, who would have thought these marks were left by 2 ferocious beasts? If Fong Ning hadn't heard those cries and tiger roars before, no one would believe it now upon seeing the footprints on the ground. Setting aside the footprints, this mess looked like a battleground where warriors had fought in a fantasy world. Fists smashed through tall trees, claws ripped through rocks, and the trees and stones were torn apart as if struck by divine weapons. The fierce punches and kicks burned like raging fire. Fong Ning finally understood why so many dead trees had fallen in this tropical jungle. He had been puzzled before. These trees didn't look like they should have died. The branches on the ground varied in size, and he thought it was caused by a typhoon or storm. Now it seemed it wasn't just a natural disaster, but also the destruction caused by ferocious beasts. But nature's resilience was remarkable. This mess in front of him, within half a month to a month, shrubs and wild grass would grow lush again, fallen leaves would cover the battle scars, and dead wood would rot away eaten by insects. With the cycle of day and night, new trees would soon sprout here, returning the area to its original state. Seeing the battlefield left by these two ferocious beasts with his own eyes, Fong Ning was both shocked and realized the shortcomings of his trap plan. When he designed traps before, the most common idea he had was to dig pits, place spikes at the bottom, and cover them with leaves, a method often seen in movies, simple and effective. But now he understood that his vision was too narrow. Facing enormous beasts, how big and deep would the pit need to be to trap them? 5 meters? 10 meters? Or 15 meters? Digging a pit 2 or 3 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters deep would probably take 2 or 3 days and require suitable tools. Without the right tools, digging a pit 5 meters or even more than 10 meters deep was simply impossible. More importantly, to prevent them from climbing out, the trap depth must be at least 4 meters, and based on the giant beast's arm length, it might need to be 7 or 8 meters deep. A pit 7 or 8 meters deep, this isn't digging a trap, it's practically digging a well. Obviously, pit traps are not suitable for the current situation. Other traps such as fallen trees or rocks are also insufficiently lethal against these giant beasts. So, what kind of trap should I set to deal with this giant beast? Fong Ning fell into deep thought. The more he thought, the more questions surged into his mind. The strength and speed of these ferocious beasts completely overwhelmed Fong Ning. Once he encountered these two, he might be bitten to death before he even had a chance to react. Even if he wasn't attacked, with their speed, Fong Ning was almost impossible to escape. Worse still, Fong Ning suddenly thought that the howls of these two ferocious beasts last night had emotional fluctuations, perhaps they had human-like intelligence, and might even possess other special abilities. In novels and movies, there are many examples of such monsters being smarter than humans. How could he be sure these two in front of him were any different? If they were really smart, then the traps they set themselves would be useless. What if they learned to avoid the traps? Wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing? With strength, speed, and intelligence all maxed out, Fong Ning was completely despairing. Looking at the mess before him, he increasingly felt that these two fierce beasts were beyond his ability to deal with. Even without intelligence, their strength is enough to easily kill me instantly. Could my life with cheats really end like this? Fong Ning felt completely confused. Clearly, I traveled through time and got cheats. Just as the good days were about to come, I was killed by a fierce beast right at the start. This plot is too unfair. After struggling so hard to cross over and getting a cheat code, I end up just surviving a few days on the island, only to be slapped to death? I'm not even a month old yet. If this were a novel, wouldn't the author who writes such a ridiculous storyline be afraid of being struck by heavenly lightning? Fong Ning's resentment was about to explode. All the curses and swear words flew toward the damn old. Boom! Just then, a muffled thunderclap suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Fong Ning was startled and looked up at the sky, which had changed from clear to overcast. The thick clouds and the sound of thunder signaled that it was about to rain. This should be a coincidence, right? Fong Ning felt a bit uneasy. After all, we are atheists. No, this might not be Earth. If it really is another world, with things like the wood spirit pearl, maybe there really is a heavenly lord. Thinking of this, Fong Ning clasped his hands together, sincerely apologizing to the heavenly way. Heavenly Lord, please forgive this boy's ignorance. I truly offended just now, it was really out of ignorance and innocence. Please don't be angry, don't blame me. After praying, Fong Ning didn't dare to stay in the jungle any longer. He quickly ran to the creek, filled his container with fresh water, and hurried back to the shelter. It was going to rain. Fong Ning recalled the miserable scene of being soaked by rain on the day he first arrived at the island. He set aside other thoughts and focused on building a rain shelter. Still that same triangular rain shelter. He quickly finished setting it up. The canopy was fine for sunny days, but it wasn't necessarily effective in the rain. So, Fong Ning went back into the jungle and quickly cut suitable branches and grass leaves using a stone axe and stone knife. With the grass rope, tying things became much easier, and there was no need to cut tree vines at all. Focused on building the rain shelter, his mood settled from confusion and anger to calm. He not only repaired the shelter roof but also used branches and grass ropes to build a rainproof grass canopy over the campfire. Thinking about the heavy rain, his efficiency was especially high. With the stone axe, stone knife, and grass ropes, building the rain shelter was like assembling blocks, neat and orderly. Sitting steadily under the rain shelter, he suddenly realized he had grown so much. The campfire in the card space was already blazing, food supplies were abundant, and although the rain shelter was small, it was sturdy, all built by his own hands. Every detail was vividly clear. Actually, I'm not that powerless and helpless, am I? At this moment, the feeling of helplessness in the face of the unsolvable ferocious beast gradually faded from his heart. Heaven never bars one's way. I don't believe fate brought me here just for a ridiculous ending. With a determined look in his eyes, Fong Ning secretly made up his mind. There must be a way to break this deadlock, I just haven't found it yet. Calm down and think again. Besides cheating, maybe the thing in my hand hides the arrow to break the deadlock. At this moment, a familiar shadow appeared in Fong Ning's mind. A flash of white light appeared in his hand. That was the wooden spirit pearl, which had been placed in the card space ever since he activated it on the first day on the island. The familiar little stone bead and red string appeared in his hand. He had worn this bracelet for nearly 20 years, from childhood to adulthood, and it had long become a part of his body. Suddenly coming to this island, he felt that the bracelet had some kind of secret connection to this place. If there was anything on him that could break the stalemate, it must be this spiritual object he had worn for more than 20 years without realizing it. The reason Fong Ning hadn't thought of the wooden spirit pearl until now was that he had always regarded it as an ordinary ornament, wearing it for years out of habit without much thought. When he began looking for a breakthrough, the image of the wooden spirit pearl suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wood spirit bead, equipped. Status, faint glow. Trait 1, convergence of 5 spirits. Trait 2, eternal growth. Weight, 0.1. Fong Ning noticed that this spirit pearl had an unusual state, faint glow. What did this mean? Had it not fully awakened yet? He suddenly realized that the most precious thing on him was the wood spirit pearl, yet he had never seriously studied it. His habitual way of thinking had betrayed him. He reflected with regret and began to carefully observe the spirit pearl. He had previously done some blood oath Chinibyo antics, fantasizing that the pearl would become an innate treasure or that an old master was hidden inside teaching him secret skills. But in the city, these fantasies were useless. Now the wooden spirit pearl had clearly changed, so maybe it was time to try those old tricks. Fong Ning licked his lips, picked up a fish bone from the ground to prick his finger, and squeezed a drop of blood onto the spirit pearl. The fresh blood dripped down, but the wooden spirit pearl showed no reaction, nor did it absorb the blood. Could it still be wrong? Just as he was about to give up, the spirit pearl suddenly flashed a faint grayish light. Fong Ning stared at it, a sudden thought rising sharply in his mind: swallow it. This thought arose out of nowhere, as strong as an instinct. Fong Ning's face showed both excitement and confusion, unable to calm down for a long time. Fong Ning was so excited he almost jumped up, as he very likely discovered another hidden function of the wooden spirit pearl. But deep down, he hesitated, feeling that swallowing the wooden spirit pearl directly might not be safe. In the end, he made up his mind, took the wooden spirit pearl off the red string, and prepared to swallow it. The wooden spirit pearl was about the size of a glass bead, appearing quite large. Fong Ning worried it might choke him, so he first took out a green coconut he had prepared and rinsed it clean with the coconut juice. Taking a deep breath, he held the coconut juice in his mouth and swallowed the wooden spirit pearl without hesitation. At that moment, a rumble of thunder suddenly sounded from the sky, and fine rain began to drizzle down as if heaven itself was accompanying his decision. Fong Ning distinctly felt the wooden spirit pearl slide down smoothly into his stomach. Immediately, a sharp pain rapidly spread from his stomach, unbearably like bugs gnawing inside his belly. His face suddenly changed, letting out a painful groan. The pain not only failed to ease but grew even more intense. The sensation broke through his stomach lining, spreading into his chest cavity, finally settling beneath his ribs. Then, a deeper bone marrow sting surged from within, causing him to scream in agony and writhe painfully on the ground. Strangely, Fong Ning did not notice that his skin was starting to turn a faint green, with veins bulging as if countless giant worms were writhing inside him. His pupils faintly glowed green, and the hairs on his body twisted as if alive, forming an eerie S shape. Suddenly, these bizarre changes stopped abruptly, and the heart-wrenching pain dissipated. Fong Ning lay on the ground, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat. His lips quickly regained a healthy red color from purple. A powerful force surged within him, instantly restoring all his energy, as if the previous pain had been just an illusion. He was surprised to find that his body had not only regained vitality but also undergone an incredible transformation. Fong Ning reached out his fingers, made two grabbing motions in the air, and suddenly produced a wooden stick, holding both ends with his hands and slowly applying force. Snap! The wooden stick made a breaking sound. The stick that was difficult to break just a few minutes ago now snapped apart in his hands. He threw away the broken stick, took a deep breath, and opened his palm. The changes were far more than that. Fong Ning felt his fingertips begin to itch, and the pads of his fingers gradually turned green, as if hiding a mung bean. The mung bean began to sprout. A thin green sprout broke through the skin of the fingertip, waving in the air like a tentacle, without any branches or leaves, resembling a vine. Fong Ning's eyes were filled with shock. Following his intuition, he extended the green sprout towards the roof. The green sprout touched the grass leaves, green flowing into the grass leaves, instantly turning the thatch leaves into green vines. The green vines rapidly grew many branches, winding across the entire canopy like tender green grass snakes. These green vines tightly connected the loose canopy, sealing the gaps with roots. The whole canopy resembled a shield woven from vines, impervious to rainwater. After the green shoots detached from the green vines, the vines lost their fluorescence and became lifeless, yet the canopy remained as solid as a shield. Fong Ning was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Quickly, he summoned the card space and checked his character card. Fong Ning, Wood Spirit, 26 of 60. Essence, 6 out of 6. Energy, 9/9. God, 9 of 9. Load, 69/216. Status, Wood Spirit Parasitism. Abilities, Vitality Overflow, Basic, Constitution Enhancement, Basic, Immunity to all poisons, Basic, Vine Manipulation, Basic. Seeing these attribute spikes, Fong Ning was so shocked that he shouted out loud. I'm taking off. Strength, Qi, and Spirit all increased by 3 points, and he finally understood that his physique becoming stronger was not an illusion. Fong Ning noticed that a Wood Spirit suffix had been added after his name. The endless life status in the status bar had disappeared, replaced by Wood Spirit Parasitism. He tried to check the explanation for this entry, but there was no description. The 4 characters Wood Spirit Parasitism were easy enough to understand. It probably meant being parasitized by the Wood Spirit Pearl. However, the word parasitism sounded odd. Fusion seemed more appropriate, but Fong Ning didn't think much of it. Then, he discovered that a new ability entry had been added to the card, listing 4 abilities. This meant he now possessed 4 different abilities. He clicked to view, and the detailed information of the abilities immediately appeared. Vigor Overflow, Basic. The body is filled with the power of the Wood Spirit, greatly enhancing vitality. The power of the Wood Spirit can be used to heal oneself. Constitution Enhancement, Basic. The body is strengthened by the power of the Wood Spirit, greatly improving physical fitness. Immunity to all poisons, Basic. Enhanced liver detoxification ability, possessing basic poison resistance, can neutralize non-lethal toxins and is immune. Vine Manipulation, beginner parasitized by the Wood Spirit, able to activate and control vines, possessing a certain range of remote control ability. Fong Ning could hardly believe he wasn't dreaming. It felt like being hit by a pie from the sky. He never expected the proper way to use the Wood Spirit Pearl to be like this. If he had swallowed the Wood Spirit Pearl directly on the first day, he would have had these 4 abilities long ago, and the past few days wouldn't have been so difficult. Although the abilities are all at a beginner level now, having such a start is already good. Perhaps through training, absorbing spiritual energy and spiritual treasures, the abilities could upgrade. Fong Ning carefully studied these 4 abilities, starting with Vigor Overflow. This ability looked like an upgraded version of the previous Endless Life. The earlier one could only increase recovery speed, now it can directly use the power of the Wood Spirit to heal injuries. He stared at this ability, thinking it over, then reached out his hand. A stone knife appeared in his palm. He gestured with the stone knife over his arm but didn't dare to actually cut. After all, self-harm requires psychological preparation. Who would easily go through with it? However, he knew trying out these abilities was important. If he didn't experience them beforehand and something went wrong the first time in battle, the consequences could be disastrous. Fong Ning gripped the stone knife tightly, trying hard to calm himself down. Just as he was about to make the cut, he suddenly remembered something, waved his hand to summon a campfire, and placed the stone knife above the flames to roast it. He knew the knife had been used on a lot of seafood and wild herbs, so he was worried about bacteria and wanted to sterilize it with high heat first. He kept roasting until his palm felt hot, then put out the campfire. After the knife cooled down, he closed his eyes, gathered his courage, and gently sliced his arm to make a small cut. The sting made him frown, but fresh blood quickly flowed out and dripped onto the ground. There was a wound, but how to use the wood spirit power? Suddenly, a warmth spread across Fong Ning's chest, and he saw blue-green threads emerging from the wound, twisting together like living things, tightly sewing the cut closed. A few seconds later, the itching sensation disappeared, leaving only a red line on his arm. He wiped his hand over it, and the red line vanished. The wound had completely healed, with no trace left. Fong Ning couldn't help but feel like he had struck gold. Although the healing felt strange, the wound had recovered within a minute, and this kind of regenerative power was truly miraculous. With this ability, he could barely play the role of the cockroach himself. He let out a long breath and smiled happily. Next, he looked at the second ability, physical enhancement. The explanation was easy to understand. All three stats increased by 3 points, and his stamina doubled from 3 to 6 points. He felt full of energy, an experience he hadn't had since graduating middle school. He would have to properly test this ability later. Then came the third ability, poison immunity, which puzzled Fong Ning the most. He thought for a moment, lifted his shirt, and looked at his chest, stunned. Just below the third rib on the right side of his chest, near the midline, several green veins were clearly visible on his chest cavity, resembling varicose veins. Fong Ning immediately realized that the center of these veins was exactly where the wood spirit pearl was located. That spot, it seemed, was his liver? Yes, the liver. Fong Ning immediately understood that this ability came from the wood spirit pearl embedded in his liver, perhaps just on the surface of the liver. The wood spirit pearl enhanced his liver function, and the liver is mainly responsible for metabolism and detoxification, as well as secreting bile. In traditional Chinese medicine, the liver belongs to wood and governs immunity and detoxification, the heart belongs to fire and acts as the blood pump, the spleen belongs to earth and is responsible for absorbing fluids, the lungs belong to metal and supply oxygen, the kidneys belong to water and filter the blood. It is precisely because the wood spirit pearl strengthened his liver that Fong Ning gained the ability of immunity to all poisons. What a treasure! In addition, Fong Ning also tried the vine manipulation ability. Green shoots sprouted from his fingers, allowing him to control plants to become vines. These vines could be woven into vine shields to block attacks, or quickly grow longer and thicker to form vine whips for offense, which was very practical. However, he found that using the vine shield consumed internal energy. Obviously, vine manipulation requires support from internal energy. These 4 abilities greatly increased Fong Ning's strength, elevating him directly from a mortal to the extraordinary realm. Although excited, he also felt worried. Nothing in life comes for free. Behind the gifts of fate there is always a price. After swallowing the wood spirit pearl and gaining this ability, he felt uneasy inside, sensing something was wrong. It was completely different from the feeling when he first discovered the cheat. His gaze fell on the status displayed on the screen, wood spirit parasitism. What does this mean? He touched it again with his consciousness, and unexpectedly, his liver stung as if the wood spirit pearl was pulsating. Then, he perceived a request from the card, exactly the same as the one when he first identified it. Fong Ning agreed to the request without hesitation. The internal energy instantly plummeted drastically, this time losing 3/4 of it. It should be noted that he now has 9 points of internal energy. Losing this much would have completely drained his energy when he previously had only 6 points. As the internal energy decreased, the attribute of wood spirit parasitism slowly appeared. Wood spirit parasitism: the wood spirit parasitizes to transform and give birth, using the host as a shell to nurture the wood spirit. Current physical spirit transformation progress 1%. When it reaches 100%, the parasite will transform into a wood spirit. Using the parasite as a shell to nurture the wood spirit? Fong Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. After reading the note, he was startled and finally understood the truth of wood spirit parasitism. Oh no, I became a substitute. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This wooden spirit bead actually hides such a huge risk. No wonder parasites have 4 powerful abilities. It turns out there was such a big trap hidden. Gestating the wood spirit. The wood spirit pearl regarded itself as the womb, using Fong Ning's body as the placenta. Once the body's spiritual transformation reached 100%, the wood spirit would hatch. Fong Ning didn't know what would happen to him then, whether he would die, but he was certain this was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, this card wouldn't use the word parasitize. This wood spirit pearl actually hides such danger. But on second thought, it makes sense. The wood spirit pearl is a spiritual object, with abilities far stronger than Fong Ning. When the two merge, the dominance won't be in his hands. This is not a novel, survival of the fittest, the strong devour the weak. How could it be the other way around? Fong Ning swallowed the wood spirit pearl. His own strength was weak, being assimilated was inevitable. Damn, what do I do now? Impulsiveness kills. Why did I impulsively swallow it in the first place? Can I still spit it out? He felt despair in his heart, but suddenly, a message came from the card. Do you want to? Of course, I want to. He immediately gave the order, feeling a sharp pain in his liver, as if something was tightly gripping it. The wooden spirit pearl was unwilling to separate, like tentacles extending from his liver, holding on tightly, causing severe chest pain. But the power of the card space was stronger and without hesitation tore the wooden spirit pearl away from his liver. After the pain gradually faded, the card of the wooden spirit pearl appeared before Fong Ning's eyes once again. Wood spirit pearl. Status, faint glow. Trait 1, 5 spirits converge. Trait 2, perpetual life. After the wood spirit pearl was removed, Fong Ning felt weak all over, as if he had been tortured several times, his body utterly hollow. He struggled to open the character card, and seeing that his status had fully recovered, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he missed that powerful force, that power was too tormenting, he couldn't withstand it. Fong Ning sighed, lay on the ground to rest for a while, then slowly sat up. The rain came suddenly and left quickly. At first, it was a torrential downpour, like a violent storm. Within 10 minutes, the rain gradually lessened and finally stopped, revealing sunshine in the sky. Fong Ning looked at the clear sky, somewhat surprised but also relieved that he no longer had to be trapped under the rain shelter. He took out the Mu Ling pearl, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Although this Mu Ling pearl had accompanied him for many years, it showed no mercy. After recovery, it began to erode his body instead. I originally thought he was an ally, but it turned out to be a rebellious guy. Fortunately, I have an external program. The card's power is stronger than the wood spirit orb. It can separate things just like that. Fong Ning understood that from now on, besides the external program, he would trust no one. The external program saved him, there was no reason not to trust it. The Mulingshu appears to be a celestial treasure, but in reality, it wants to use a shell to lay eggs. However, Fong Ning did not intend to seal it away. If the card can separate from the Mulingshu, he can use it with peace of mind, swallowing it when necessary and peeling it off immediately after use, safe and practical. He rested for a while, ate seaweed skewers and seabird eggs from the card space, then took out the Mulingshu, drank a sip of coconut juice, and swallowed it whole. This time there was pain, but it was much more bearable than last time, and he did not collapse. However, that flesh-tearing pain still turned his face pale. The cards could prevent the wood spirit orb from continuously parasitizing, but only he could endure the pain each time it detached. After the wood spirit orb settled again in his liver, a familiar power filled his body. It is this kind of power. Although Fong Ning knew that the wood spirit parasite was a trap that exchanged life for temporary power, he was still attracted by this strong and extraordinary power. He withdrew the green sprout from his hand and returned to his normal form. Fortunately, there was still card space available to eliminate the threat of the wood spirit parasite, otherwise, he would likely have become a breeding vessel for the wood spirit. Even if he cannot eradicate the parasitic risk, Fong Ning may ultimately choose to be parasitized because he has no other option. Without the wooden spirit parasite, it would be difficult for him to survive the coming days. Not only because of the wild beasts in the jungle, but also because the nighttime temperatures are dropping, the island has entered winter. Each night is colder than the previous one, the daytime difference is minimal, but the cold at night and in the early morning is unbearable for him. If the temperature continued to drop, he would not only have to find food but also figure out how to keep warm at night. Entering the wood spirit parasite again, Fong Ning's fear of the jungle had not completely disappeared, but he had gained a bit more confidence. Although he still couldn't defeat those two fierce beasts, he believed he now had the ability to escape. 6 points of energy, 9 points of inner chi, 9 points of spirit, such attributes made him feel like he had been reborn. He tidied up the card space, moving the wood and grass leaves to the side of the canopy, leaving only food, tools, and the campfire. He took out a roll of vine, the green buds on his fingertips swaying and growing. After piercing the vine, it twisted in his hand like a living creature. With a flick of his hand, the vine shot out like a venomous snake, deeply embedded into the soil. A flash of green appeared, the vine automatically retracted, leaving a black hole on the ground, while the vine wrapped around his wrist and upper arm. With a flick of the mind, the vine detached from the arm, extending straight from the palm, pointing directly at the edge of the jungle. Striking fiercely at a tall tree, the vine instantly shifted from stillness to motion, a rushing sound tearing through the air, followed by a deafening crack of thunder exploding. The whip of the vine struck down, and the bark of the tall tree immediately cracked, leaving obvious marks on the tender yellow trunk. If this whip had hit Fong Ning without the wood spirit parasite, his bones would probably have been broken. During previous experiments, Fong Ning discovered that controlling vines could make leaves and branches regrow, just like what he did on the shelf surface, but it consumed inner energy particularly quickly. On the other hand, directly controlling a single tree vine consumed very little inner energy, was flexible in movement, and could deliver considerable force, just like what this tree demonstrated. He wrapped the vine around his arm. In the wood spirit parasitic state, the vine was so light it was almost imperceptible, causing no hindrance at all. With a step forward, Fong Ning charged into the jungle. Being close to plants, entering the jungle felt like going home, his mood settled down. He took out a stone axe, chopped down a small tree, and swung the axe to trim its branches. Then he cut down 4 more small trees, trimmed them, and with a flash of green light, the vines automatically climbed the trunks and tied the 5 small trees into a bundle, which he easily slung over his shoulder and carried without any effort. Wood spirit parasitism is good, but every time it is used, a faint green light appears, creating a built-in special effect. Fortunately, it doesn't emit from the top of the head, otherwise it would be too glaring. Arriving beside the rain shelter, he stepped out of the small woods, set down the tree trunks, and prepared to build a drying rack. Carrying more than 30 pounds of kelp on his back, the load was heavy, especially since space was limited. The burden did not increase even though wood spirit parasitism enhanced his spirit. The carrying capacity still depended on his original spirit value, which made Fong Ning understand even more clearly that the power of wood spirit parasitism was only superficial, and his true strength was still very weak. He easily nailed 2 tree trunks into the ground, tied them tightly in a cross with grass rope, fixed 2 wooden sticks, and finally laid a wooden stick horizontally. The clothes drying rack-like structure was completed. He took out the basket from the space, tied the kelp with a grass rope, and hung it on a wooden stick. Using a stone knife, he cut it into segments. Before long, the entire wooden stick was covered with hanging kelp, swaying in the sea breeze and emitting a strong seaweed smell. After hanging up the kelp, the weight inside the card space suddenly decreased by nearly 20 kilograms, now weighing less than 40 kilograms. He looked at the fish basket inside the card, then simply transformed it into a physical object, threw in some seaweed and some seabird innards he had saved earlier as bait, and placed it into the tidal pool. With the reduced weight, he went back to the jungle to chop wood. Maybe the previous rain had washed away the scent, or perhaps the 2 ferocious beasts had injured each other in their fight and temporarily ignored him. Fong Ning chopped wood continuously for 3 days. One of the 2 beasts left human-shaped footprints, but for 3 days the wind was calm and the beasts did not show up again. Fong Ning remained tense, not daring to deactivate the parasitic mode at night, keeping the wood spirit parasitic state as he fell asleep. Fortunately, during these 3 days, the progress of his body's spiritual transformation stayed at 1%, which gave him some relief. 3 days passed, and with tools and physical strength, the infrastructure in the camp progressed at a visibly rapid pace. The next day, he cut down almost all the seedlings near the edge of the small woods, piling up over 100 logs. He didn't spare the vines or grass either, because he dared not go deeper and could only focus on clearing this area. 2 days later, the edge of the jungle was cleared by Fong Ning, leaving only tall trees. All the trees that could be cut with a stone axe were brought back to the camp. Now, standing by the Coconut Island shore, he could see the jungle creek at a glance. The materials for building the shelter were ready, with some left over. On the 3rd day, Fong Ning started rushing the infrastructure construction. This time, he needed to make a decent small house, not just casually build a canopy like before. The first step in building the house was laying the foundation. Although it couldn't be very standardized on the island, he still tried his best. Next to the canopy, he marked out an area about 3 meters by 4 meters, intended for the shelter. The 12 square meters was enough for living. Then, he braided a broom from grass rope and leaves. The weaving of the grass rope became increasingly skilled. Although Fong Ning had never seen how a broom was made, using his creativity, he easily made a broom with the same effect. The method was simple. First, select grass leaves of suitable length and lay them out in a fan shape. Fong Ning thickened the fan surface to about the same thickness as the broom at home, then inserted several straight branches into the handle part as a frame and tied them into a bundle. He wrapped the middle with a grass rope to make the broom handle. This way, the broom was basically formed. Because there were stones on the ground and the sweeping needed to be stronger, he divided the fan surface into 10 petals. First, he wove the middle 2 bundles with a distance of 3 to 5 centimeters, then added 2 petals on each side, continuing to weave alternately. Every 3 to 5 centimeters, he added 2 petals. After finishing the entire weaving, he tied a knot with the grass rope, and a sturdy broom was completed. Fong Ning tested sweeping, easily clearing even small gravel. Then he cleaned the ground, removing weeds and debris, leveling the land. He smoothed the high spots, filled in the pits, finished organizing the ground, and prepared to plant stakes. Burial stakes involve embedding several load-bearing wooden posts into the ground. Without tools, he had to dig holes. The soil was hard and difficult to dig without a shovel, but Fong Ning thought to first pour water onto the ground to soften the soil into mud, then loosen it with a wooden stick, and finally dig by hand, which made it possible to dig the holes. He ran back and forth, digging 6 holes at the 4 corners of the ground and at the midpoints of the 2 sides. The holes had to be deep enough so that his hand couldn't reach the bottom. After digging the holes, he didn't immediately insert the wood but instead selected several sturdy trees, each at least as thick as his thigh. Although these trees were thick, they were still small compared to the giant trees one would need arms to hug, usually reaching 6 or 7 meters tall. Fong Ning had previously cut down a few but found them insufficient, so he took a stone axe into the forest and cut down 4 more. The 7 trees could only be moved back using a handcart. He broke 2 of the trees in half, split them open, and trimmed them into 4 logs of equal length. These 4 logs are used to support the load-bearing pillars at the 4 corners, each over 3 meters long, with sufficient length. Fong Ning selected 2 more straight tall trees, trimmed them into logs, leaving about 5 meters in length, cutting off the excess parts. The cut branches and waste materials were not wasted, but all used as firewood for the campfire. In this way, 6 pile pillars were basically ready. But that is not enough. Before erecting the posts, he had to complete a crucial step, making the mortise and tenon joints used in the construction. Mortise and tenon joints don't rely on nails, yet they make the whole structure sturdy and secure, stable against wind and rain. There are no nails on the island, so mortise and tenon joints are the best choice. Although Fong Ning couldn't make complex mortise and tenon joints, he was still able to create basic cross, T-shaped, and male-female joints. He placed the 6 stake poles on the ground and used a stone axe to groove both sides of the top, creating protrusions. Then he trimmed and segmented the remaining trees, making sure the dimensions matched. To avoid mistakes, he carved numbers on both ends of each piece of wood with a stone knife. The ends of the poles buried in the ground were marked A1 to F1, and the other ends with mortise and tenon joints were marked A2 to F2. In this way, the suspended logs fastened to the piles can also be numbered accordingly. For example, O2 fastened onto pile A1. He first confirmed on the ground that the mortise and tenon joints fit perfectly, ensuring there would be no errors during the subsequent installation. There are 3 logs that need to be installed in the air, each approximately 3 meters in length. After the preparations were completed, Fong Ning began erecting the pillars. Relying on the 6 points of constitution granted by the wood spirit parasite, he laboriously inserted the log into the pit. His foundation was still not strong enough, with only 6 points of stamina, not exactly tremendously strong. After placing the wood into the pit, he poured water into it while moving the log up and down, allowing the soil to moisten and be compacted by the log's weight, ensuring the pit's bottom was solid. To keep the house balanced, he carved scale marks at the bottom of each pile. As long as the scale marks are level with the ground, the exposed height of the 6 piles will be the same. For piles that are not deep enough, press them further down. For those that are too deep, fill in some soil. After repeated adjustments for quite a while, Fong Ning finally leveled the scale marks of all 6 piles with the ground. Then, Fong Ning began to fill the pile holes tightly, stuffing soil into the gaps around the piles, and used small wooden sticks to tamp down the soil. Only when the piles couldn't budge even with forceful pushing was the pile hole considered stable. Trimming the trees took him the entire day, and solidifying the stake pits consumed half the night. He had a simple dinner, with the main dishes being conger eel meat served with kelp and seaweed. Because of the wood spirit parasitism, the previous 1.4 kilogram daily limit on conger eel meat no longer applied. Plus, with his basic immunity to all toxins, his liver could easily break down the toxins in the meat. After a full day of hard work and heavy physical exertion, the wood spirit parasite kept him energetic, so naturally, he ate a lot and replenished a lot. That night, he ended up eating nearly 3 gene of conger eel meat and 2 gene of kelp, and even had a late-night snack after working overtime. The result was diarrhea, and the smell was so bad that he had to go down to the beach to deal with it, to avoid the stench blowing back inside. After the posts were set up, he began constructing the roof the next day. For convenience, he made a simple upright ladder. The hardest part of making the ladder was securing each rung. Fong Ning used internal energy to tighten the vines, binding the rungs firmly. It took 2 tubes of internal energy to complete. While snacking on lemongrass, he hoisted a log and climbed the ladder to start building the top structure. Using the mortise and tenon marks from before, he accurately installed each log onto the posts according to plan. Once finished, from the side it looked like 3 doors standing upright. The doors at the front and back were lower, while the middle door stood a meter taller. The middle door was the main beam, also known as the ridge beam, the spine of the house. Fong Ning selected the 2 thickest logs to serve as the main beam. Next, he used 4 trimmed wooden sticks, connecting the main beam to the 2 side doors with shaped mortise and tenon joints at an angle. In this way, a stable and simple main roof structure was completed. After the main structure was set up, building the roof became much simpler. It was the same method as before when constructing the awning, but this time he didn't have to climb up to do it. He first laid out wooden sticks nearly 2 meters long side by side on the ground, then placed 3 wooden sticks 3 meters long across them, arranging them in upper, middle, and lower layers. Finally, Fong Ning activated the tree vines, making them come alive to automatically intertwine and firmly bind these wooden sticks together. The sticks were tied into a rectangle, forming the main frame of the roof. Then layers of grass leaves were covered over it and tied tightly with grass ropes, like a thatched roof. Next, he repeated the process for the other side of the roof, and after it was done, he carried it up with a ladder and placed it on the 2 sloping sides of the shaped structure, securing it with grass ropes and tree vines. In this way, a small but sturdy rainproof wooden shed was finally completed. In 3 days, Fong Ning built a simple outdoor wooden cabin with a stone axe in his bare hands, all without any enclosure. Although the wood spirit parasite granted him great power, this ability mainly enhanced his body in combat. During construction, it only helped him chop trees forcefully, carry wood, and quickly secure vines, without allowing any slack. After finishing the shed frame, Fong Ning's false sense of strength gradually faded. He realized vine control couldn't create something out of nothing. Sprouting vines required seeds and consumed a large amount of inner chi. Just sprouting a small segment of vine left him drained. Once the structure was built, he still needed to make 4 sides of enclosure. The method was simple: build frames and then attach the prepared panels. Although the structure was easy to understand, it took time to complete. Fong Ning planned to handle the enclosures slowly. For now, the roofed wooden shed would be used to store firewood, preventing it from getting wet in the rain and avoiding the need to convert the firewood into card storage every time it rained. Normally, he slept under the old rain shelter first. Speaking of which, the biggest problem was the lack of food. After 3 days of working on the shed, his food reserves were almost gone. Fong Ning worked fast and ate a lot, filling his stomach each meal with kelp, bird eggs, and seaweed. After returning to the canopy, he used the stone slab to fry things again. After frying conger eel, he proceeded to fry kelp, seaweed, clams, hard clams, and even eggs on the stone slab. You might wonder, how could these things without fat not burn? This was precisely Fong Ning's new discovery. During these 3 days, every time Fong Ning needed to replenish his drinks, he went to the beach to pick up a few coconuts. Coconut water became his exclusive beverage. After drinking the coconut water, Fong Ning habitually gnawed on the coconut meat raw. This time, while eating coconut meat and roasting conger eel, he suddenly thought, why not try roasting the coconut meat? After all, in the city, everything can be barbecued. The thing most lacking on the island was fun, so Fong Ning naturally wanted to give it a proper try. He placed the coconut meat on the stone slab to fry. Unexpectedly, as the coconut meat cooked, it actually began to release oil. The oil bubbled on the stone slab but didn't produce steam. Fong Ning checked repeatedly, and it really was oil. When he previously tried to extract fish oil by frying conger eel meat, the conger eel had little oil and didn't produce any. Kelp could only be boiled in fresh water. Now, discovering that coconut meat could yield oil, he immediately added more coconut meat to fry. Before long, a layer of coconut oil formed over the entire stone slab. Seeing this, Fong Ning decisively chopped the soaked kelp and stir-fried it on the stone slab. This method was more like stir-frying kelp than pan-frying it. Stir-frying the coconut meat and kelp together, the sea flavor of the kelp mixed with the sweet fragrance of the coconut meat, creating a strange smell. Actually, the smell wasn't exactly pleasant. If it were in the city, probably only pineapple stir-fried with mooncakes could compare. But Fong Ning's taste and smell senses were dull at this time, so the smell gave him an urge to try it. After a while, the kelp was cooked, and he moved the stir-fried kelp and coconut meat to the thicker end of the stone slab to keep warm. Fong Ning first picked up a piece of coconut meat to taste, showing no change in expression. Then he picked up a piece of kelp to eat, and his expression changed slightly. The coconut meat wasn't cooked well, its moisture and fat had been cooked out, and the fruity sweetness was gone, tasting like dried radish with only texture but no flavor. Compared to that, eating raw coconut meat was still better. The coconut meat stir-fry was a failure, but the kelp was unexpectedly successful. When stir-frying the kelp, coconut oil and coconut juice were added, and after mixing these two, the stir-fried kelp not only lacked the sweet fragrance of the coconut meat but became firm due to frying in oil, actually tasting like chewing meat. The fresh and sweet flavor reminded Fong Ning of the simple taste of stir-fried meat slices with only soy sauce, making it feel extremely novel. Fong Ning immediately ate all the seaweed and coconut meat on the whole plate. Afterward, he used the oil rendered from frying the coconut meat to fry bird eggs. The taste spoke for itself, but this new way of eating successfully reawakened his nearly numb taste buds. He understood that sometimes it's not that food tastes good, but that strange, heavy flavors can stimulate the palate and ignite appetite. However, this method couldn't be used often. Coconut consumption was too fast. Every time he stir-fried, he had to crack open a new coconut, and the coconut water went unfinished. Although there were many coconut trees on the island, at this rate, they would soon be depleted. Fong Ning also felt that extracting oil by frying coconut meat was too inefficient, so he decided to try pressing or rendering with water to separate the fat from the coconut meat and obtain valuable coconut oil. Fong Ning looked at the food cards in his hand, 3.6 kilograms of dried seaweed, and 9 seabird eggs left. After 3 days, his food supplies were running dangerously low, almost causing him to develop an egg phobia. Seaweed was too perishable, once the 6.4 kilograms remaining dropped to 0 durability, it turned white and gave off a foul odor, and ultimately had to be thrown back into the sea. In contrast, dried seaweed that had been sun-dried and dehydrated maintained 100% durability and could be stored for months without issue. With meat scarce, Fong Ning had no choice but to eat bird eggs as his main meal. Kelp is just a vegetable, but bird eggs became the rice. There were only a dozen or so bird eggs in a bowl of rice, and eating a meal like that could fill the stomach but also made one feel hungry even faster. Anyone who eats eggs knows that having one a day is fine, but eating 2 or 3 every day, or even 3 each meal, is too much for the body. Eating like this daily, in less than 2 days, by the 3rd day, you'd feel nauseous just smelling the eggs. Fong Ning was like this. From the moment he got the seabird eggs, he almost couldn't go a meal without them. As a result, on the 3rd day, just seeing the bird eggs in the bowl made his stomach churn. Eating the whites was bearable, but as soon as he touched the yolk, his expression changed. But most of the bird eggs' energy came from the yolk. Although it was hard to digest, Fong Ning now had a buff boosting him and wasn't afraid of digestion issues, so no matter how nauseous he felt, he had to eat them. In 3 days, he ate over 100 bird eggs, nearly 40 each day, and now only 9 are left. Kelp was still okay, he had a high tolerance for it and could swallow it even after eating so much. To him, kelp was more like rice, though not very tasty, he could keep eating it. Though tired of bird eggs, life had to go on. Fong Ning carved the 4th stroke of the character on the stone slab with a stone knife. A character had already been carved earlier. Today was his 9th day stranded on the island. He took out the coconut pot he had made himself. The coconut pot was made from a green coconut shell. After cracking open the top and scooping out the coconut meat, the intact shell was kept. Using a stone knife, holes were dug on both sides, and grass rope was threaded through to make straps. This way, the pot could hang over the campfire without fear of falling. But the coconut shell was too small, only enough to hold a few pieces of seaweed and about 10 bird eggs at a time. One pot was far from enough, he had to cook several times. He hung the coconut pot and skillfully threw in the kelp soaked overnight and the remaining 9 bird eggs all at once. This was his first meal of the day and also the last meal before setting out to find food. The shelter was barely set up, and food consumption was within plan. Today, he had to continue going out to forage. Over the campfire, the coconut pot was slowly simmering. Fong Ning sat by the fire with his arms crossed, staring absently into the flames. 9 days had passed, and he felt that he had become more composed. Fong Ning was originally not very talkative in the city, and after arriving on the island, he spoke even less. 3 days had gone by, and he had barely said a word, though he had many thoughts inside. Most of the time, he sat lost in thought, his mind chaotically considering various matters. Only when planning did his thoughts become slightly focused, the rest of the time he spent reminiscing about the past. Memories of his former life, old acquaintances and events, and the bits and pieces on the island. Although lonely, life on the island gave him the chance to deeply reflect on his own life. In the city, he never self-examined like this, only occasionally triggered by a sudden memory. But now, he could re-examine himself from start to finish, which made him understand many things and also feel quite a bit of regret. If he could go back, he thought he would make completely different choices and live another kind of life. This could also be seen as a form of change. I should have asked her name earlier, now I don't even know how to call her. Fong Ning was lost in thought while eating the boiled kelp. He chewed mechanically, his mind drifting far away. The habit cultivated from many days of training allowed his hands to move automatically without much brain effort. When he reached the seabird eggs, he suddenly stopped. The smell of the egg whites made him nauseous, breaking his daydream. Frowning, he ate one, swallowing with difficulty, then quickly rinsed his mouth with coconut water. For the second one, he didn't even chew, he just swallowed it directly. After swallowing 8 in a row, his throat felt more comfortable. After drinking some coconut juice, he transformed the campfire back into cards and replenished the firewood. He glanced at his load, 46.7, probably the weight without food. The cards contained only essentials. The cards of the stone axe and wooden spear rotated in his hand, ready to turn into physical objects at any moment. Fong Ning took out a vibrant green, which slithered like a docile little snake up his arm, quietly wrapping around it. He hadn't gone tide hunting for several days, so today he decided to check it out. Besides, it had been a long time since he ate meat, so it was time to hunt a few birds to satisfy his craving. After planning his route, he decided to head to the beach of Coconut Island first to check the tidal pools. Oh, right, my fish basket. Only then did Fong Ning remember that 3 days ago he had placed the fish basket in the tidal pool, originally planning to check it the next day, but ended up forgetting. He had been busy with hard labor these past few days and hadn't had time to attend to it. Now thinking about it, the fish basket hadn't been checked for 3 days, there might still be a surprise. He decided to first check the fish basket, then go to the beach to see if there was anything else, and finally detour to the mangrove beach and the rocky beach. When going to the rocky shore, you can also cut some wild bananas to bring back. These wild bananas do not ripen easily in the wild, so they are usually ripened artificially after being brought back. I also want to dig up some lemongrass along the way. If all goes well, I should be able to get some food to hold me over until the shelter is completely finished. The plan was set, and Fong Ning excitedly walked towards the tidal pool. He hadn't checked for 3 days, there should be quite a few sea fish in the fish basket, right? The image of lifting the fish basket and fish jumping out of the opening appeared in his mind. How wonderful that would be. When he reached the tidal pool, Fong Ning scooped up the fish basket and was stunned to see the open mouth of the basket. Where is my basket lid? How could such a big basket lid be gone? He discovered that the cone-shaped basket lid that was supposed to secure the basket opening was missing, and the nearby grass rope was also gnawed and broken. Obviously, a big fish had broken into the fish basket during these 3 days, and because he didn't check in time, he missed the chance to catch it. The fish had forcibly bitten through the grass rope and escaped. The basket lid was gone, and the fish basket was open, so of course there were no fish. Fong Ning sighed helplessly. Time management was really poor. He forgot to carry the fish basket after putting it down. Thinking about missing out on the big fish just like that, the corner of his eye almost got wet. However, after surviving on the island for a while, he came to terms with it and didn't feel down for too long. He placed the fish basket aside, thinking about going back to make a new lid so that the basket could still be used. Considering the limited space in the tidal pool, he planned to put the fish basket in the reef area's deep sea. When the tide rises, the fish would move to the shallow sea to breathe, increasing the catch rate. He searched again in the tidal pool, but there were only a few small shrimp and rock crabs the size of fingernails, nothing else. It seems the tidal pool isn't as useful as he had imagined. He turned back to the beach and just happened to see seabirds foraging on the sand. Fong Ning boldly barged into their territory, thinking they would attack him like last time. He approached the seabirds, not expecting them to be non-aggressive. Instead, they were frightened and flew up in a flurry, leaving the ground covered in white droppings. Fong Ning desperately dodged, but the droppings covered too wide an area, and he still got hit. Touching the wet spot on his head and smelling the pungent odor, he was so angry he was stomping his feet. He summoned a wooden spear and rushed at the seabirds still foraging on the ground, wanting to hit a few. But the seabirds flew fast, and without wings, he simply couldn't catch up. The seabirds either dodged or flew away, and Fong Ning couldn't hit any of them. Irritated, he took out fresh water and began rinsing his hair. Within 5 or 6 meters around him, the seabirds dared not land, but in the distance, they continued their usual activities. After rinsing twice, his head was finally clean. He shook his hair, took a deep breath, no longer bothered by the birds, and started looking for food on the beach. But except for the spot where he was, the beach was full of seabirds everywhere. Even if there was food, it was hard for him to find it, let alone snatch it. Fong Ning had no choice but to retreat. The resources on this sandy beach of Coconut Island were scarce. It had been pure luck that he found food before. He cursed inwardly, wondering if this time travel also had a newbie protection period. It seemed that if he wanted to find fish, he still had to go to the mangroves. Carrying his wooden spear, he returned to the jungle and first washed his hair by the creek. After confirming there was nothing abnormal, he turned his clothes into cards and used the creek water to bathe directly. He scrubbed the mud and rinsed off the water, also applying lemongrass mud as shower gel, rubbing it in before rinsing it off with fresh water. Unexpectedly, this lemongrass mud really removed the dirt from his body, making his skin much drier and fresher. It was just that the grass scent was quite strong and not very pleasant. After washing, Fong Ning first cleaned the cloth, wrung it out, then wiped the water off his body before putting his clothes back on. His body was clean, but his clothes were not. For several days, he had only rinsed his clothes with water, without using any detergent, so the dirt was never completely removed. When dried, there was no smell, but after wearing them for half a day, the body heat would bake the odor out, forcing him to cover it with lemongrass paste. After putting on his clothes, Fong Ning skillfully rubbed lemongrass paste on his body and under his nose. This paste could repel mosquitoes and serve as perfume, masking the body odor. It was his proudest homemade product. Next, he went to the wild banana tree he had found before. The bananas were still hanging on the tree, but since he hadn't been there for 3 days, he noticed marks where some bananas had been broken off. It seemed that animals had been there, which also proved that the bananas were edible. Fong Ning used a stone knife to cut down 2 bunches of bananas. Although the bananas themselves weren't heavy, the thick stalks were quite heavy. He cut the bananas off at the stem and placed them on the ground, also cutting off 2 large banana flowers. Banana flowers were also edible, they could be stir-fried or eaten cold. After cutting, he tied the bananas and banana flower together with a grass rope, creating a single unit. This way, when transformed into cards, it became 1 card instead of more than a dozen. With a flash of white light, this bunch of bananas disappeared and turned into 2 cards, wild banana and banana flower. The former is an unripe wild banana that needs to be ripened before eating, weighing 3.8 kilograms. The latter is a banana flower that needs to be cooked, weighing 0.3 kilograms. Fong Ning was somewhat puzzled as to why it transformed into 2 cards. It seemed there were many details of the transformation rules yet to be studied. But seeing that the bunch of bananas weighed over 7 jin, he showed a satisfied smile. Although the bananas were small and had little pulp, counting the peel as well, the situation looked promising. Banana peels are hard to digest, but since Fong Ning had a wood spirit parasitizing inside him, digestion was no problem. The peel also counted as food and might even be thicker than the pulp. With this batch of wild bananas, Fong Ning finally had a good start to his foraging today. Just as Fong Ning was about to leave the jungle and head towards the mangrove beach, he suddenly heard a faint cry. He stopped in his tracks, alertly holding his breath to listen. After a few seconds, another cry came. The sound seemed familiar. Fong Ning immediately thought of the monster's cry he had heard before, tightening his chest with fear and wanting to run. But upon careful distinction, he realized that although the sounds were similar, there was a clear difference. The earlier cry was earth-shaking and full of dominance, while this one was weak and helpless, like the sound of someone dying. The more Fong Ning listened, the more certain he became that this was not the sound of a fierce beast, and curiosity rose in his heart. A few seconds later, he conjured a vine card, cut 2 thick vines, which instantly transformed into a grass snake and slithered down along his pant leg. Fong Ning lifted 1 foot, vines coiling around the sole of his shoe, the other end connected to his ankle, forming stilts that raised him about 10 centimeters. The other foot was similarly wrapped by vines, firmly supporting him. Then, fluorescent green shoots sprouted from his toes, connecting with the vines. The green shoots were the terminal brain controlling the vines, while the vines themselves were the external mech. Only when the green shoots connected would the vines obey his thoughts. After connecting, Fong Ning felt the vines become part of his body, able to execute his commands precisely. Although the vines had no sense of pain, he could control them through his mind. Fong Ning willed the vines to tighten, bending his knees. In an instant, the vines snapped back like springs, propelling him 30 centimeters into the air. Fong Ning hadn't yet adapted to the sudden loss of weight, his body lost control, and he fell heavily to the ground. Fong Ning struggled to get up, the pain from the fall not diminishing the excitement on his face in the slightest. He excitedly continued jumping on the spot. Falling, getting up, falling again, getting up again. He practiced like this for about 10 minutes. Relying on the 3-dimensional attribute of 996 and the experience gained from constant falls, Fong Ning finally managed to maintain balance when bounced up, no longer falling down. This was when he truly mastered the use of the vine spring. The vine kept tightening and bursting, using the spring potential energy, and Fong Ning bounced higher and higher. from the initial 30 centimeters to 60 centimeters, 1 meter, 1.5 meters, and finally reaching 2 meters. After 2 meters, he didn't jump any higher. The vines could still withstand the reaction force generated at this height. Going higher might cause them to break, which wouldn't be worth it. He bounced in place for a while, slowly lowering his height, and began to try stepping once stabilized at 30 centimeters. Bouncing while stepping, Fong Ning looked like a clown on stilts in a circus, quite comical. The first attempt obviously failed, and he fell again. Fortunately, the jungle floor was covered with thick leaves, and since he was prepared, the pain was not serious. He continued to try moving while swinging on the vines. Having gotten used to the bouncing range, and with the vine becoming part of his body, he controlled the vine more sensitively and easily adapted than walking on stilts. He bounced left and right for a while, falling 3 times before finding the rhythm. Then tried hopping back and forth, surprisingly not falling even once, just swaying the body to steady. As control became more skilled, Fong Ning became more agile at bouncing through the forest. From afar, it looked like a 100-pound black rabbit jumping through the jungle. This technique came from a sudden inspiration when watching seabirds take off on the beach before. The seabird pushed off the ground with its legs and spread its wings to fly, seemingly unrelated, yet he thought of using vines to bounce. He tried it temporarily and surprisingly, it really worked. With it, Fong Ning's mobility greatly increased. The vine spring helped him move at speeds far beyond ordinary people and even leap onto trees, providing added safety. Only after he became skillful at bouncing through the jungle did he gain the confidence to investigate the source of the sound. The vines supported his body, and his feet felt like they were stepping on springs as he moved lightly through the jungle. The stone axe swung, occasionally chopping the vines by the roadside. With a high vantage point, Fong Ning could observe the surrounding environment more clearly. He moved closer following the sound, and finally saw its source within a certain distance. Using the elasticity of the vines, his height exceeded 2 meters. From above, looking far ahead, under a big tree, a furry little animal leaned against the trunk, motionless, occasionally letting out a faint cry. The sound was so faint that it was almost inaudible without careful listening. Fong Ning was surprised that he could hear it from so far away. In the past, such a sound would have never escaped his ears. He immediately understood that this change came from the wood spirit parasite. The wood spirit parasite's all attribute +3 not only boosted his energy and spirit but also enhanced his hearing, mental sensitivity, and brain analytical ability, enabling him to catch this faint call in the noisy jungle. Fong Ning continued forward and gradually recognized that this furry creature was actually a black macaque. He was impressed and, after careful recollection, confirmed that this was the timid black monkey he had encountered for the second time before. Previously, it was together with a clumsy, foolish monkey, but now only it remained all alone. With no other threats around, Fong Ning stepped closer. Observing up close, the black macaque seemed to sense him. It twitched slightly, barely turning its head to look at Fong Ning, its eyes full of fear and unease. Gee, it made a sound. Fong Ning knew that the macaques on this island were quite intelligent and could express emotions through different tones. At this moment, the sound was very much like a weak, pleading tone used when facing a bully. If it were a kitten making such a sound, Fong Ning might have softened. But this black macaque looked rough, and its call left him unmoved. However, it was obviously badly injured, only able to make this sound, gently shaking its head but unable to move its body. Fong Ning stepped forward, approaching the macaque. It had already closed its eyes and stopped calling out, seemingly resigned and no longer struggling. Fong Ning was not affected by its emotions and carefully examined its injuries. A long diagonal wound could be seen on the macaque's thigh and abdominal joint, with flesh torn and curled, the wound showing a grayish-white color, and mosquitoes buzzing around it. The wound was so deep it almost severed the thigh. The ground was stained red with fresh blood, clearly indicating it had been enduring pain here for a long time. The blood was almost drained dry. Fong Ning thought that if he had discovered it any later, the macaque might not have survived. At this moment, the macaque opened its eyes and looked at him, its eyes filled with a desperate desire to live, weakly making a wah-wah sound, earnest and sorrowful. That sound softened Fong Ning's heart. He had originally planned to wait until the macaque died before dealing with it, or to put it out of its misery, but hearing this plea for help, he couldn't bear it. However, he didn't even know how to handle such a severe wound, let alone help the macaque heal. While he was hesitating, he noticed some black stuff on the wound. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be crushed fragments of grass leaves. Fong Ning suddenly recalled hearing in the city that wild animals would use herbs to dress their wounds, and that even human ancestors discovered many medicinal herbs this way. There were also scraps of grass leaves around the monkey's mouth, obviously applied by itself. Could this herb stop bleeding and heal wounds? Fong Ning looked around and saw a few sword-shaped leaves with thorns scattered behind the monkey, clearly different from the surrounding plants, as if brought from elsewhere. He picked up a leaf, avoiding the thorns, and flipped it with his fingers. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and he activated the identification function. Internal energy flowed slowly, and after about a third, the grass leaf in his hand vanished, and a new card appeared in his deck. Great Thistle. Description: also known as mountain radish, a perennial erect herb. The tuberous root is spindle-shaped. Basal leaves are pinnate, small flowers are red or purple. The achene is flattened, with pale brown pappus. The aerial parts of greater thistle taste sweet and bitter and have a cooling nature. They can cool the blood, stop bleeding, disperse clots, detoxify, and reduce swelling. For external bleeding injuries, dry or char the roots of greater thistle and white grass, grind them into powder in equal amounts, and apply to the wound. For mastitis, pound fresh roots of greater thistle, Prunella vulgaris, and white grass in equal amounts into a paste and apply to the affected area, changing the dressing once or twice daily. For toothache and oral ulcers, take 30 grams of greater thistle root and frequently rinse the mouth. When Fong Ning saw this card, a look of delight appeared on his face. Finally, he had found a herbal medicine that could be used. He had always believed that the dense jungle vegetation must contain many wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, but he knew little about them and found it difficult to identify. He had previously tried to identify several plants, but all turned out to be useless wild grass, which made him feel helpless. So far, he had only identified 2 useful plants, lemongrass and greater thistle. This time, he noticed that the injured black macaque actually healed itself, which gave him a new inspiration and helped him successfully identify greater thistle. More importantly, the greater thistle card surprisingly included detailed medicinal recipes. Unlike lemongrass, greater thistle leaned more toward medicinal use, and its description clearly listed various methods of application. He flipped open the lemongrass card again and found similar prescriptions inside. He hadn't looked closely before and only focused on the mosquito repellent effect, so he started making lemongrass ointment. The lemongrass prescriptions include whole body pain caused by wind, cold, and dampness. Use 0.5 kilograms of lemongrass to boil water for bathing. Joint pain, take 30 grams each of lemongrass, paraffin, and schizonepita, crush and add a little wine, heat and then apply to the painful area. Stomach ache, boil 30 grams of lemongrass in water and drink. These prescriptions are hidden within the descriptions and are not listed separately, but a close look reveals them. Fong Ning finally understood that this was the correct method of identification. Excitedly, he compared the information on the 2 cards and found that he had already mastered 3 prescriptions that could be prepared immediately. External bleeding, generalized pain caused by wind cold dampness, and stomach pain, all 3 injuries required very simple prescriptions, all of which Fong Ning had on him. External bleeding was treated with thistle and white kogongrass root, while wind cold dampness and stomach pain only needed lemongrass. Seeing the white kogongrass root, Fong Ning suddenly slapped his head. He had recognized this herb before but hadn't used his internal energy to identify it. Now, knowing the real use of identification, he realized he had missed out on many treasures. Fong Ning took out a blade of white kogongrass from his backpack. A flash of white light appeared in his hand as he began the identification. After consuming 1/3 of his inner energy, a new card was added to his deck, and the information about white kogongrass in the compendium was updated. A perennial herb with thick rhizomes, the rhizomes are sweet and cold in nature, with effects of cooling the blood, stopping bleeding, clearing heat, and promoting urination. Several medicinal recipes are listed. For external wounds and bleeding, dry the roots and the large thistle roots, grind them into powder, and apply externally. For nosebleeds, drink the root juice. There are also corresponding recipes for bloody urine and lung heat cough with blood. Fong Ning was amazed. This white kogongrass was truly a miraculous herb. The number of prescriptions made his heart race. The recipe for external bleeding was exactly the same as that for the large thistle root. Had he identified it earlier, he wouldn't have waited until now to realize its usefulness. But this cheat tool didn't reveal everything at once, he had to explore gradually. After discovering the true usefulness of identification, Fong Ning looked at the macaque with gentle eyes. He squatted down and petted the macaque. Unexpectedly, the macaque's body temperature was normal, not cold from blood loss. The wound had stopped bleeding. It turned out that the leaf of the great thistle had stemmed the blood flow. However, the wound was covered with dirt and grime, and the rough-acting monkey didn't know how to clean it, making infection likely. Without help to treat it, death was inevitable. It seemed this little guy was not meant to die, truly fate. Fong Ning wanted to try turning the macaque into a card to take with him, but seeing that his internal energy was recovering slowly, he gave up. The macaque was quite large, and transforming it now would consume too much internal energy. It was too dangerous in the jungle, so he decided to go back and deal with it later. Fong Ning didn't rush to turn the macaque into a card. Instead, he picked it up and gently placed it into a perfectly fitting basket. The macaque was severely injured and didn't make a sound when he held it, as if it was unconscious. Being unconscious was actually better, so he didn't have to worry about it attacking him. However, he still feared trouble from farmers and snakes later on, so while the macaque was unconscious, he tied its hands and feet and stuffed grass rope into its mouth. When tying it up, he realized it was a female monkey, not monkey brother. When he moved his foot, the wound split open again. Fong Ning helplessly tore off half a strip of thermal pants cloth and did a simple bandage. Although the macaques helped him find the big thistle, Fong Ning didn't feel much kindness. These 3 monkeys had previously knocked down his canopy, he hadn't forgotten. The macaque looked ugly, and Fong Ning, who was originally a member of the Appearance Association, had no good feelings toward it. On this deserted island, he could barely keep himself alive. If he saved it, that would be good, and if not, he could only respect it and not expect any mercy. So after tying up the macaque, Fong Ning didn't rush back to camp. Instead, he wandered around in the jungle. Not far away, he found several large thistles, recognized them, and cut them down to turn into cards. He walked out of the jungle carrying a backpack and arrived at the rocky shore. The macaque was unconscious and motionless, as if it was dying. Fong Ning headed straight to the rocky shore. Taking advantage of the seabirds being slow to take off after landing, he quickly killed 3 of them with a wooden spear. He collected the seabird carcasses, took out a grass basket, and also picked up nearly 100 bird eggs. Seabirds startled into flight and cried out. Fong Ning pulled up his pants and leisurely left the rocky shore, looking as carefree as if he had just come out of a red light district. Leaving the rocky shore, he arrived at the mangrove beach. The seafood here was much more abundant than on Coconut Island, but the seabirds didn't forage here. Instead, they flew over to Coconut Beach to eat. Fong Ning took a walk around and reached the place where he had caught sea cucumbers last time. As expected, when he reached the spot, Fong Ning picked up 6 sea cucumbers again. On the way, he also dug up several large cat's eye snails and moon shells, all of which were turned into cards and stored in his space. Then, he discovered a piece of kelp on a rock. Although it was only a little over 2 gene and looked like a small fragment, he did not feel regretful. Because on that rock, he also found a new kind of seafood. It looked like seaweed, but the color was darker and the texture softer. Large patches resembled black moss growing on the reef, but in fact, it was filamentous. At first, I thought it was black moss, but when I touched it, I realized it wasn't. The texture was soft, and after smelling it, I had a faint idea, wasn't this just nori? At night, the campfire blazed fiercely. Hanging from a tree trunk was a coconut bowl filled with boiling fresh water, with strands of black nori swirling inside. Fong Ning took bird eggs out of the grass basket one by one, cracked them open, and poured the egg whites and yolks into another coconut bowl. When there was enough egg liquid, he stirred it with twig chopsticks, then poured it into the boiling nori soup. The egg liquid cooked as soon as it touched the hot soup. He kept stirring until all the egg liquid was poured in. A bowl of nori egg soup was ready. On the stone slab beside it lay a roasted seabird, with coconut meat underneath. On the other side, 3 moon scallops were pan-fried until their shells flared open, emitting an enticing aroma. At the other end of the stone slab, the coconut meat stir-fried with kelp had just cooled slightly. This was Fong Ning's dinner: seaweed egg soup, roasted seabird, pan-fried moon scallops, and coconut meat stir-fried with kelp. After the soup cooled a bit, Fong Ning lifted the seaweed egg soup and drank it in one gulp. The fresh flavor of the seaweed made the soup delicious without any seasoning. Just as he was enjoying himself, a whimpering sound suddenly came from beside him. Fong Ning looked back to see a black macaque tied by its hands and feet with grass rope, lying on its side on the ground. It kept sniffing the aroma near the campfire and whimpered softly, looking extremely eager. If one didn't know the situation, they might think Fong Ning had tied it up to eat its monkey brain. Unexpectedly, Fong Ning had just treated its wound. When the monkey woke up, its hands and feet were tied, and its legs were injured. Being timid, it silently curled up in the backpack without making a sound. If it weren't for Fong Ning putting down the woven basket, he wouldn't have noticed that the little guy had already woken up. When he looked, the monkey quietly looked up at him. The expression was so vivid that Fong Ning almost felt like he was kidnapping someone. But just as Fong Ning was releasing the monkey from the basket and trying to untie the grass rope around its mouth, the monkey suddenly went crazy, snarling and trying to bite him. Luckily, Fong Ning was alert and pulled his hand back in time. Otherwise, a bite from those sharp teeth would have definitely caused heavy bleeding. This monkey normally doesn't brush its teeth, and the bacteria on its teeth are frighteningly numerous. Even if it's immune to all poisons, the bad breath was unbearable to Fong Ning. Fong Ning glared at it fiercely. The monkey, scared, withdrew its head and immediately pretended to be weak and helpless, as if someone else had just been mean to it. The wound on the thigh started bleeding again because of the sudden movement just now. Fong Ning thought for a moment and decided to drop his guard. After all, it's rare to have another living creature, so he would treat its wound first. If it could survive, he'd keep it as a pet. But considering the monkey just went wild, he took out a thick wooden stick, placed its hands on it, let its legs down, and tied it to the stick with grass rope. He then reinforced it with several more grass ropes to prevent it from struggling. The monkey found resistance was useless and stopped being aggressive, only whimpering to beg for mercy. Fong Ning ignored it completely, thinking, "I'm just here to treat your wounds, not to hurt you." He glared at it again, and the monkey immediately lowered its pleading voice. Then, Fong Ning untied the cloth bindings and carefully examined the wound on its thigh. The wound was a clean cut, as if made by a sharp object, filled with dirt and small stones. The thistle leaves covering it were soaked with blood, resembling mud. Fortunately, it hadn't hit a major artery, or the monkey would have been dead by now. After assessing the wound, Fong Ning prepared to start the formal dressing. Although he didn't know much about wound care, he knew the basic steps: cleaning and disinfecting, suturing if necessary, applying medicine, and finally bandaging. He knew he couldn't search for things while washing, he had to prepare all the items first. Thinking through the process, Fong Ning began preparing disinfectant and clean water to clean the wound. There was no alcohol on this island, so where could he find disinfectant? However, Fong Ning was prepared. He took out a bowl of cool boiled water made in the morning, grabbed a handful of plant ash and sprinkled it in, stirring it evenly with a stick. The plant ash water was alkaline and had strong sterilizing and disinfecting properties. It worked well for temporarily cleaning wounds. The alkaline water stung the wound strongly, but this time it wasn't for himself. He added another handful of plant ash, patted his hands, and set the plant ash water aside for later use. The disinfectant was taken care of. There were no needles or thread to suture the wound, and they couldn't be obtained quickly. Although wounds heal more slowly without suturing, it wasn't a big problem, so he decided to skip this step. Next was applying medicine. External injuries required the external injury bleeding prescription, but the prescription required herbs to be dried or charred first. There was no time and he didn't know how to char herbs anyway, so he chose the simplest method, mashing them into a paste. Fresh herbs applied directly to wounds worked well enough, so the mashed paste would be similar. Fong Ning took out bull thistle and white cogongrass roots, cut them into sections in a 1:1 ratio and put them into a coconut shell, then mashed them into green herb paste with a wooden stick. The hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine was basically ready. There was no gauze for bandaging, only shredded old long underwear fabric, but once boiled it should be usable. He put the fabric strips into the fresh water contained in the coconut shell, placed it beside the campfire to boil, kept it boiling for a while, then took them out and laid them on a stone slab to dry. Everything was ready, and it was time for the operation. Fong Ning looked at the monkey, his eyes filled with eager excitement, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The monkey froze as it watched Fong Ning's movements. It didn't understand what Fong Ning was doing, it just felt that the smile it saw tonight was like the grin of a demon. Fong Ning poured the herbal ash water onto the monkey's thigh wound. At first, the monkey was curious. Suddenly, the alkaline water made contact with the wound, triggering a severe burning sensation. The monkey instantly stiffened, letting out a hoarse howl. Its legs twitched, and its eyeballs rolled wildly, as if it had been electrocuted. If Fong Ning hadn't been prepared and tied the monkey up earlier, even though it knew Fong Ning was trying to treat its wound, it certainly would have fled in unbearable pain. It was truly agonizing. Seeing the monkey's intense reaction, Fong Ning couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Could the alkaline water hurt even more than alcohol? Considering the monkey's life was important, Fong Ning let it recover before switching to rinsing the wound with cool boiled water. After being rinsed with alkali water, the monkey clearly developed a trauma. When Fong Ning poured the cold water, it kept whimpering, tears streaming down, making one feel heartbroken. Fong Ning held down the monkey's leg to prevent it from struggling and tearing the wound open while soothingly saying, it's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore." After the cold water was applied, the monkey's howling gradually weakened. Slowly, the cold water no longer irritated the wound, the monkey went still, its eyes softened as if seeing a loved one, touched to the point of tears. Fong Ning, however, had no idea how strange this series of actions was. If it were a human, this would be a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome, first scaring and binding to create fear, then treating gently. Tied back to the base, after the monkey's emotions stabilized, it was tied up again, fear was triggered once more, then left to calm down, followed by rinsing the wounds with lye water. Fong Ning's set of psychological tactics completely shattered the monkey's mental defenses. It wasn't until after treating the monkey's wounds and rebandaging them that Fong Ning noticed the monkey no longer howled and cooperated physically, no longer struggling or moving about. However, the way the monkey looked at him was strange, leaving him a bit puzzled. In fact, that monkey had already been thoroughly tamed by Fong Ning. After bandaging him up, Fong Ning loosened the ropes except for those binding the hands and feet, placed the monkey aside, and started making dinner. When the meal was ready, he took a few sips of seaweed egg soup, and the monkey's pleading cries rang out again. Fong Ning looked back at the monkey's pitiful expression and awkwardly twisted his mouth. He glanced at the coconut meat on the stone slab, then looked at the monkey again. In the end, he used a twig to pick up a piece of coconut meat and held it to the monkey's mouth. This time, the monkey was unusually obedient, not going crazy at all. It didn't open its mouth to eat until the branch touched its lips. The monkey silently finished eating the coconut meat, no longer crying out, only staring at Fong Ning with moist eyes. TSK. Fong Ning thought, this look makes me seem like a demon. Seeing the monkey like that, Fong Ning's heart softened a bit. He fed it a few more pieces of coconut meat, and it obediently brought them to its mouth to eat slowly. Fong Ning hesitated, then said, let's make a deal. I'll help you untie the rope, and you won't attack me, okay? The monkey didn't respond, still staring at him. Fong Ning smiled bitterly. After staying on this island for so long, no matter how smart the monkey was, it couldn't understand human speech. He was fooling himself expecting it to respond. Suddenly, he took a chance and reached out to touch the monkey's head. Previously, it had almost bitten him, but this time there was no sign of aggression. The monkey shrank its neck, obediently put its head into his palm, and even rubbed against him gently. Fong Ning hesitated, touched its head, then its cheek, his fingers almost touching the corner of its mouth. The monkey didn't bite him at all, instead, it let him touch it, not even resisting when he touched its nose. Fong Ning was shocked. Could the monkey understand that he was saving it? He gritted his teeth and untied the grass ropes binding the monkey's hands and feet. The monkey didn't run or make a fuss, it sat up quietly, its eyes full of pleading. Fong Ning took a coconut bowl and picked all the coconut meat from the stone slab to give to the monkey. The monkey carefully took it, made sure Fong Ning wasn't angry, and then began to eat. It ate eagerly, as if it had been hungry for a long time, and soon the bowl was empty. After eating, the monkey looked at Fong Ning with a softer gaze, actively handing the bowl back and carefully leaning closer, tentatively resting its body against Fong Ning's arm. Fong Ning didn't push it away, and the monkey actually lifted his hand with its own and rubbed it against the top of its head. Is this asking for a pat? Fong Ning looked at the incredibly docile monkey in surprise, finding it hard to believe. Fong Ning followed the monkey's suggestion and gently rubbed its head. The monkey made a contented cooing sound, looking as obedient as a pet. At that moment, Fong Ning truly realized that he seemed to have tamed it. Why did this happen? What did I just do? He touched the monkey's head, his face full of confusion. Although he didn't understand the reason, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have gained a macaque pet. Watching the monkey nestled in her palm, Fong Ning's loneliness slowly faded, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This feeling, surprisingly, is pretty nice. Black macaque, unnamed. Description: this is a tamed black macaque, loyal and obedient, completely following your commands. Status: thigh injury, bandaged, thirsty, fatigued. Mood: fearful, obedient, appeasing. Satiety 85%. Hydration 37%. Weight 6.3. Seeing the monkey so docile, Fong Ning couldn't help but stroke its head again. He glanced at the fully charged internal energy bar and the thought he had been wanting to try popped into his mind. A white light flashed in the palm of his hand. The monkey, while enjoying the petting, suddenly tensed up, its pupils sharply contracting. A white light scanned down from top to bottom like a scanner over the monkey head, and the monkey vanished instantly. A new card appeared in Fong Ning's deck. It really works! He looked excitedly at the black macaque card. His card mod was really powerful, it could turn anything into a card, as long as he had enough internal energy. This card is different from the previous sea fish and sea bird cards. Those cards described inanimate objects, but this monkey card has 4 new entries: status, mood, satiety, and hydration. Fong Ning clicked on the monkey image, and a new 3-dimensional attribute box appeared beside it. Spirit, 1 out of 1. Chi, 1/1. Spirit, 2 out of 2. This card is similar in concept to character cards, yet completely different. More importantly, when the card appeared, Fong Ning received a piece of information. As long as he is willing, he can make the macaque die instantly. Should black macaque be killed? Yes/no. Whenever Fong Ning's mind flashes with thoughts of harming the black macaque, this card immediately sends a warning. At this moment, Fong Ning understood an important rule: as long as a creature is transformed into a card, he has absolute control over it. With just a thought, those creatures turned into cards can be instantly killed. This ability is like a game rule, clear and unchallengeable. Only those intelligent creatures who willingly surrender their lives can be transformed into cards by him. If there is even the slightest resistance in the creature's mind, the transformation cannot succeed. Animals without intelligence, such as seabirds and sea fish, cannot resist and directly become cards. After discovering this, Fong Ning was profoundly shocked. He also learned from the cards that once a card-transformed creature is restored, it cannot harm Fong Ning. Moreover, no matter how far away, Fong Ning only needs to think of it to transform them into cards again. In other words, life and death are entirely at Fong Ning's whim, they have completely become his possessions, including their lives. Fong Ning finally understood that this card ability far exceeded his previous imagination, capable of touching the rules themselves. Feeling delighted, he changed the name of Black Monkey to Little Guy. In an instant, the card's name changed, and the macaque transformed back into a physical form appearing beside him. The little creature showed up, eyes full of fear, trembling all over, and threw itself into Fong Ning's arms as if he were its only support. Fong Ning gently patted its back, soothing its emotions while pondering. What is it afraid of? How does it feel being transformed into a card? Can it sense the card space? These questions were deeply etched in his heart, deciding to explore them carefully in the future. At this moment, the little guy was still terrified, so Fong Ning could only comfort it first. After realizing these creatures could not harm him, Fong Ning finally took the little guy to heart. To Fong Ning, this little guy was no longer just a monkey, but had become a companion who could accompany him. Naturally, Fong Ning had to take good care of it. After comforting it for a while, the little guy finally calmed down. Fong Ning noticed it was dehydrated, so he handed over some lukewarm water. The monkey, transformed into a card, completely trusted Fong Ning and didn't resist, holding the coconut bowl and sipping the water. After finishing a bowl of lukewarm water, Fong Ning fed it a piece of kelp. The little creature leaned against Fong Ning, its eyelids fluttering, and soon fell into a deep sleep. It had already exhausted all its energy today. After gaining a sense of security, it could no longer hold on and quickly drifted into dreams. Fong Ning watched its sleeping posture, shook his head, gently lifted it up, and placed it beside the leaf bed. Returning to the campfire, Fong Ning quickly finished the remaining food, prepared breakfast for the next day, and added fuel to make the fire blaze. Fong Ning's shelter was built under a small canopy. Although it was open on all sides, the top was sealed. Crawling into the canopy, the combination gave him enough sense of safety. Looking at the little one sleeping beside him and the campfire, Fong Ning felt both joy and emotion. He had only intended to find some food, but unexpectedly gained a pet, discovered a new ability of card transformation, and caught a glimpse of the powerful might behind the cards. He marveled at the magic of the cards and peacefully drifted to sleep under the glow of the campfire. The next day, Fong Ning was still asleep when he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his head. He jolted awake and opened his eyes to see a furry black macaque perched on his shoulder, playing with his hair. The monkey grabbed a strand of hair, carefully pulled it from the root, and popped it into its mouth to chew. With a crisp smack, Fong Ning was speechless. Could it be that he had lice on his head? No wonder his scalp had been itching these past 2 days. He had thought it was because he hadn't used shampoo. Fong Ning had seen monkeys picking lice off each other before, but it was his first time being groomed by a monkey. The little monkey saw that he was awake, continued to pick through his hair, then turned around to face him directly, its eyes shining brightly as if to say, "Good morning." Fong Ning felt a warmth in his heart. The irritation from not waking up naturally also lessened quite a bit. He grouchily reached out to rub the little monkey, shook it, and then sat up. He glanced at the time, 9:12. So late? Fong Ning was somewhat surprised. This was the latest he had slept in for quite some time. Usually, he was woken up by the glaring sunlight around 7 o'clock, but somehow this time he slept until now. If it weren't for the little monkey waking him up, he probably could have slept until noon. Rarely having a lie in, Fong Ning felt invigorated, as alert as if he had taken a stimulant. He rinsed his mouth simply, and after washing up, he took out the breakfast he had prepared last night and started eating. Unlike before, this time he had a little companion by his side. He prepared boiled kelp for the little monkey, serving it in a coconut shell bowl. The little monkey obviously had never eaten kelp before. After trying a bite, its eyes lit up, and it ate eagerly, even making a few sounds as if saying "really delicious." With company, Fong Ning felt a long-lost sense of liveliness, and the grilled bird meat, which had already cooled in his hand, tasted better at this moment. After finishing breakfast, he went to the drying rack on the beach to hang up the white kogongrass roots and great thistle he had gathered yesterday. He planned to dry them and then use the recipe to make some hemostatic powder, which would provide more security for future activities in the jungle. Drying takes time, so it definitely couldn't be finished today, but he had other things planned and didn't need to idle. After returning to the rain shelter, Fong Ning repaired the fish basket with grass rope and branches, then braided a multi-strand grass rope to tie it up. He intended to throw the fish basket near the reef area offshore, where the success rate of fishing was high and the speed was faster than the tidal pools. However, the risk is also greater, with an increased possibility of the fish basket being lost or damaged. But Fong Ning has the grass rope automatic card, which can quickly weave grass ropes, reducing production time and cost, a risk he can bear. As for the wild bananas, Fong Ning placed them in a corner, laying branches and grass leaves underneath, then sprinkled a layer of wood ash as insulation. He then covered the wild bananas, sprinkled another layer of wood ash on the surface, and finally covered them with grass leaves. This way, wild bananas will remain warm, accelerating ripening. Raw wild bananas contain tannins, which are hard to digest and astringent, causing constipation if eaten. Only when they are ripe, turning yellow and soft, are they sweet and easy to digest. Raw wild bananas do not ripen just by being kept at a high temperature. In fact, ripening mainly depends on ethylene gas. Ripe fruit releases a large amount of ethylene, which promotes the rapid ripening of unripe fruit. Many households put raw bananas together with apples or pears, then tightly seal the bag, so the bananas ripen faster. A common method in rural areas is to place unripe fruit into a rice jar, and it will ripen within a few days. Many rural children know this trick. When Fong Ning was a child in the welfare home, Nurse Lu also used this method, and the rice jar became a treasure chest in everyone's eyes, attracting many kids to sneak close. Later, the welfare home received social support, transforming into a public school and even built a cafeteria. From that time on, the rice jar never appeared again. Looking back, Fong Ning quite missed those moments of sneaking around the rice jar. The human brain often forgets pain and only remembers the good, so the memory of secretly taking an orange and getting spanked by Nurse Lu feels somewhat sweet. After handling the wild bananas, Fong Ning took another stroll along the beach. There weren't many sea products on the island, mostly shellfish, but even the smallest mosquito is still food, so picking up some shells counted as a harvest. Even if he didn't find anything, bringing back a coconut on the way was still good. Since this little monkey was tamed by Fong Ning, it had become especially attached to him. Every time he went out, the little guy ran closely behind, excitedly shouting whenever Fong Ning picked something up. When Fong Ning put things into his back basket, it always stared with curious and eager eyes, just like when he used to envy classmates' new backpacks as a kid. The little monkey learned things very quickly. When Fong Ning was picking up shells, it followed along but kept dropping the shells back onto the beach. However, this guy was not only mischievous but also quite capable. Its skill at digging for shells was surprisingly good, it almost learned immediately. After watching Fong Ning demonstrate several times, it quickly mastered the technique of digging holes. Whenever it saw holes on the beach, it would fiercely dig with its fingers and could scoop out clams in no time, much faster than Fong Ning. The more it dug, the more addicted it became, frantically attacking the holes on the ground. Even if it dug up things it shouldn't have, it would excitedly hold the shells out to Fong Ning. However, the monkey's intelligence was limited, and sometimes it couldn't tell the difference between shells and rocks. Anything dug out of the ground, it would just shove to Fong Ning. Seeing it so diligent and happy, Fong Ning thought about weaving a small backpack for it when they got back. That way, when taking it to stroll on the beach later, she wouldn't have to dig sand pits herself. With the little helper's assistance, the speed of collecting shellfish increased significantly. Before long, the basket was filled to the brim. After removing the stones, Fong Ning carried a basket full of shellfish and brought back 2 green coconuts to the rain shelter. Placing the basket on the ground, the little one rummaged inside, pulling out all the green coconuts and playing with them joyfully. Seeing it so happy, Fong Ning's lips curved into a slight smile. Since having this lively little guy, I've found myself smiling more often. He shook his head, sat down, took out the grass rope card, and began weaving the grass rope. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed. It had been nearly a week since the last beast outbreak. The once chaotic battlefield in the jungle was now covered again by wild grass. There were fewer tall trees, but more dead branches and stones on the ground. It was impossible to tell that 2 ferocious beasts had once fought here. Nature recovers really quickly. If it weren't for the footprints in front of the awning still being faintly recognizable, Fong Ning almost doubted whether the cries and tiger roars he heard before were illusions. During these 3 days, Fong Ning went to the mangrove beach again. This time, the harvest was much smaller. Perhaps he scavenged too aggressively, and the beach resources began to dwindle. After searching for a long time, he only managed to find a few sea cucumbers. The seaweed that could be scraped off had already been completely gathered by him, and it couldn't be collected again in the short term. Although kelp grows in the sea and occasionally the tide brings some to the beach, it doesn't happen often. Only the previously stored dried kelp can be eaten. The shellfish resources here are richer than on Coconut Island, larger in size and greater in number, but with Fong Ning visiting frequently, the resources will only decrease. Tide hunting depends on luck. After collecting everything, you have to let the environment rest and recover before coming back when the resources are replenished. The fish basket yielded nothing on the first day, and was empty again on the second day. On the third day, Fong Ning finally caught a freshwater grouper weighing 5.6 kilograms. The fish was a full 50 centimeters long. Extremely ferocious, it bit off the tip of Fong Ning's wooden spear with one bite as soon as it was pulled up. Although the spear tip had been soaked in water, reducing its durability, it wasn't something ordinary teeth could break. Once the grouper bites, it can cause fractures at the least, and an arm as slender as a thin wrist might even be bitten off. However, this grouper ultimately died under Fong Ning's hand. He didn't act personally, he just tried using card kill. Card kill is turning a creature into a card and then using a command to kill it directly. Fong Ning held down the grouper with one hand and turned it into a card with the other. The grouper, now a card, had no status bar, only a simple item description. Like the previously transformed marine fish, it lacked three-dimensional attributes. This puzzled Fong Ning. Was it due to insufficient intelligence or unmet attribute requirements that it had no special status bar? Did it require at least one in all three dimensions or an intelligence threshold? He was completely baffled and had to set it aside for the time being. After bringing the grouper back, Fong Ning used the card kill command to end its life completely. The fish's body had no wounds, appearing to have died from a heart attack, perfectly preserved. Fong Ning couldn't help but sigh. This fish was really massive. He took out a fish liver, about half the size of a palm, with the fish bladder still attached. He planned to boil the liver to nourish himself, and the fish bladder could be made into fish glue, a precious material. Fong Ning intended to cook a bowl to try it out. The remaining innards were all used as bait for the fish trap. This grouper was big enough that Fong Ning took 3 days to finish eating it. It wasn't that his combat ability was poor, he just wanted to savor the freshness of the fish meat slowly. Since catching this big grouper, the fish trap's luck suddenly turned bad, only catching small crabs and 2 small mackerels, with nothing else. The tidal pool was the same, only shellfish and crabs were seen, with no other fish. Fong Ning survived barely on this food inside the shelter. During these 3 days, he was busy weaving the shelter walls. Almost 1 wall a day, he made 3 vine walls using branches and vines, 2 walls measuring 2 meters by 3 meters, and 1 back wall measuring 2 meters by 4 meters. Once fixed in place, the shelter only had 1 doorway left. This side of the door was Fong Ning's task for today. He was weaving the last component, the door, and its completion was just around the corner. This door was actually a small wall woven from vines. The main structure was still made of branches, tree vines, and grass ropes. As Fong Ning was weaving the final part, strange sounds of oh-ho and oh-ho came from outside the house. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little guy learned to make the sound oh-ho ever since he discovered a moon shell on the beach and exclaimed oh-ho. Whenever he is happy or surprised, he mimics Fong Ning by saying oh-ho, which delights him greatly. Last time, noticing he liked backpacks, Fong Ning went back and made him a small backpack. After receiving the backpack, the little guy excitedly wore it, running around, imitating Fong Ning by throwing stones and dirt into the backpack and then dumping them out, having a wonderful time playing. Early the next morning, it tugged on Fong Ning's pant leg, excitedly wanting him to take it to the beach to catch shellfish. After getting the backpack basket, it would put the shells and shellfish it collected into the basket, even putting in earthworms and spiders, excitedly showing off its treasures. Once, a large spider crawled onto the back of Fong Ning's hand, scaring him nearly out of his wits. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, shook off the spider, and stomped on it to kill it. Only after identification did I realize it was a banana spider, highly venomous and extremely deadly. This little guy actually dared to catch it. If bitten even once, it would definitely be fatal. Although this other world doesn't have that name, the system used real-world information that Fong Ning could understand to show him. This nearly killed Fong Ning this time, it really terrified him. Although he had the Muling parasite, which resisted most toxins, the toxicity of this spider was unknown, so he couldn't take any risks. Therefore, he seriously scolded the little creature and retrained it on the correct way to use the backpack. Afterwards, every time he gave it the backpack, Fong Ning would first place it on the ground to check, preventing any further accidents. Perhaps the little creature understood, since Fong Ning no longer saw any living things other than shellfish in its backpack afterward. Since then, the little guy really became a little delivery boy. From time to time, its basket would bring some surprises. Once, Fong Ning actually found a tuber that looked like ginger in the basket. After checking, it really was wild ginger. When Fong Ning asked where it had picked it up from, it stared at him with clever eyes, leaving him speechless with anger. He wasn't planning to go out these past 2 days, so he didn't pay much attention. Since he could find one piece, naturally he could find a second. There were always some in the jungle. Fong Ning sliced some wild ginger as seasoning, and placed the remaining large pieces separately next to the wild banana plant, hoping they would sprout before planting. The little guy, after gaining recognition, grew increasingly fond of this delivery job. Except for eating and sleeping, it was almost always out running around. At first, Fong Ning was still worried that the injury on its leg hadn't healed. I don't know whether it was Fong Ning's ointment or its strong constitution, but the wound healed very quickly. On the first day, it could only drag its leg and had to be carried from time to time. On the second day, it could barely walk. By the third day, except for not being able to jump, walking was basically fine. When changing the dressing, I found the wound was looking optimistic. Granulation tissue was growing, and it was starting to scab. In about 10 days, it should be almost healed. Although the recovery was unbelievably fast, it was still a good thing, so Fong Ning didn't say much. It's just that the monkey recovered quickly, but what about those fierce beasts? Just thinking about those mysteriously disappearing fierce beasts made Fong Ning even more worried. These elusive fierce beasts have always been a ticking time bomb in the jungle. Fong Ning hadn't ventured much into the jungle, partly because he was busy building the shelter, and partly because he was afraid of encountering those ferocious beasts. But no matter how long you hide, what is meant to come will eventually come. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a week since the last time he built the shelter. Now, the shelter was finally completely finished. From the outside, the shed looks like a small wooden cabin, with the structure fixed using wooden pillars and mortise and tenon joints. The support posts are buried underground, making it both sturdy and simple. The roof is a traditional triangle shape, with both slopes covered in grass leaves, clamped with wooden sticks, and tied with grass rope, providing excellent waterproofing and wind protection. The walls are slightly thin. These walls mainly use wooden sticks as the framework, filled with grass leaves, and woven and tied with grass rope and vines. The two ends of the walls are tied to the support pillars with grass rope, and the ground and edges of the wooden pillars are coated with yellow mud to fill in the gaps, making the whole structure tighter. The wall facing the jungle has a door, which is a rectangular hole. On both sides of the doorframe, there are 2 L-shaped wooden sticks used to hang the door. Fong Ning wove a rattan fence door with a thick wooden stick in the middle. As long as it fits into the L-shaped groove, the door can cover the hole. When going out, just lift the door and hang it to one side. After nearly 10 days, Fong Ning finally finished building this small hut. From then on, he had a safe little home on the island. Looking at the hut he built with his own hands, Fong Ning felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Building a hut from nothing, he suddenly understood why the motherland is called a construction maniac. Building homes and farming are instincts ingrained in the Chinese people and the foundation of their survival. However, building the hut exhausted his food supplies. The resources on the mangrove beach were also running low. Last night, he finished the last of the seaweed, laver, bird eggs, and shells. Now, only some wild bananas still unripe in the corner and some sea-bird eggs left to collect remained. But he couldn't collect too many sea-bird eggs anymore. He had taken too many recently and feared wiping out the seabirds. This construction consumed reserves from multiple resource points, so he had to open new sites next, or else he would be stuck eating coconuts every day. Thinking about food, Fong Ning stared at the jungle, his brow tightly furrowed. After the little one's injuries improved, its range of activity grew larger, and it stayed out longer. It always managed to bring back little surprises in its backpack. The little one's feeding over the past 3 days had been indispensable in keeping Fong Ning going. But since it went out this morning, it hadn't come back. Usually, it would return by noon to hang around him, eat something, and then leave, but now there was no sign of it. Fong Ning stood outside the hut, pacing back and forth like an anxious mother, staring toward the jungle, waiting for the monkey's return. During this time, Fong Ning and the little one's bond deepened rapidly. With no one else on the island, he could only give all his extra affection to it. Although he hadn't considered it family yet, in his heart, the little one's status was almost equivalent to a pet raised for many years. At this moment, Fong Ning stared at the card deck space, hesitating whether to turn the little creature into a card and then summon it out. That way, it could instantly appear by his side. But there were two problems. The little creature was especially afraid of being turned into a card, and every time it transformed back, it showed obvious fear, with the fear worsening each time. Also, once it became a card, the things in the basket on its back would be lost, as the card could only transform into the creature itself. Fong Ning thought that since the little creature had been out so long, it might bring back something good. But he was more worried about its safety. Checking the time, 1642, he decided to wait another 18 minutes. If it hadn't returned by 1700 hours, he would use the card to summon it back. Fear was better than losing a life. He summoned the card deck space, kept an eye on the time, and tossed the dried herbs into a coconut shell to crush them, though his mind wasn't on the task. Time ticked by bit, the herbs were pulverized, but he remained restless. 1650, only 10 minutes left until the agreed time. Fong Ning couldn't bear it anymore. The little creature had brought him so much comfort these past few days, he didn't want to lose this rare companion. Perhaps it had run away? Just as he was about to use the cards to manifest the little creature, a familiar sound suddenly came from the jungle. Oh ho, it was the little guy. Hearing that sound, Fong Ning happily put down the coconut shell and wooden stick, stepped out of the hut, and looked toward the jungle. Sure enough, a small figure with damp fur and covered in dew dashed quickly out of the jungle. It moved on all fours, agile, and the wounds on its legs seemed to have healed. Fong Ning made a custom little backpack for it, with the lid tightly fastened, shaking up and down as it ran. The lid was specially designed because this little creature walks with its back straight, but once it runs it moves on all fours. Without a lid, things would definitely fall out. The lid's fastener is like clothes buttons. There is a vertical opening on the backpack, and the lid is tied with a horizontal stick that passes through the opening when fastened. At first, Fong Ning worried it wouldn't know how to use it, but after demonstrating once, the little guy learned quickly, showing very nimble fingers. It ran to the front of the shed, hopping over to Fong Ning's feet, tugging at his pant leg for a hug. Maybe it was because of the cards, or because they had grown close over time, it especially liked being held by Fong Ning while he rubbed its head. Fong Ning bent down to pick it up, rubbing its head, feeling reassured inside. He didn't rush to look inside the backpack, thinking the little one was more important. But the little one grew impatient. After the head rub, it jumped out of his arms, put down the backpack, and proudly called out "Oh ho" as if showing off to Fong Ning. Fong Ning grew alert. The scene was all too familiar. A few days ago, it had scared him with a banana spider just like this. Could it be some kind of venomous snake or venomous spider again? This little guy really wanted to exhaust him. Watching it constantly urging him to open the blind box, Fong Ning swallowed nervously, carefully unbuttoned it, stepped back a bit, and used a wooden spear to lift the lid. There were no venomous snakes or spiders inside the backpack. It was completely quiet. Fong Ning looked suspiciously at the little guy, who seemed a bit disappointed, but didn't step forward. Instead, he flipped the basket upside down with his wooden spear. Everything spilled out. A bitten wild fruit rolled out of the basket, followed by half of a stone knife wrapped in tattered cloth. Fong Ning's eyes brightened. The stone knife looked familiar. The little guy eagerly unwrapped the cloth like presenting a treasure, picked up the stone knife, walked to Fong Ning, and handed it to him, saying, "Gee, for you." Fong Ning took the stone knife from the little guy's hand and looked closely. The obvious chipping on the blade immediately confirmed this was the reef stone knife they had stolen from the canopy last time. Surprisingly, the little guy somehow managed to get it back and even proactively gave it to him. After a whole day's running around, it was all just for this thing? Fong Ning couldn't help but smile bitterly. This reef knife is actually just a piece of broken stone. The last time it was stolen, he didn't take it to heart and went back to the reef area to knock out a new piece. Maybe the little guy felt this thing was its own, unaware of its value, but still chose to return it, which is a kind of unique affection, even though it was still stolen. Fong Ning squatted down and patted the little guy's head, praising it a few times. The little guy actually shyly lowered its head. Then, his gaze fell on something that had been on his mind all along. Of course, it wasn't the bitten wild fruit, but a piece of torn cloth. Fong Ning had noticed before that the reef knife wasn't wrapped in animal skin or bark, but in a piece of woven fabric. And this fabric obviously used a mature weaving technique. There was actually cloth here? This indicated that there might be other people on the island, or perhaps a civilization existed? Could it be that he wasn't on a deserted island, but rather on the edge of a continent? Various thoughts flooded his mind. But Fong Ning's hand moved first, picking up the torn cloth on the ground. As soon as he grasped it, he sensed it was no ordinary piece. The material looked quite high-end. He unfolded the torn cloth and found it was actually a whole rectangular piece of fabric, like a towel. He examined the cloth closely and vaguely saw some characters on it, which looked like writing. But the cloth was too dirty, making the inscriptions blurry. There were characters? Fong Ning quickly fetched some fresh water and began washing the torn cloth bowl by bowl. Washing it with water was quite laborious, but it was still early. He lifted the little one onto his shoulder and ran to the jungle stream, soaking the cloth in the water while rinsing it. As the water washed over it, the original color of the cloth gradually became visible. It was yellow fabric, only turned gray by the stains. The characters on the cloth were red embroidery, looking like stitched letters. After cleaning it, Fong Ning didn't examine it carefully by the stream but hurried back to the shelter, lit a fire, and took a close look at the piece of cloth. Outside, it was already dark. Fong Ning closed the door of the hut, leaving only the vent at the top open for airflow. The sea breeze could no longer blow inside, preserving the warmth of the campfire. Once fully covered, the outside sea wind and the sound of waves were also largely blocked, making it quieter to sleep at night. Although on this island, no matter how loud the thunder outside, Fong Ning could still sleep like a log. After all, people surviving on an island don't suffer from insomnia. By the light of the campfire, Fong Ning vaguely saw a large section of red silk-threaded characters embroidered on the cloth. The font was strange, somewhat like Oracle bone script, but with a more complex structure. The dots, hooks, strokes, and rivets were distinct, suggesting it was a profound written language. In any case, Fong Ning couldn't understand a single word and was completely baffled. He studied it carefully for a long time, only recognizing the first 10 characters. The rest of the text was dense and seemed to be read from right to left, top to bottom, hinting that this civilization was probably similar to ancient China. Other than that, he couldn't extract any information. Faced with an unfamiliar language, Fong Ning was at a total loss and grew increasingly frustrated. After finally discovering something that appeared to be from an alien civilization, he couldn't understand a thing, and stomped his foot in anger. Just as Fong Ning was about to give up and go cook, the campfire suddenly flickered, and a ray of spiritual light surged into his mind. Identification. He suddenly remembered the identification function of his cards. He wondered if it could translate. He decided to try. As the thought arose in his mind, a white light glowed in his hand. With the consumption of inner energy, the cloth instantly disappeared. Opening the card space, a new card slowly appeared. Small circulation purple chi acupoint refining chi method. Description: standing on the pinnacle of the void, covering the evolution of the small circulation, seeking the purple chi from the east, refining essence into chi, absorbing chi to open acupoints, visualizing the vast heaven and earth, no thoughts and no self, the body unites with the bright universe, seizing heavenly secrets to evolve oneself, refining chi to transform spirit. Weight, 0.2. Learn? Yes/no. Seeing this name, Fong Ning jumped up excitedly from the ground. Xiao Zhou Tian Purple Chi Enlightenment Chi Refining Method. Isn't this a chi refining method? Immortal cultivation. Sword flying, world shaking cultivation technique. This truly confirms that this world is definitely not simple. Fong Ning admitted he was a bit excited and lost his composure, but to be honest, who wouldn't be thrilled to see something like this cultivation manual? Although there were the wood spirit bead and card sheets as evidence before, none were as directly impressive as this chi refining method. As soon as this chi refining method appeared, Fong Ning immediately confirmed that this other world was definitely not simple. It might really be the cultivation world he had seen before in urban novels. My god! Cheat codes plus transmigration, I am definitely the destined protagonist. Fong Ning was so excited that his lips trembled. With shaking hands, he clicked to open the card description. The cheat was very considerate. The upper half of the text was strange runes, while the lower half was translated by the card into classical Chinese. He understood it all at a glance. This article was indeed a cultivation technique. It explained the cultivation steps and key points of the chi refining method. The most exciting thing is: study or not? Yes/no. Is there even a question? Of course, study hard. Fong Ning was dazzled by the chi refining method and chose yes without hesitation. He believed the cheat wouldn't harm him, so he confirmed directly. Unfortunately, forgetting that the cheat not harming oneself and seeking death oneself are two different things. As soon as he clicked confirm, Fong Ning suddenly realized that he understood all the acupoints, postures, and steps of the chi refining method. He saw clearly what to do at a glance. He sat cross-legged according to the method, and with the help of the cards, he almost comprehended the chi refining method as if enlightened, naturally starting to operate it. In a daze, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a place both familiar and strange. The early morning mist was thick, and the mountaintop stood majestic. He should have been here before, but he couldn't remember. At this moment, he felt no physical body, only the vastness of heaven and earth, the grandeur of mountains and rivers, as if embracing the universe in his chest and holding all things in his heart. In the distance, the morning light broke through the clouds, the sun rising in the east. Fong Ning saw the mountain breeze gently brushing through the forest, and the morning dew on the grass gathering into a stream of energy, flowing from the east. It was a faint purple aura that entered his nostrils with each breath, settling in his abdomen. As the purple aura infused into his body, he felt his body grow heavy, yet gradually gain a sense of substance. When the purple aura slowly faded, the heaviness in his body suddenly turned into lightness. The original state of self-forgetfulness was broken, and a flood of miscellaneous thoughts rushed in. What's going on? So comfortable. This feeling of floating like I'm about to ascend to immortality. Is this what cultivating immortality is like? My body feels like it's melting, soft and light, as if my whole self is about to vanish. The little monkey who had been watching from the side saw plainly that shortly after Fong Ning sat down, his face suddenly flushed red, and he began to make strange moaning sounds. As the moans came, Fong Ning's body slowly went from full to withered. Like a deflating balloon, his skin lost its elasticity and luster, his hair turned yellow and fell out, and his cheeks sunken in, revealing the shape of his bones. Yet his expression became ethereal, as if he had entered a blissful realm. In truth, he was about to give out. Normally, Fong Ning's strong luck chi refining method would transform his entire being into primal chi, and once the essence was exhausted, he could ascend to the blissful realm. His primal chi would then scatter into the earth, nourishing the land and contributing strength. But this time was different. Fong Ning was being parasitized by the wood spirit. Just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion and near death, the wood spirit pearl suddenly unleashed its power. The little monkey watched in terror as a burst of green light shot out from Fong Ning's liver. Then, Fong Ning's fading energy was forcibly refined back, his innate energy transformed into acquired energy, and rainfused into his body. His body slowly regained fullness, and his complexion gradually became serene. At the same time, in Fong Ning's character card, the spirit integration level of the wood spirit parasite began to rapidly rise, jumping from the original 1% to 10%, then continuing to climb every few minutes, 15%, 25%, 27%. Until after reaching 27%, the green light slowly faded away. After the green light disappeared, Fong Ning became completely different. His skin color was no longer bronze with a tanned hue, but faintly tinged with dark green. The skin was no longer smooth, rough like tree bark, and he could even see it subtly undulating, as if breathing. Am I awake? Fong Ning's consciousness finally returned. He felt himself floating in endless darkness, gradually focusing on a point of light. The light quickly spread, dispelling the darkness. Whoosh! Fang Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly took a deep breath, like a drowning person finally breaking the surface and breathing in fresh air. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, but it was still pitch dark. His mind was blank, memories stuck at the moment when he melted that tattered card. He felt like his brain had just powered on, unable to remember anything, only capable of single-threaded thinking. Everything was pitch black before his eyes. Fang Ning just wanted a little light. He struggled to stand up, his movements somewhat stiff, feeling his way toward the fence gate. At the gate, he reached out and lifted the fence door. A burst of glaring sunlight shot into his eyes, and he couldn't help but close them, tears streaming down. After quite a while, he finally opened his eyes and looked outside. The sunlight was warm and comfortable, gradually restoring his strength. He reached out his hand, feeling the sunshine shining on his dark green hands. Suddenly, he froze. My hands, why are they green? Late memories surged to the mind. All the scenes from last night appeared at once, sitting cross-legged to refine energy, the charming pleasure, then entering sage time, the body gradually drained, feeling light and floaty. But the mind and senses were unusually clear, vision instantly expanding from 124 degrees to a full 360-degree field of view. He saw his body like a mummy, saw the little guy curled up in a corner, even saw through his flesh to his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys withering and failing. I'm about to die. At that moment, he completely understood. His gaze fell on a clump of energy above his head. He sensed that all his energy was being crazily converted into this force, the innate energy. The acquired essence within his body, regardless of the toll on his body, continuously transformed into innate energy. Could it be that I have fallen into demonic madness? Fang Ning's consciousness had already become void. He could no longer feel emotional fluctuations and could only watch helplessly as he slowly approached death. Perhaps at this moment he should feel regret or even cry, but he felt nothing, as if he had become an emotionless robot. Life and death were both indifferent to him. At that moment, he saw the wooden spirit pearl in his liver suddenly emit a green glow. Countless tendrils extended from the pearl, spreading along the blood vessels throughout his body. Almost every blood vessel was entwined. Those tendrils absorbed his innate energy, then transformed it into drops of tender green liquid that seeped into his body. Fang Ning felt a strong vitality, as if his entire being was about to bloom. As the innate energy was absorbed and transformed, his body gradually recovered under the control of the tendrils, and the surface of his liver even became crystal clear, like a piece of green jade. Recalling all this, Fang Ning realized that he seemed to have died once last night but was saved by the wooden spirit pearl. The tendrils were tightly wrapped around the blood vessels and difficult to separate. He opened his character card. Fang Ning, Wood Spirit, 32/60. Essence, 9 out of 9. Energy, 9/9. Spirit, 9 out of 9. Load, 69/216. Status, Wood Spirit Parasitism, Body Spiritization Level 27%. Abilities, Vitality Overflow, Intermediate, Constitution Enhancement, Intermediate, Immunity to Poisons, Intermediate, Vine Manipulation, Intermediate, Photosynthesis, Beginner. The three-dimensional attributes are almost maxed out, several skills have been upgraded to intermediate level, and a new skill photosynthesis has been added, quickly restoring physical strength and internal energy through sunlight. Fang Ning looked at his own arm and the dark green skin, thinking to himself, have I become a plant human now? Just by basking in the sun, I can recover my physical strength. If I bask more, could I actually bloom? Fang Ning remained silent. However, there was no doubt that he had become stronger. Now his strength was more powerful than ever before. His three-dimensional physical fitness had almost reached the limits of human capability, allowing him to fight head-on against jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards without falling behind. But he couldn't feel happy at all. The body-spirit transformation rate is 27%. This number weighed heavily on Fang Ning's mood. It was only 1% before, and now it suddenly soared to 27%. The card description says that when the spiritization reaches 100%, Fang Ning will be devoured by the wood spirit and become its nourishment. Now the spiritization has reached 27%, meaning he has traded nearly a third of his lifespan for power. The good news is that he has become stronger. The bad news is that this strength came at the cost of his life. Fong Ning calmed his mind and thought that the card might be able to remove the parasitic state. If I remove it now and parasitize again, will the spirit transformation level reset to 0? He excitedly summoned the removal option. The result? The body's spirit transformation level has reached 27%. Removal will cause permanent bodily damage. Do you want to continue? The cards were like a splash of cold water. Permanent damage? Fong Ning was puzzled, and the card space immediately returned a piece of explanation. After reading it, he finally understood how the spiritualization level of the wood spirit pearl increases, and why removing it would harm the body. It turned out that after the wood spirit pearl parasitizes the host, whenever the host suffers severe injury, the pearl's effect is triggered to quickly restore or even completely heal. But there is a price to pay. Every time it heals, the wood spirit pearl spiritualizes a part of the body, and that part no longer belongs to Fong Ning, but becomes part of the wood spirit pearl's spiritual body. These rapid recoveries actually come at the cost of exchanging a portion of the body for life. Once the entire body is spiritualized, the host becomes part of the wood spirit pearl, and the wood spirit will gestate and be born within the host's shell. This is the entire process of the wood spirit parasitism. After understanding all this, Fong Ning realized why the removal would cause permanent damage to the body. Do you still remember when he was out of body, seeing the wood spirit pearl crystallize his liver? That was exactly the price the wood spirit pearl chose to pay to save him. His liver has crystallized and no longer belongs to Fong Ning, but to the wood spirit's liver. This liver completely belongs to the wood spirit's body, but since the wood spirit has not yet transformed, Fong Ning is still borrowing it. It is precisely because the liver has been spiritualized that Fong Ning's physique and skills have greatly improved. For others, trying to separate the parasite at this point is almost impossible. Removing the wood spirit orb is equivalent to stripping away the crystallized liver and roots together. Once removed, death is almost certain. Fortunately, Fong Ning has a card. The cards allow him to convert the crystallized liver back into a part of himself while removing the parasite when separating the wood spirit orb, preserving the liver while shedding the parasite. But there is a cost. The cards can only compensate for the consumed qi, they cannot create it out of thin air. After separation, the consumed essence and spirit cannot be restored. The result was that Fong Ning's three-dimensional attributes would drop significantly, especially his spirit. His original spirit was only 3 points. Once the wood spirit pearl was removed, his three-dimensional stats would revert to their original values, and after deducting the consumed spiritual energy, his spirit could drop to 1 or even below 1. Having less than 1 spirit meant that even a small accident could be fatal. Just as Fong Ning was feeling frustrated, the card seemed to sense the situation and transmitted information to him again. Fong Ning's eyes lit up. Indeed, the card was reliable. It told him that the permanent damage was because he overly relied on the wood spirit pearl, and Fong Ning had become a vassal as a result. His body and mind had not truly been strengthened, they were merely propped up by the wood spirit pearl's buff, and his original value was still 366. As long as he could improve his own physique through dietary supplements, exercise, and body refining methods, reducing dependence on the wood spirit pearl, future removals would not cause permanent damage. Simply put, before his spiritualization rate exceeded 30%, he needed to raise his three-dimensional stats to a perfect 10 points, which would allow safe removal of the parasite. After hearing this, Fong Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he wanted to grab his hair, he touched his bald head and remembered that his hair had all fallen out when he was drained earlier, leaving him completely bald. He sighed and summoned the Qi refining technique card from his deck. Earlier, on an impulse, he had wanted to practice it, only to realize that this cultivation method wasn't something you could master just by wanting to. He had thought that since this Qi refining method could be cultivated, it surely had no drawbacks. After all, many novels feature such heavenly secret manuals, and once mastered, you become invincible, slaughtering everyone in sight, right? Island, Macaque's Secret Divine Skill Manual, these three combined. What's there to hesitate about? Fortunately, this was an island, not a valley. The little guy was a macaque, not a white ape, and the divine skill manual wasn't the 9 young divine skill. Otherwise, Fong Ning always felt like he had stumbled into the world of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The result proved that this was not a martial arts novel at all, and cultivating immortality was not something you could achieve just by trying. Fong Ning used his own life to test one possibility, that this chi refinement method required certain conditions to be practiced. He carefully examined the cultivation method, and his eyes caught 4 characters: refine essence into chi. These 4 characters struck a sentence deep in his memory like lightning. Lack of essence, 3 blossoms not full. Essence. Although there was no concrete evidence, Fong Ning was almost certain that he had nearly been because of insufficient essence. The chi refining method requires refining essence into chi. If there isn't enough essence, how can one refine chi? Clearly, cultivation can only begin once the essence reaches a certain level, at least when the energy is complete. But Fong Ning still knew too little. It would be great to have another beginner's cultivation method as a reference. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head, his gaze falling on the little guy in the corner, who looked panicked. Fong Ning suddenly realized that this chi refining method seemed to have been brought back by the little guy. So where did it come from? Could there be other cultivation methods or secret manuals there? His eyes immediately lit up. After a while, the little guy comfortably nestled in Fong Ning's arms, snoring softly, his eyes half closed, looking very content. Fong Ning's hand gently moved over its entire body, occasionally pressing lightly. The tender green buds at his fingertips, soft as brushes, gradually untangled the matted fur on the little creature. After a while of kneading, he began to massage the little creature's head. Its eyes rolled back, completely enjoying it. This love massage by Fong Ning successfully eliminated the fear and distance it had felt earlier due to his transformation. Now the little creature had restored its closeness to him, its backside bright red, continuously rubbing against his arm. After massaging for a while, Fong Ning stopped and looked at the little one's reluctant eyes. He took out a piece of rag and gently asked, "Little one, where did you find this piece of cloth?" The little one seemed very dissatisfied with Fong Ning suddenly stopping the massage, rubbing against his arm as if urging him to continue. Since Fong Ning didn't hear what he wanted to know, he naturally wouldn't let the little one enjoy it further. The little one disappointedly tried to break free, so Fong Ning massaged a bit more. Just as the little one showed a bit of pleasure, he stopped again, which made its butt even redder. Fong Ning frowned because the little one with the red bottom looked worse. He pointed to the rag with no softness left on his face. Seeing Fong Ning's stern expression, the little one suddenly remembered that the owner was not someone to mess with. The terrifying experience of being tied up before surged back to its mind, causing it to shudder. It immediately calmed down, looked at the rag, and with a shift of its eyes, seemed to understand what Fong Ning meant. "Goo goo goo, oh ho." The little guy broke free from Fong Ning's hand, ran to the ground, pointed at the jungle, cooing, and finally said "oh ho." Fong Ning thought for a few seconds and roughly understood that it seemed to have comprehended. Right. Little guy, which goo goo did this oh ho find? He also began to imitate its tone. The little guy seemed to understand, gesturing excitedly to make a circle in front of Fong Ning, cooing a few more times, and finally said "oh ho" again. Fong Ning became more and more enthusiastic. Right. Oh ho. Take me to find the goo goo, go find the oh ho. This time the little guy really understood, tugging on Fong Ning's pants before running toward the door as if leading the way. Fong Ning looked at it, certain it got it. He was just about to go out when he remembered he hadn't brought any food. Logically, he should collect food first before looking for cultivation manuals and the like. But the little guy, rare in its obedience, might be missed if he missed this chance. Next time he might not be so lucky. After some thought, Fong Ning gritted his teeth and returned to the corner of the room. He lifted the leaf on the wild banana, squeezed it, and it was soft, about ripe. He picked 2 of the softest wild bananas and turned them entirely into cards. "Let's go." Fong Ning tossed one to the macaque, wiped the dust off the wild banana peel, and bit into it with skin and all. As a result, his face changed, he rolled his tongue, spat a few times, and found that 4 large, black seeds had fallen onto his palm. Damn, this wild banana has seeds this big? Fong Ning was eating wild banana for the first time and never expected such big melon seeds hidden inside. He originally thought wild banana was like ordinary banana and tasted just as sweet and delicious. In fact, the flesh of wild banana contains many seeds because it is undomesticated. Modern bananas have been domesticated, so the seeds inside the flesh have shrunk to tiny black dots barely visible to the naked eye. These seeds have lost their ability to reproduce, becoming part of the flesh. The wild bananas on this island, however, are in their natural wild state, so their seeds are naturally far more abundant. Although there are many seeds and less flesh, the skin and fruit together can still be barely eaten in a few bites. Combined with the green coconuts he had stocked earlier, he could manage to survive a day. He could also look for more food along the way, which was passable. Fong Ning finished eating one wild banana and then ate a second one before his stomach finally felt a bit more settled. He wrapped the banana seeds in a grass leaf and set them aside, then casually rekindled the campfire. Since he hadn't added fuel last night, the fire was nearly out. He had to use a battery to relight it, then converted it into a card to fully replenish the fuel. Glancing at his burden, Fong Ning discovered it had already reached 216, nearly 400 gene. Without being overweight, the load limit was 151.2, about 300 gene. The carrying capacity had increased significantly, now even stone slabs could be converted into cards and stored inside with ease. Following the little creature outside, sunlight bathed Fong Ning, filling him with a sense of comfort. The green tint of his skin deepened, and his body quickly recovered under the sun's rays. The internal energy inside him seemed to have hit a turbo button, visibly replenishing before his eyes. Standing under the sun for just a dozen seconds, his internal energy was fully restored. Moreover, photosynthesis not only accelerated energy recovery but sharply reduced consumption, seemingly granting him additional energy. Interesting, photosynthesis is quite magical, Fong Ning thought. He recalled his biology knowledge. Photosynthesis absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. Humans inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Could it be that he had already achieved self-circulation and self-sufficiency? Or perhaps, now half-plant, he was breathing carbon dioxide instead of oxygen? His mind was racing, but he knew this wasn't the time to analyze the issue. The little guy had already darted into the jungle, signaling for him to hurry and follow. Fong Ning followed the little one's footsteps and kept moving forward. When they reached a creek, Fong Ning drank some water to replenish his supply before letting the little guy continue leading the way. Once inside the jungle, the little one's path was completely different from the ones Fong Ning had previously scouted. If the mangrove beach was to the left side of the jungle, the little guy was heading right, an area Fong Ning hadn't been to before. Following the little guy, Fong Ning entered this new territory. At first, the vegetation and scenery were similar to what he had seen before, but the further in they went, the more the terrain and environment began to change. The air grew increasingly humid, and the jungle felt stifling. If not for the extraordinary endurance granted by the wood spirit parasitism, he would have suffered heatstroke long ago. Now, he was drenched in sweat, feeling very uncomfortable. Mosquitoes became more numerous, and once they swarmed, even lemongrass couldn't keep them at bay. They buzzed annoyingly around Fong Ning, and bold mosquitoes kept colliding with his face and ears, infuriating him. The little guy, clearly irritated, quickly lowered his head and walked on. Just as Fong Ning was about to use the vines to drive away mosquitoes, the little monkey suddenly stopped. Before Fong Ning could ask, it leapt into the muddy pond. Only then did Fong Ning realize that the soil beneath his feet was soft and soggy, mud oozing from the edges of his straw sandals, and his soles were immediately soaked. He frowned, pulled out 2 vines, skillfully wound them around his feet, and lifted his body. After upgrading his vine control, he used them more smoothly and consumed less internal energy. This was clearly a swamp. Fong Ning looked at the little creature and saw it digging mud in the ground, smearing it on itself like applying shower gel, and rolling around in the muddy pond. After a while, the little monkey turned into a mud monkey. Strangely, after applying the mud, the surrounding mosquitoes immediately dispersed and no longer approached. Indeed, the natives know the jungle best. This mud not only repels mosquitoes but also cools the body, a win-win. After the little one finished applying the mud, it jumped out and reached out to invite Fong Ning to apply some together. Fong Ning hesitated for a moment, but seeing the little one's pleased look, he finally stepped forward and smeared some mud as well. Fong Ning originally thought this mud would have a pungent smell, but unexpectedly, after applying it, it was almost odorless. The mud pond before him was quite large, with fine mud, more like a mud pool. After coating himself with this mud, the wood spirit pearl inside him seemed more active, though he couldn't say for sure if it was truly active or just an illusion. This mud was quite effective at repelling insects. After applying it, mosquitoes didn't even dare come near, even better than grass mud. A thought flashed through Fong Ning's mind, isn't this mud only supposed to prevent bites? Since when could it repel mosquitoes? But he didn't ponder this much and continued following the little creature forward. The deeper they went, the muddier it became, making walking really difficult if not for the vines supporting him. Rounding a corner, they suddenly appeared by the seaside on the other side of the jungle. The beach here was much more desolate, with only a few scattered seagulls in the sky. Near the beach was a coconut grove, and the sea was so calm it was suspicious no one knew if a bottomless abyss lay hidden beneath. Next to the edge of the beach was swampy jungle, with accumulated mud and stones, and layers of rotting dead leaves that made it look unsafe to approach. Just as Fong Ning was about to avert his gaze, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something moving in the swamp. He called out to the little guy, crouched down, and quietly observed. After watching for a while, Fong Ning was delighted to discover that it was actually a huge crab. The crab's shell was as big as a palm, and its sturdy claws were particularly noticeable. At first sight, Fong Ning felt a connection between it and his own stone slab. Looking closely, there were quite a few large crabs hidden in the swamp, the smallest about the size of a fist. Instantly, Fong Ning's heart filled with joy. He quickly called out his backpack, grasped a vine with one hand, and carefully approached. These crabs seemed to have lived here too long and were extremely unalert. When Fong Ning walked up to them, they didn't move at all. Or rather, they had noticed him but all hid under the mud, stones, or even froze in place while climbing onto dead leaves to eat small fish, like playing a game of red light, green light, pretending not to see him at all. Unfortunately, they had encountered cruel humans. In Fong Ning's eyes, their disguise was nothing more than naive idealism. The vine in his hand coiled like a living snake around the crab shells, quickly binding them up before retracting. Fong Ning barely exerted any effort as he caught several palm-sized crabs. These crabs desperately waved their large claws, but they couldn't reach the spots where the vines were wrapped, rendering their efforts futile. Looking closely, the crab's large claws are huge, the edges of its shell are spiked, and its back is raised forming an H shape, making it very tough to deal with. Looks somewhat familiar. What kind of crab is this? Fong Ning immediately used the identification skill. A white light flashed by, and a card appeared in front of him. Green crab. Description: a burrowing aquatic crustacean that prefers to inhabit intertidal muddy beaches, mangroves, or marshes. It emerges from its burrow at night to forage, preying on small fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. The meat is fresh and delicious. Weight: 0.8 gene. So it was a green crab. No wonder it's so big. When he saw the weight, Fong Ning's eyes widened. He didn't expect them to be so heavy. Blue crabs weighing over a pound must have plenty of meat. Fong Ning's face was full of joy. Following the little guy really paid off. He discovered another resource point. A prompt sounded in the mind. Ding swamp detected, resources available for collection, blue crab. Using the vines, Fong Ning moved through the swamp like it was an uncharted territory. With the reach of the vines, the blue crab had nowhere to hide. Before long, he had obtained 4 green crab cards. And each one weighed over a pound. Today's food was secured. Resources must not be over-harvested, this is a rule understood by all survivors. Fong Ning stopped after catching a few to avoid disturbing the green crabs from changing their nests. Catching too many would be wasteful if they died. Green crab, +4. He took the green crabs to the seaside, cleaned them, and then stored them away. I was planning to leave but saw a nearby coconut grove. Thinking since I'm here, I might as well pick up a few coconuts to take along. Fong Ning called to the little guy and walked toward the coconut grove. There were quite a few coconuts scattered on the ground. He picked up a bluish-green coconut, but found it unusually light. Turning it over, he saw a large crack on one side of the coconut. It looked like it had been bitten by some creature, with the juice and flesh already scooped out. Fong Ning became alert, his wooden spear appearing in hand, vines coiling around his arm, ready to strike at any moment. He looked around but saw no fierce beasts. When he looked up, a yellow coconut caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, Fong Ning was surprised to find that it was not a coconut at all, but a huge crab. Crabs can climb trees? Could this be the legendary coconut crab? The coconut crab is the largest land-dwelling hermit crab, weighing up to 8 kilograms. Its hard shell and strong giant claws allow it to easily climb straight up coconut trees and peel open the coconut shell to eat the flesh. Fong Ning had once specifically searched for them on a coconut island, because these huge crabs not only provide abundant food but are also said to have delicious, coconut-scented meat. Unfortunately, that time he had searched every coconut tree but didn't find a single one and had to give up in the end. He didn't expect to see one here this time. Looking at the coconut crab hanging on the tree trunk, Fong Ning couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Beneath that hard shell was rich crab meat, and the huge claws made his mouth water even more. He circled around the coconut grove again and actually found 3 coconut crabs, all of which had climbed up to the treetops 7 or 8 meters high, completely out of reach. To climb up, he would have to use his hands, and encountering them wouldn't be easy. The claw strength of a coconut crab is astonishing, reaching 80 to 100 times its body weight. Even a 3-kilogram coconut crab has claw force exceeding 200 kilograms, losing a finger to a pinch is not just a nightmare. When he first arrived on the island, Fong Ning's only option might have been to smash them with stones and wait for them to come down on their own. But now things were different, and he showed a smile. Today was truly lucky. He just discovered green crabs and then immediately spotted coconut crabs. Could it be International Crab Day, or was the crab god favoring him? Fortunately, he was currently in a wood spirit parasitic state, or else eating seafood every day would have probably given him gout by now. No hesitation, Fong Ning took out several tree vines from his space and prepared to act. Fong Ning stimulated the vines to sprout, connecting several tree vines into a single vine more than 10 meters long. Green light flickered on his hands, and with his mental power pushing, the vine on the ground slowly extended a vine tip. If he had multiple flutes in his hands and the vine on the ground turned into cobras, Fong Ning could even go to India to perform. The vine could only climb about a meter without support, then it sagged softly. No matter how Fong Ning urged it, it couldn't grow any higher. Suddenly, he fixated on the coconut tree and had a sudden idea. Instead of climbing straight up, the vine twisted on the ground like a cobra, slowly crawling up the tree trunk, coiling and climbing upwards. At first, the coconut crab didn't notice and continued basking at the treetop. When the vine approached, it became alert, its 2 antennae waving constantly, probing the surroundings. But even if it noticed, it was of no use. The vine had already reached the treetop, extending over half a meter, swaying in the air. At a thought from Fong Ning, his inner energy suddenly dropped, and the vine instantly tightened, whipping through the air like a whip aimed at the coconut crab. The coconut crab panicked and tried to escape down the tree, but it was too late. The vine struck its shell with a snap. Its body couldn't withstand the force and it fell straight down from the tree. The coconut crab drew an arc in the air, fell to the ground, half dead. Fong Ning stepped forward, used a wooden spear to press against its powerless claw, and touched its tail with his other hand. A flash of white light appeared. The coconut crab instantly turned into a card and was stored in the deck. Fong Ning didn't look at the detailed information, only glanced at the weight, 4.6 kilograms, almost 9 gene. He was extremely happy. There would be food for tomorrow. Not just tomorrow. Feeling greatly encouraged, Fong Ning continued to attack the remaining 2 coconut crabs with vines. With the first experience under his belt, the subsequent manipulations became smoother. To avoid killing the coconut crabs from the fall, he climbed up directly using vines, tied them up, and then turned them into cards. Coconut crab, +3. After catching 3 coconut crabs, Fong Ning thought it was enough. He took the coconut crabs to the seaside to wash them clean, then casually picked up 2 green coconuts, showing he hadn't forgotten his original intention, happily put away the vines, and let the little guy continue leading the way. The little guy had been following Fong Ning since he entered the coconut grove. When Fang Ning called it, it didn't leave immediately. Instead, it ran up to him, grabbed his pants with both hands, climbed onto him, and held his palm, looking it over again and again. Where are the things? So many things? It stared at Fang Ning curiously. When switching supplies earlier, it had been outside helping find food and hadn't seen this scene. Seeing Fang Ning pull things out directly for the first time, it was so shocked it forgot to lead the way. After all, it was a macaque, it had a playful nature and easily forgot things when encountering something new. Fang Ning tapped its head, and when it covered its head pretending to be pitiful, Fang Ning reached out and pulled out a wild banana. The little guy's eyes lit up, took the wild banana, jumped down from his arms, and holding the banana in its mouth, waved back at Fang Ning. Now I remember, it said, munching as it walked ahead. Continuing deeper into the jungle, Fang Ning truly stepped into the heart of the tropical rainforest. This was where the true face of this rainforest revealed itself. He had been lingering on the edges before, finding it strange. Isn't the tropical jungle supposed to be full of treasures? So many fruits that you can't finish picking them, goats and wild boars around every corner, cassava on the ground, and wild dates on the trees. But after multiple trips around the perimeter, he hadn't seen a single goat or wild boar, except for that wild banana plant. He almost thought that this was what the real tropical jungle was like. But the reality was completely different. Here, the resources were unbelievably abundant. Previously, he didn't dare to go deep and only saw scattered resources. The outer edges had fewer resources and fewer animals, and many treasures grew right before him, but without appraisal, he couldn't recognize them. Entering the depths of the jungle, everything changed. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times when his ancestors lived, towering trees reaching the clouds, thick vines weaving through the air, and insects and exotic flowers and plants 10 times more numerous than at the edge. Animals that were unseen at the edge were everywhere here. The animals Fang Ning recognized included wild goats with antelope-like horns, skunks that could release foul-smelling gas, pythons almost blending into the tree vines, and golden pheasants with magnificent feathers. To be honest, if he weren't currently in the wood spirit parasitic state, he would have turned and left long ago. The perils he faced along the way were unimaginable to outsiders. In addition to these plants and animals, there were many fruits here, both familiar and unfamiliar to Fang Ning. For example, there was a large patch of wild bananas he had seen before. Wild bananas reproduce very quickly. A few years ago there was only a single plant at the outskirts by chance, but now that area had possibly become a banana grove. Just as Fang Ning turned the corner, he came across a dense forest of wild banana trees. The vegetation here was so thick that his eyes couldn't scan it all at once. The trees and grass were covered with various red and green fruits, many of which he had never seen before. Along the way, he also discovered a coconut grove and was immediately shocked. Aren't coconut trees usually found by the beach? How could they grow so far from the sea? This was a basic misunderstanding on his part. Although coconut trees are commonly found by the seaside, they can actually grow elsewhere as long as the soil and humidity conditions are suitable. However, coconut trees prefer sunlight, and the tall trees deep in the forest block the light, so coconut trees are rarely found there, usually only appearing in open coastal areas. But nothing is absolute. When Fang Ning took a closer look, he noticed these coconut trees were different from those by the beach. There were no coconuts on the crowns, instead, they bore round, scale-like spherical fruits about the size of a fist. The trunks were much thicker than ordinary coconut trees, and the entire tree was considerably shorter. Although similar in appearance, the differences were clear upon careful inspection. Is this a coconut tree? Fang Ning had doubts. But he had already identified 2 items today, so to conserve his internal energy, he didn't identify it immediately. Instead, he picked a fruit using vine tendrils, converted it into a card for his collection, and continued forward. Unknown fruit. Description: a fruit similar to those that grow on the trunk of a coconut tree, with a scaly exterior, spherical in shape. Weight: 0.8. Without identification, the description on this card is only displayed according to Fang Ning's perception and has little reference value. Keeping the card is purely for the convenience of carrying it. Fang Ning is now especially careful. To avoid the pitfalls of empiricism, he always identifies the items he frequently uses or plans to use first, preventing inadvertently harming himself. Therefore, a portion of the food he eats daily is used for identification, and his appetite increases accordingly. However, this also has its benefits. After multiple rounds of depletion, Fong Ning clearly felt his body growing stronger. But after the mockling parasitized him, that feeling disappeared. The mockling parasitism made his three-dimensional data appear to improve, but that was an external enhancement, erasing the space for his own growth. It's easy to rise from 3 points to 4 points, but going from 9 points to 10 points is extremely difficult. The road to safely removing the mole spirit parasite is still long. Fong Ning was quite happy just now, but thinking about this made him smile somewhat forcefully. The little monkey beside him didn't understand his troubles and only saw Fong Ning distracted by the scenery along the road, making it whimper angrily. Hearing the sound, Fong Ning turned back and followed. Seeing it looking so grumpy, he smiled and crouched down, rubbing the top of its head. Secret technique head pat kill. Sure enough, the little monkey immediately forgot its displeasure and cheerfully urged Fong Ning to continue on. Along the way, Fong Ning discovered many new plants. He didn't spend time picking them carefully, but casually gathered some and turned them into cards to store in the space. After returning, he would identify them one by one to find those that were usable or edible, saving internal energy from being wasted.